I wash my face to improve my appearance, raise my hand to increase my arm strength, and read a book to expand my knowledge. Every second, I grow stronger without limits. From that moment on, I began my journey to dominance, healing, cooking master, car enthusiast, scholar, war god, conquering every field. Jitsai Middle School, located in Anming County, Bailu City, Grade 1, Class 18. At the front of the classroom, a middle-aged female teacher with black-framed glasses was speaking English with great enthusiasm. The letters of the English alphabet seemed to fill the air like a lullaby, causing the students to feel drowsy. In the back row, a boy with short, messy hair lay on his desk, sound asleep. His name was Yi Hong, 16 years old, and he was what you would call a scumbag among scumbags. Yi Hong was having a long dream. In the dream, he was accepted into the best high school in the county, instead of attending the damn private Jitsai Middle School that his parents paid so much for. In the dream, his parents praised him endlessly, and he became the perfect child in the eyes of their neighbors. In the dream, his classmate at the same desk no longer acted coldly but smiled like a flower. In the dream, suddenly, a cold, majestic, synthesized electronic voice rang in Yi Hong's mind. Target found. Binding host. God-level strengthening system successfully bound. Who was speaking? What was the God-level strengthening system? The English teacher on stage frowned, noticing the sleeping boy in the back row, and her temper flared. This boy, named Yi Hong, had failed his entrance exams, constantly either daydreaming or sleeping in class, completely ignoring the teacher. The most irritating part was that the head teacher had placed his beautiful daughter at the same table as this poor student. The excuse? Promoting group dynamics. The teacher's daughter had repeatedly complained to her, saying Yi Hong kept staring at her all day, making it hard for her to concentrate. Thinking of this, the English teacher stopped her lesson and, with a flick of her wrist, threw a piece of chalk at Yi Hong. The chalk hit him squarely on the head, breaking and leaving a few white marks on his body. The class was stunned by the sudden shock and turned to look at Yi Hong. Who hit me? Yi Hong, startled by the pain, woke up from his dream and jumped to his feet. Put! Laughter erupted from the surrounding students. Especially from Yi Hong's classmate, Zhang Shuawei, the so-called class beauty, who wore a look of disdain on her delicate face and subconsciously moved away from him. Yi Hong quickly came back to his senses. Right, there was no system. It was just a dream. Today marked the second week of his high school life, and he was now in the middle of an English class. Yi Hong raised his head and looked up at the podium, his ordinary face showing a trace of apprehension. The teacher on stage, Miss Zhang, was his English teacher. Though she was old, she insisted on everyone calling her Miss Zhang, with no shame. Miss Zhang tapped the blackboard and sneered, "Classmate Yi, did you sleep well? Let's see you solve this translation problem. If you can't, you'll be fined with 100 repetitions." Yi Hong cursed under his breath. This menopausal ant must be intentionally trying to embarrass him. Even though he was a scumbag, Yi Hong knew the translation was from the next chapter. It was far too advanced for high school students who had only just begun their studies. But he had no choice. He had been caught sleeping and was in the wrong. If he responded poorly, his parents would be called. Reluctantly, Yi Hong stood up and walked to the blackboard. The class murmured. "I can't even understand this question. How could this guy do it? Serves him right. Who does he think he is, sitting at the same desk as us? He's not even worthy." Everyone expected Yi Hong to make a fool of himself. Yi Hong glanced at the English question and, just as he was about to tell Miss Zhang he couldn't do it, the voice from his dream echoed in his mind again. Ding! Checking English words, English ability +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, level, entry level. Yi Hong's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't studied the words, yet their meanings were suddenly clear in his mind. It was as though he had an English to Chinese dictionary right in his head. "What are you doing, classmate Yi?" Miss Zhang asked, her arms crossed as she looked at him with disdain. "If you can't do it, just copy it 100 times and stop wasting everyone's time. 1 minute wasted is 50 minutes for the whole class." Frustrated, Yi Hong could not help but mutter, "So annoying. You dare contradict me?" Miss Zhang nearly knocked her glasses off in anger. "Fine. Let's see how you solve this problem." The class, already shocked by Yi Hong's outburst, now buzzed in anticipation. Is Yi Hong crazy? His attitude is so arrogant. I can't wait to see what happens to him. All eyes were on Yi Hong. Yi Hong, unfazed, moved his gaze to the next word. Sure enough, the voice sounded again, ding. Checking English words, English ability +1, Yi Hong continued, his eyes scanning the entire sentence. Ding. English ability +1, ding. English ability +1, ding. Current progress, 11/100, English ability upgraded to proficient. At that moment, Yi Hong felt like he had entered another world. It was as though a warm current was flowing through him. The once difficult English words now seemed easy to understand. The translated answer to the entire sentence appeared clearly in his mind. Only then did Yi Hong fully believe that the system from his dream had truly come to him. With a confident smile, Yi Hong picked up the chalk and began writing rapidly on the blackboard. In less than 10 seconds, he had completed the translation. Why so fast? It's impossible. He must be scribbling. The class still couldn't believe Yi Hong had done it. Yi Hong casually tossed the chalk into the box, dusted his hands off, and looked at the stunned Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang, this topic is too simple for me. But I do have one thing to say, please don't ask such flawed questions in the future. He pointed to a word on the board, this ing should be replaced with the past participle IED for accuracy. Miss Zhang was stunned, looking at the textbook standard answer and realizing that Yi Hong's translation was even more perfect than the official one. What was more shocking was that Yi Hong had pointed out a flaw in the sentence. The textbook editor-in-chief was a legendary professor from Jiang University. Yi Hong was no longer an average student, he was an English genius. Miss Zhang quickly came to her senses, her face flushed with embarrassment. Classmate Yi, you did an excellent job. Go back to your seat, let's continue the lesson. The entire class gasped in astonishment. How could this be? This once crane-tail student had done it perfectly. Yi Hong turned and walked back to his seat, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. As he sat down, he realized that Zhang Xuewei, his tablemate, had secretly handed him a note. It read, "How?" Yi Hong turned to her and saw that Zhang Xuewei's face was flushed, her body inching closer to him. The boys around them shot glares of jealousy at Yi Hong. Yi Hong sneered inwardly. Yesterday, she had ignored him, but today, he would let her know what it felt like to be unworthy. Yi Hong pretended to ignore the note and called out in his head, "System. Remember that in those, the system can communicate and even play tricks." But the system did not respond at all. It seems to be an autistic system and does not like to communicate with people. Yi Hong had no choice but to experiment with other functions of the system by himself. He suddenly pulled out a math textbook from the drawer. The eyes of the classmates who saw this scene were all straight, and they sighed that the genius was really different from everyone's thinking, and even read a math book in English class. Ding! Flip through high school math textbooks, Math Ability +1, Current Progress 1/10, Current Level, Entry Level. Yi Hong took out textbooks for other subjects one after another. Sure enough, every time he flipped through the system, there would be a prompt. After a trip down, the ability of each subject is the same as that of English, and all of them have been upgraded to the proficient level by him. He is confident that he will be able to learn all the courses in the first year of high school as long as he gives himself one night. The corners of Yi Hong's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was full of excitement. With this system, his life will no longer be ordinary. And during this process, Zhang Xuewei's eyes kept looking here, and she couldn't listen to the class. But Yi Hong still ignored her, which made her quite frustrated. She even looked in the mirror and began to doubt her own charm. After school in the afternoon, Yi Hong packed all the textbooks, and planned to go home with a bulge on his back. Private high schools are just that good, and you don't have to study at night. He just finished his back, but found that Zhang Xuewei stood up with him, bowed his head, bit his lower lip tightly, and stirred his hands nervously on the corners of his clothes. Yi Hong is 1.75 meters, Zhang Xuewei is 1.62 meters. From this angle, you can just see Zhang Xuewei's snow-white neck and the faint hint of girlish aura. Yi Hong's heart swayed, but his face was still indifferent. "Student Zhang, what's the matter? If not, I'm leaving." Zhang Xuewei raised her head and looked at Yi Hong with big watery eyes. "Classmate Yi, I remember that we seem to be on the way? Do you want to go back together? I just want to ask classmate Yi some questions." Yi Hong sighed secretly. He had also said this to Zhang Xuewei a few days ago, but what he got was nothing but blank eyes. Now it's the other way around, and it's Zhang Xuewei's turn to beg him. What an irony. But he did not reject Zhang Xuewei, just nodded lightly. Zhang Xuewei immediately clapped her palm happily, and followed Yi Hong with a smile on her back. At the gate of Jitsai Middle School, Miss Zhang Jiang stands by the gate. She goes home with her daughter Zhang Xuewei every day. Seeing Zhang Xuewei's figure in the distance, Miss Zhang immediately waved. But when she saw a boy beside Zhang Xuewei, her face turned gloomy. The most unacceptable thing for her was that Zhang Shuawei fell in love early, because she was worried that it would affect Zhang Shuawei's studies. But after the two approached and saw that the boy was Yi Hong, Mrs. Expression became extremely unnatural again. Apparently she hasn't come out of the shadows of the classroom yet. Mom, I'll go with classmate Yi later. I just have a few questions I want to ask him. Zhang Shuawei smiled and said. Yi Hong smiled and said nothing. So that's the case. It's with classmate Yi, so I can rest assured and remember to go home early. Don't worry, Mom. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Miss Zhang suddenly reacted. The three of them are walking together. Can't I ask questions? Then she shook her head with a wry smile. This girl was still at home yesterday suing others, but now her attitude has changed 180 degrees. It's really not a good girl. Along the way, Zhang Shuawei kept asking Yi Hong the secret of suddenly becoming so powerful. But Yi Hong always talked about him, just didn't answer her directly. This kind of performance not only did not make Zhang Shuawei angry, but made Yi Hong more mysterious in her mind. Classmate Yi. Can I call you Ah Hong directly? It's too different to be called by classmate Yi. We are at the same table. Of course, I will call you Shuawei directly in the future. Shuawei, rose in the snow, matches your temperament very well. Hearing such blatant words, Zhang Shuawei immediately flushed with shame, and said in a voice like a mosquito, I hate it, how can people have any temperament? Ding! Make girls happy through words, +1 for flirting skills, current progress, January 10th, current level, entry level. This special can also be strengthened? This system is so awesome. Although Zhang Shuawei wanted to stay with Yi Hong for a while, but the two had already arrived at her door, there was no reason to keep pestering Yi Hong. Zhang Shuawei said goodbye to Yi Hong in disappointment, but when she thought of seeing Yi Hong the next day, a smile appeared on her face again. In a food street in Dongcheng District, Anning County, there is an unobtrusive snack bar called Night Food Snacks. The front of the snack bar is not big and the decoration is relatively old. At this time, although it was time for dinner, there were not many customers in the store. Yi Hong came to Yesher's snack and shouted in his heart, I have a system, sir, and from today onwards, no one can take care of me anymore. Yell. Stinky boy. What are you doing there? Hurry up and help. A cannonball-like soprano sounded in Yi Hong's ear. Yi Hong suddenly lost his momentum and walked into the store with his head deaf. Mom, there are so few customers, where do you need my help? That's right, Yi Hong is the young master of this night food snack bar. This snack bar was handed down from Yi Hong's grandfather and is now run by Yi Hong's parents. But the two of them obviously have no business talent, and the business of this snack bar is not as good as day by day. In order to let Yi Hong enter the legendary noble school Jitsai Middle School, the couple gritted their teeth and took out most of their life savings. Yi Hong silently vowed, I was incapable before, but now that I have a system, I must help my family change the status quo. No matter how few customers there are, you have to learn a little bit. In the future, this store will be handed over to you. Don't be as useless as your father. A middle-aged woman in a scarf walked out of the back kitchen and brought a plate of beef noodles in front of a guest while nagling Yi Hong. This woman was slightly fat, but her face was well maintained, white and flawless, completely unlike the mother of a 16-year-old boy. The woman was Yi Hong's mother, and Xiaoying. At this time, the back kitchen, followed by a complaint, where is I useless? If you were more aggressive, my mother would have time to lose weight. And Xiaoying shot back unceremoniously. Yi Hong shook his head with a headache, this old couple is not happy without arguing a few times a day. He dropped it and slipped into the back kitchen. In the back kitchen, a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat is burying his head in the dough. From his facial features, you can vaguely see Yi Hong's appearance. This middle-aged man is naturally Yi Hong's father, Yi Xiao, and the neighbor gave him the nickname, Night Snack Brother. Yi Xiao didn't look back, and threw a piece of raw beef to Yi Hong, take it to practice knife crafting. Over the years, his parents have gradually cultivated Yi Hong's culinary skills and management skills, and apparently also think that he is not the material for reading. Yi Hong pouted, and after thinking about it, he still didn't tell them what happened today. He wants to wait for the day when the test results are released, and directly use the report card to tell the second elder about his changes. Washing hands, washing meat, and taking knives, all in one go. It's just that at the moment when the beef was cut, the system's voice came again, ding. Feel the changes in the ingredients, cooking ability +1, current progress, January 10th, current level, entry level. Yi Hong's eyes lit up, and the speed of the knife couldn't help speeding up. Ding. Cooking ability +1, +1, +1, ding. The current progress is 11 out of 100, and the cooking ability has been upgraded to the master level. That feeling came again, and suddenly there seemed to be a lot of cooking knowledge in my mind. After this period of exploration, Yi Hong had a general idea of the hierarchy of the system. Experience points between 1-10 points are entry level. Experience points between 11-100 points are proficient. I just don't know what level it is after 100 points. With Yi Hong, who is proficient in cooking, cutting beef is more handy. Tuck tuck tuck, the crisp sound of meat cutting resounded intensively in the kitchen, and Yi Xiao, who was bowing his head to meet his face, couldn't help but startled. When did this kid cut so fast? Yi Xiao turned his head and opened his mouth in surprise. I saw slices of sliced beef lying on the cutting board. The beef is uniform in size and has a clear texture, as if the force used for each slice is exactly the same. Yi Xiao asked himself, he couldn't cut it so beautifully. Ah Hong, this is what you cut? Yi Xiao threw down the dough in his hand, threw himself in front of the cutting board, picked up the beef slices and looked at it carefully, like a pilgrimage, for fear of destroying the artwork in his hand. Nonsense. Yi Hong said calmly, wiped the kitchen knife, and put it back on the shelf. Good boy. Yi Xiao couldn't help laughing a few times and patted Yi Hong's shoulder hard. When did you secretly practice knife skills so well? This night snack finally has a successor. Yi Hong rubbed his shoulders with a dissatisfied face. Don't keep hitting me, your body is about to fall apart. This old man is always neither light nor heavy. Ding. The shoulder muscles have been hit by an external attack. The anti-hitting ability is +1. The current progress, 1 out of 10, the current level, entry level. Ha? Is it okay for him to meow? Dad, why don't you hit me twice? Don't be skinny, stinky boy, quickly put the beef in the pot, don't make the guests wait too long. After saying that, Yi Xiao continued to turn around and make a face, humming a little song. Obviously seeing Yi Hong making progress, he was in a good mood. Yi Hong shook his head and threw the beef into the pot. The next step is the constant cooking process of beef noodles. This cooking method is a secret recipe passed down from Yi Hong's grandfather, which has not changed for decades. But when Yi Hong took a step, his hands suddenly stopped in the air. There was a strange feeling in his head, as if a voice kept telling him, this is not right, there are other ways to make this bowl of beef noodles even more delicious. Yi Hong understood that this might be where his proficient cooking ability came into play. He put down the seasoning in his hand and changed it to another seasoning. Then, this feeling came up again and again. Yi Hong kept changing the order, and the whole cooking process had been changed beyond recognition by him. And this scene happened to be hit by Xiaoying, who had just stepped into the back kitchen. Stinky boy, are you crazy? How many times have I taught you how to add water first? The noodles that come out this way don't taste right. Yi Xiao was also attracted, and the two sighed at the bowl of beef noodles that had just come out of the pot. Would you like to do it again? At this moment, the diners outside heard an urging voice, Boss, is my beef noodles ready? I'm dying of starvation. If I don't eat it, I'll leave. Come now. And Xiaoying responded with a smile, then turned her head and gave Yi Hong a vicious look. If the diners are scared away by this bowl of noodles later, you will definitely open your ass. The old god Yi Hong said, alright, make sure he still wants to eat after eating, hee hee. And Xiaoying didn't have time to pay attention to him, and hurriedly went out to the front hall with the beef noodles. Yi Xiao lost his interest in having a face-to-face relationship, and secretly observed the reaction outside through the gap in the door curtain. Guest, your face is ready, please use it slowly. The diners who ordered beef noodles had a bald head and a large gold chain hanging on their chest, and their faces were full of meat and looked very vicious. And Xiaoying put the bowl of beef noodles in front of the diners, and went to the side to wipe the other table. While wiping, he secretly glanced at the reaction of the diners nervously, and was ready to apologize at any time if the diners were dissatisfied. The speed is so slow that I'm starving to death. If I hadn't knocked and passed by, I wouldn't have come to eat at this kind of restaurant. The bald-headed diner mumbled a few words, broke apart the disposable chopsticks, picked up a bunch of noodles, made a few squeaks, and put them into his mouth. The diner's eyes suddenly widened, and the movements in their hands stopped. Oops. And Xiaoying, who was on the side, immediately rushed to the front of the diners, nodded and bowed, and apologized, I'm really sorry. We made some small mistakes. If you don't mind, we'll give you a new one immediately. The diner looked up at Xiaoying blankly, Madam, what are you doing? Then he sent the bowl of beef noodles into his mouth like a storm. Chuckling, 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 soon, a bowl of noodles will see the bottom. After the noodles are eaten, the diners do not forget to solve the remaining soup together. He reluctantly put down the empty bowl, licked his lips, and said to Xiaoying, who was stunned by the sight, "Madam, I want another bowl. You said earlier that this noodle is so delicious, and I'm willing to wait for a long time. By the way, help me pack 3 servings, no, 6 servings. I want to bring back such delicious noodles for my brothers to taste." After speaking, he scratched his head. What a hell, there is such a delicious beef noodle in this world. Why didn't I find your shop before? And Xiaoying didn't know how she got back to the back kitchen. She held the bowl stupidly, still immersed in the exaggerated reaction of the diner. This bowl of unconventional beef noodles has received such praise. Isn't this diner's taste buds broken? And Yi Zhao's expression is the same as that of Xiaoying. So wonderful. Neither of them said a word, and looked directly at Yi Hong together. Yi Hong shrugged. I said earlier that he wanted to eat more, now you believe it? You brat, how did you do it? Yi Zhao looked at Yi Hong with the eyes of a monster. And Xiaoying was more direct. Are you really my stupid son? Go, do you say that about your son? Yi Hong asked them to move out of the way and started cooking the next bowl of beef noodles. With the experience of the first bowl, Yi Hong seems to be more handy. Ding! Cooking ability +1, with the pleasant sound of the system prompt, Yi Hong quickly prepared the 7 bowls of noodles requested by the diner as if by magic. During this process, Yi Zhao and Xiaoying watched without blinking. They found that Yi Hong did not change the raw materials at all, but just changed the order of several ingredients and seasonings, but it was able to turn corruption into magic, turning a bowl of beef noodles into another realm. Could it be that his son really has the talent to be a chef? Son, I don't think you should take any university entrance exams. In the future, I'll just send you to the new Southern Cooking School to learn cooking. Yi Hong directly gave the second old man a roll of eyes. Don't make trouble, your son will be someone who will do great things in the future. That night, Yi Zhao and Xiaoying spent the whole night studying the beef noodles that Yi Hong had made. The two also tried to cook beef noodles according to Yi Hong's method, but they couldn't make it as delicious as Yi Hong's. After trying again and again, I used up the little soy sauce that was left. Go, buy some soy sauce and come back. Faced with such 2 superb parents, Yi Hong obediently accepted his fate. He left the night snack bar and planned to go to the supermarket next door to buy soy sauce. There is a shortcut to the supermarket, just through a dim alley. This alley often gathers some idle Suhan, so Yi Hong usually doesn't go here. But now that he has the system, his courage has gained a lot of weight in an instant. But today he intends to break into this dragon pool and tiger's den. The street lamps in the alley were in disrepair and were useless for a long time, and the whole alley was extremely dark. Only halfway through, Yi Hong heard a panicked female voice from the front. Help! Is it possible that the bridge to save the United States was broken by the hero who encountered the dog's blood? Yi Hong's blood suddenly boiled, and he trotted into the alley. It didn't take long to see 3 young men with colorful hair dyed and only a black vest on their upper body, surrounding a young girl in the corner. The girl was about the same age as Yi Hong, with a beautiful face and fair skin. A white school uniform set off her incomparably pure and innocent appearance. She was about the same level as Zhang Shuiwei. At this time, her face was full of horror, and she kept shouting for help, but her voice became more and more hoarse and more desperate. Today's part-time clothing store has a big promotion, the boss has tripled the salary, otherwise I wouldn't go home so late. Could it be that my Li Muya's innocence is going to be, woo-woo, no, who will save me? Li Muya's face was pale, like a frightened little rabbit, so pitiful. Hey, little beauty, don't get me wrong, the 3 brothers just want to invite you to have 2 drinks together. That's right, we are all honest and good people. Hey. The 3 Suhan smiled lewdly, and the desire in their eyes seemed to swallow Li Muya in one bite. How could Li Muya believe them, and she kept shouting for help. Cough cough. A crisp cough sounded suddenly in the alley. The 3 thugs were taken aback and hurriedly turned around. But when they saw that the visitor was just a thin and weak student, the 3 of them suddenly calmed down and showed playful smiles. You stinky little brat, you don't do your homework at home, and you want to come and play heroes and save the beauty with the uncles? Ah, don't even look to see if your body is fully developed. The 3 Suhan laughed wildly, ignoring Yi Hong at all. The fire of hope that just ignited in Li Muya's eyes was instantly extinguished, and her face was ashes. It seems that he cannot escape the clutches of a few people today. However, Yi Hong, who has a body system, is very calm. I really saved this person today, I advise you to get out of here. Yo! This kid is young and has a lot of guts. The three Suhun were stunned for a moment, and then showed fierce eyes. Very good, then let the brothers teach you the price of meddling. As the three of them pulled out behind them, they saw a few cold lights flashing, and 3 bright fruit knives appeared in their hands. I rubbed a lot, and Yi Hong instantly felt the urge to scold her. He originally wanted to use the system to deal with it to see if he could awaken other abilities. How do you know that these guys are still carrying weapons? This time it's a big deal. Yi Hong's footsteps couldn't help but step back, staying far away from a few people. It's cowardly now? It's too late. Come on, grab this kid. The three of them accelerated in an instant and rushed towards Yi Hong's place. Yi Hong was anxious and frantically looking for items that could defend against the enemy. On the ground around him, there were only some scattered stones, as well as some discarded bottles and cans and other garbage. No matter what, use something. Yi Hong picked up a pebble under his feet and threw it at the ferocious three with all his strength. Ding! Throwing ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. The stone rubbed the three people's bodies and passed by, and the three people's attacks were not affected at all. But Yi Hong's face gradually relaxed, and the corner of his mouth evoked a strange arc. There is a play. Eat me one more flying stone. Yi Hong adjusted his body, opened his body, and threw another stone in his hand. Ding! Throwing ability +1, current progress 2 out of 10. In this way, Yi Hong was in this alley, while dealing with the three gangsters, while constantly smashing the small stones in his hand. The stone was flying around at first, and accidentally hit a few Suhun, which was neither painful nor itchy, but aroused their ferocity even more. But when the 11th stone was thrown, everything changed. Ding! Throwing ability +1, current progress, 11 out of 100, current level, proficient. The familiar feeling came from my mind again, and my intuition told Yi Hong that the next shot would definitely hit the target accurately. The heart moved at will, and the wrist holding the stone slammed it hard, like throwing a dart. Call out this time. The speed of the stone was obviously more than doubled, and it rubbed against the air with a loud noise, and slammed into one of the gangsters' eyes. Ding! W hit the vitals, throwing ability +2, current progress 13 out of 100, what? The scream of hiss and lungs resounded through most of the alley. Obviously, Yi Hong's reinforced strike had precisely hurt his eyeballs. My eyes. Catch him. I'm going to dig out his eyeballs. The other two gangsters were also full of anger. 3 of them were beaten and 1 was killed. Will they play? Immediately, he used his milk-feeding strength to rush towards Yi Hong's position. But the current Yi Hong is no longer the Yi Hong just now, and there is no need to escape. He smiled confidently and threw 2 stones out like lightning. Su 2 times, and 2 horrific screams resounded in the alley again. The remaining 2 gangsters had contorted faces, covered their crotch tightly, and hunched over on the ground. Yi Hong's 2 stones were extremely tricky, but they were aimed at their crotch. Ding! W hit the key in the key, throwing ability +5, current progress, 18 out of 100. If other parts were hit, he might be able to fight Yi Hong. But the most important part of the man was hit, and the pain was unbearable for anyone. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 gangsters all lost their combat power and wailed on the ground. Li Muya in the corner looked stupid, her mouth opened into a cute O shape. She was completely attracted by Yi Hong's figure, and had already forgotten about escaping. What happened? This thin and weak-looking teenager killed these 3 bad guys with just a few stones? The panic was gone, and the only thing left was peace of mind. Even if there were 10 or 8 Suhun, it wouldn't be a problem to have this young man here. From a distance, the boy's body seemed to exude some kind of light, which made Li Muya's eyes gleam with brilliance. On the other side, Yi Hong was also immersed in excitement. He was not timid since he was a child, and he didn't dare to say a word when he was bullied. This is Yi Hong's first time to teach others a lesson. This sense of achievement and satisfaction is simply exhilarating. Ding! Save the beauty through heroes, increase the girl's favorability towards you, +5 for flirting skills, and the current progress is June 10th, huh? This sound instantly awakened the excited Yi Hong. He came to this unknown girl, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was too far away just now, so I didn't see it clearly. Taking a closer look, I found that this girl is not only fair and beautiful, but also has a pure temperament, like a little girl in the family, which makes people feel affectionate and loving. Damn, this pure wedge was almost ruined by 3 bastards. Li Muya was also observing Yi Hong, and she found that although this young man's face was ordinary, his eyes were extremely deep, like a universe full of stars, which made people fall into it unconsciously. Are you all right? Yi Hong reached out to Li Muya on the ground. It's okay, thank you so much. Li Muya came back to her senses, replied in a low voice, and moved towards Yi Hong's hand. Until now, she has not fully reacted, and she has lingering fears. My family is poor, so I go to a clothing store to work part-time after school. It just happened that there was an event in the clothing store today, so it was a bit late to go home. In order to get home early, she chose this route that she rarely traveled, but she didn't expect bad luck to meet those three Su-hun. If Yi Hong hadn't passed by tonight, she couldn't imagine her fate. As soon as the two touched their hands, each of them trembled. For the first time in her life, Li Muya held the hand of a boy of the opposite sex except her father, and her face turned red. And Yi Hong felt that Li Muya's little hand was extremely smooth and tender, like holding a peeled egg, and it felt very good. After getting up, Li Muya blushed and pulled out her little hand from Yi Hong's hand, causing Yi Hong to feel a faint sense of loss in her heart. How do they handle it? Li Muya stroked her hair with messy temples, looked at the three Su-hun who were still on the ground screaming, and pretended to be calm. I have a way to impress them. Yi Hong twitched the corner of his mouth. Leave it to me. Yi Hong grabbed a handful of stones in his hand, and walked towards the three of them leisurely. Looking at the stone in Yi Hong's hand, the three of them shouted as if they saw a devil. You, don't come here. Otherwise, we will call the police. I have a big rub. Young master, I didn't report to the police because I was kind to you guys. Do you still want to bring a wicked person to file a complaint first? Yi Hong looked indifferent, squatting in front of the trembling three people. The stone in his hand seemed to be ready to be shot at any time. Listen to you three scumbags, if I see you here again in the future, this will be the consequence. Saying that, Yi Hong's expression turned cold, and a handful of stones were raised directly towards the gray-white wall. Dense stones are inlaid on the wall, arranging a regular deadword. Seeing this mythical scene, the three of them took a deep breath and cried at Yi Hong's feet. We promise we won't appear here. Also, don't trouble this girl. Yi Hong pointed at Li Muya and added. Yes. We promise. Go away. The three of them hurriedly got up, helped each other, and slipped out of the alley in a tumble. The alley was quiet again. Li Muya gritted her teeth and was about to say something, but Yi Hong's expression changed and she looked at the watch. Oops. The supermarket is closing. See you next time. After speaking, he was trotting and left from the alley. Hey! Li Muya stomped her feet angrily. You haven't told people your name yet. But she suddenly remembered that Yi Hong's school uniform was quite familiar. It turns out that he is also from Jitsai Middle School. I will definitely find him. Li Muya's eyes were firm, recalling the scenes just now. She couldn't help but smile, like a white orchid in full bloom. Finally got the soy sauce before the supermarket closed at 11 o'clock. Yi Hong stood in the cold wind with soy sauce, and suddenly patted his head. Oh. I forgot to ask the beauty's penguin number, even if I knew the name. Yi Hong, it's really an orphan. Yi Hong sighed silently, hoping to have a chance to meet again. Yi Hong's home is on the second floor of Yesher Snack Bar. Because the area of the home is relatively small, Yi Hong and his sister had to squeeze into a small room less than 10 square meters when they were young. The two bunk up and down. Yi Hong was in the lower bunk, and the younger sister was in the upper bunk. The brothers and sisters quarreled almost every day. Because of the poor sound insulation, they had to endure the noise made by the ashamed husband and wife next door from time to time at night. Fortunately, my sister went to a junior high school managed by militarization. Except for the winter and summer vacations, she usually lived in the school, which allowed Yi Hong to occupy the entire room. That night, Yi Hong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He flipped to the upper bunk for a while and smirked, and then jumped to the lower bunk to pick up the textbook and read it, listening to the system's wonderful beep. Ding! Experience +1. The excitement of obtaining the system has not slowed down even now. But at the same time he was a little confused. Why did the system choose him as an ordinary student? Forget it, no matter how much. There is a saying that the meat that is delivered to the mouth is not eaten for nothing. The current task is to use this sudden system to improve the lives of myself and my family. And to improve your life, you naturally need something that never changes: money. It has to be a lot of money. And to make money, just relying on that small bowl of improved beef noodles is not enough. Yi Hong also needs to use the system to awaken more abilities and make himself stronger. Thinking of this, Yi Hong calmed down and tried to call in his mind, "System, is there an attribute panel? You autistic system, even if you don't chat with me, there is always a menu function, right?" Ding! The host's current ability value list is as follows. A property panel screen suddenly flashed in my mind. Language ability, 20/100, proficient level, mathematical ability, 18/100, proficient level, English ability, 23/100, proficient level, politics. History, before high school students are not divided into subjects, they need to learn 9 major subjects including Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, biology, and several other minor subjects. And for these 9 subjects, Yi Hong has already flipped through the textbooks for the first year of high school, and all of them have been mentioned to the proficient level. He found that the ability to improve after entering the proficient level is even slower. It seems that the effect is not ideal just by flipping through the textbooks of the first year of high school. Maybe in the future, I need to find an opportunity to borrow a few books from the second and third year of high school to gain more experience points. In addition to these learned abilities, there are other types of abilities on the attribute board. They are proficient cooking ability, throwing ability, and entry-level anti-strike ability and flirting skills. Yi Hong leaned against the head of the bed, quietly thinking about how to improve these abilities. Right now. The strange sound of the bedboard being squished and squealing came from the next door again, making Yi Hong uneasy for a while. It's annoying. He got up at once, rubbed 2 balls of paper at will, and stuffed them directly into his ears. Ding! Exercise ear perception, hearing +1, current progress 1/10, current level, entry level. This time, the sound that is not suitable for children can be heard more clearly. Yi Hong, I'm moving. The next morning, Yi Hong went to class with dark circles under his eyes. The students in class 18 of senior 1 were surprised to find that the classmate Zhang Shuawei had changed from her usual coldness and came to the classroom early, holding something in her hand and staring at the door of the classroom eagerly. Zhang Shuawei is waiting for someone? Could it be Zhang Shuawei is in love? I'm going, this is too cool. Who is the target? Qin Long from the class? Or the class leader Chen Wentao? Everyone looked at Zhang Shuawei's abnormal behavior and whispered. In a position by the window, a student with yellow hair and ear studs, who looked very maverick, looked a little unsightly. I saw that the student was burly and strong, with straight facial features and a hint of ruffianness in his eyes. It is the type of ruffian that is most popular with schoolgirls. This person is the banqiao in everyone's mouth. Qin Long looked at Zhang Shuawei's anxious demeanor, and he didn't understand Zhang Shuawei's state after a long experience. This is exactly what a girl Hui Chun will show when she has a heart. But he, Qin Long, also stared at the wedge, and couldn't help but scolded in a low voice, "Damn, if I find out who is holding this little cabbage, I have to abolish him." At this moment, Yi Hong walked in from the back door of the classroom with a tired face. Zhang Shuawei's eyes suddenly burst into a moving brilliance, and she quickly stood up from her seat to meet her. I was so excited that I almost broke my foot. "Ah Hong, I brought you an apple. It is said on the internet that eating an apple a day is good for the body." Zhang Shuawei spread out her palm like a gift, and a crystal clear red apple lay quietly on it. "Oh, thank you." Yi Hong took the apple listlessly, threw it heavily on the table, and threw it on the table with his eyes closed. "Ah Hong, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Shuawei sat beside Yi Hong obediently, her big eyes flashing, and she looked at his profile with concern. Yi Hong didn't have the strength to deal with Zhang Shuawei. The quality of sleep yesterday was really bad, and now he just wants to make up for a good night's sleep. Strange to say, Yi Hong, who couldn't sleep at home no matter what, felt sleepy as soon as he lay on the desk, and the effect was better than sleeping pills. No wonder people often say that school is the best place to sleep. Seeing this situation, Zhang Shuawei was not only not angry, but lightly acted, for fear of disturbing Yi Hong. Ah Hong must have been studying hard all night to be so strong in English. I must learn from him. Zhang Shuawei waved her delicate little fist and quietly cheered herself on. And the gossip people in the class, no matter how stupid, knew that that person Zhang Shuawei and others was Yi Hong. The discussion not only did not stop, but became more lively. Damn it! A flower stuck in cow dung. Isn't this kid better at English? What's so amazing? I tell you, I saw they went home from school yesterday. Maybe. Qin Long's face was even uglier than eating shit. If he lost to someone better than him, Qin Long might not be so angry. However, Yi Hong has an ordinary appearance and an average family background. He can only babble a few words of English that no one understands. How can he win the favor of Zhang Shuawei? I must grab Zhang Shuawei. Yi Hong, just wait. At this time, Yi Hong didn't know that Zhang Shuawei, the beauty in trouble, had created an enemy for him invisibly. He had already fallen asleep, and even the bell for class could not wake him up. However, the first class in the morning is the class teacher's class. The head teacher of class 18, their math teacher, is an old teacher in his 50s named Yang Daoshan. There are not a few white hairs left on the top of the head, revealing a large bald scalp. The wrinkles on his face are crisscrossed, like gullies and ravines on the plateau. Inside a pair of old rimless glasses, the eyes are always narrowed and look listless. His method of lecturing is as old as his people, the same as it was decades ago. A student who listens carefully to his class will inevitably fall asleep in his class. And he also realized that he was going to retire in a few years anyway, so he didn't have much passion. For some students' small movements, they often pretend not to see them. For example, the comic book of Qin Long's yellow hair and chubby Zhou Hao. And Yi Hong, who was sleeping soundly. He just glanced at Yi Hong and took out the lesson plan and textbook as if nothing had happened. The old and peaceful voice sounded slowly, "Everyone, open the 12th page of the textbook. What we are learning today is functions." The class was quiet, except for the sound of Yang Daoshan's chalk across the blackboard and the occasional sound of flipping books. Suddenly, halfway through the class, an untimely voice came to mind in the classroom. "Report!" Yang Dao turned around in confusion, frowned and asked, "Qin Long, what's the matter?" The person who suddenly stood up with his hand raised was Qin Long. The corner of Qin Long's mouth evoked an evil smile, pointed to Yi Hong in the last row, and said loudly, "Mr. Yang, I reported Yi Hong that he sleeps every day, which affects my study." Hearing this, the people next to him couldn't help snickering. Qin Long has nothing to do all day, and only knows the playboy who picks up girls. When did he dare to say so confidently that others affected his studies? Besides, it's none of his business when he sleeps. But no one spoke to persuade him, because they all heard the strong smell of gunpowder in Qin Long's mouth. This Qin Long is obviously targeting Yi Hong. Otherwise, why would he name Yi Hong if he sleeps so much in class? Except for Zhang Shuowei, everyone showed their eyes watching a good show. Yang Dao frowned deeply and said, "Zhang Shuowei, call you at the same table." Zhang Shuowei looked anxious, and gently pushed Yi Hong's body. "Hong, wake up." But Yi Hong didn't respond. At this time, he was immersed in the beautiful dream of the future. "Teacher, look. This kid doesn't take you seriously at all." Qin Long suddenly looked angry. "He not only affected me, but also affected Shuowei's study." "Ha?" Zhang Shuowei raised her head slightly when she heard her name being called. "No, it won't." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Long. "Teacher, I suggest moving Shuowei away from Yi Hong." This sentence immediately revealed Qin Long's intentions, and a few joking whistles sounded in the class. Before that, Qin Long and Zhang Shuowei were privately made up by some people who had nothing to do when they were full and became the golden boy and girl in class 18. Now that I see Qin Long behave like this, I can't help but understand. It seems that Qin Long and Zhang Shuowei are more compatible. Nonsense, if Yi Hong was as handsome as Qin Long, I would have confessed to him long ago. Yang Daoshan's eyebrows furrowed even deeper, and he coughed heavily to stop the noise in the classroom. Then he came to Yi Hong's table and patted the table hard. Qin Long, who was on the side, couldn't help showing the expression that the trick was successful. Dong dong dong. The loud slap made Yi Hong tremble, and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that he was the head teacher in front of him, he rubbed his eyes and asked, "What's the matter, teacher? Are you asking me to do the question?" Hearing Yi Hong's words, everyone in the class froze, obviously remembering Yi Hong's amazing performance in English class last night. No way. He can't possibly be as good at maths as English. People tell themselves so in their hearts. Yang Dao sighed deeply in his heart. He originally thought that Yi Hong was not bad. Although the entrance test score was a little worse, it was not hopeless. Therefore, Zhang Shuowei, who had good academic performance, was arranged to be his tablemate to see if he could change him. "I heard this morning that he had an outstanding performance in English class yesterday." Under the disappointment in his heart, Yang Daoshan's tone was also a lot more indifferent. "Be serious in class, don't let me see you sleeping again." "Oh," Yi Hong responded perfunctorily. "Just kidding, sir, I have learned all the courses for one semester, do I still need to listen to yours?" Therefore, as soon as Yang Daoshan turned around and went back to the podium, Yi Hong was afraid of lying back again before he took a few steps. Zzz, a melodious and melodic purr resounded in the corner again. Put. Zhang Shuowei has been a good girl since she was a child. How could she have seen a student like Yi Hong who doesn't show respect to her teacher? She felt quite amused, and one couldn't help laughing out loud. This smile, like an orchid in full bloom, is very charming. The surrounding men almost drooled. Qin Long, who was not far away, was angry and jealous when he saw this scene. Why can a person who only sleeps make Zhang Shuowei smile? How does he know that if he likes someone, even the way he sleeps will be very charming? The more Qianlong thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. His head became hot, and he rushed out of his seat. He took a few steps to Yi Hong's side, directly lifted him by the collar, and lifted him up from his seat. "You bastard! Get me out of this seat now, do you hear me?" This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest, and the entire class instantly boiled. "Nice job! I've already seen Yi Hong this guy upset. Ban Chao, we support you." A group of boys clapped and cheered loudly. There are also some people who feel that it is a big trouble and want to discourage them, but they are insignificant after all, and they are directly drowned out by the noise. "Qianlong! Stop!" Zhang Shuawei was full of anger and scolded softly. But this kind of distressed performance of Yi Hong made Qianlong feel even more jealous in his chest and even harder on his hands. Qianlong, who is more than 1.8 meters tall, lifted Yi Hong into the air effortlessly, as simple as carrying a chicken. Yi Hong was very upset. He just wanted to get a good night's sleep. But it was woken up again and again. He's a serious wake-up person. Yi Hong opened his eyes and looked coldly at the face in front of him. Qianlong's face was full of arrogance. "Yi Hong, starting today, recognize your status. Toads can't afford swan meat, understand? Let go." Yi Hong said lightly. "I won't let go when I step on the horse." Yi Hong didn't speak anymore, he just stared at Qianlong silently. Ding! Stare at others, momentum +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry. Momentum is coercion. People who have been in high positions for a long time don't need to speak at all, they can shock others with their own momentum. At this moment, Qianlong only felt that Yi Hong in front of him suddenly became tall and majestic, and there seemed to be an infinite storm hidden in a pair of deep eyes. This kind of mountain-like feeling, he had only felt it in his own father. Qianlong's heart was shocked, his hands were suddenly weak, he let go of Yi Hong, and subconsciously shouted out from his mouth. "Dad, everyone, quiet." The air fell into an eerie silence. No one thought that Qianlong would come up with such amazing words. Everyone's expressions and movements were frozen for a few seconds before they reacted. Just now. Qianlong seems to be called Yehong's father? If I'm fine with my ears, that's it. Could it be that Yehong looks like Qianlong's father? Unbelievable. Qianlong woke up like a big dream, and felt the strange eyes of the students around him, his whole face instantly flushed red. Damn, I must have been scolded by my father a lot recently, and I have hallucinations. He was actually taken advantage of by this damn Yi Hong, and he was still under the eyes of the whole class. This face is completely lost. Qianlong was so angry that he clenched his fists and was about to punch Yi Hong. "Have you had enough trouble?" Right here, an angry shout suddenly sounded on the podium. The one who spoke out was naturally the unbearable Yang Daoshan. As the saying goes, the thin and dead camel is bigger than the horse. No matter how mediocre Yang Daoshan is, he is also an old teacher with decades of experience as a class teacher. He's not a nice guy, but he's just too lazy to get angry. Seeing these two bastards make a mess in the classroom now, how can I bear it? Under the anger, it was like a thunderbolt that suddenly burst out in the clear sky, which shocked everyone. Qianlong waved his fist halfway and stopped. The head teacher is actually a powerful being. If he gets angry, even Qianlong has to give at least some respect. "You two, get me back to your seat." Yang Dao roared deeply. Qianlong glared at Yi Hong, and returned to his seat unwillingly. And Yi Hong didn't dare to continue to indulge, sitting on the seat and pretending to pick up a book. Unfortunately, Yang Daoshan didn't plan to let them go. He glanced at the classroom clock and said gloomily, "You two have some free time. Since you are so energetic, then do a little favor to the teacher. See if you still have the energy to make a fuss, Yang Daoshan sneered maliciously, and pulled out 2 sheets of paper with densely written small characters from the book. "This is an audition question for the county high school math competition. As long as you solve this question, you can represent the school to participate in this competition held by the county in a month. This competition is held once a year and brings together mathematical elites from various schools in the county. Our Jitsai Middle School has won consolation prizes every year since its establishment. If one of you can win the prize, you will definitely fight for the school. Originally, this thing could only be given to high school sophomores and seniors, but today I will make an exception for the 2 of you." Yang Daoshan handed over the 2 pieces of paper to Yi Hong and Qianlong respectively. Of course, none of the above is the point. Yang Daoshan showed a wily smile. "If you guys figure it out, we'll let go of what happened today. But if you can't figure it out, Then I have to play the role of the head teacher, and remember you who disturbed the classroom. At that time, if there is an extra stain on your student files, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time, Yi Hong and Qin Long panicked. A student's file is the most important thing for a student of the Yin Kingdom. Once the resume above is stained, it will be with the student for a lifetime, and it will affect his destiny. Yang Daoshan used this to threaten the two of them, and immediately scared them both into good babies. Yang Daoshan, this name is really not for nothing. The road is deep, the road is deep. In the end, Yang Daoshan only left a one-day deadline for the two of them, and he would see the answers handed in by the two in the math class tomorrow. At this time, Yang Daoshan continued to start his half-dead lecture, but occasionally a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. Yi Hong hurriedly observed the topic on the paper. I saw that this was a trigonometric function problem that Yi Hong had never seen before, and it was nearly 10 lines long, making Yi Hong dizzy. Ding! Read complex trigonometry questions, experience +1, current progress, 19 out of 100, system, how much experience does it take to solve this problem? Ding! Received the host's request, scanning the question, analyzing, the analysis is complete. According to the current level of the host, at least 11 points of experience are needed to solve this trigonometric function problem. 11 points of experience. Well, it doesn't look like much. Yi Hong immediately flipped through the mathematics textbook in front of him, hoping to gain some experience. But this kind of behavior, in the eyes of the classmates, is just cramming. I'll just say, Yi Hong must only be proficient in English, not other subjects at all. The tail of the crane is the tail of the crane, no matter how hard you try to catch the ducks on the shelves. I heard that Qin Long knows many seniors in the second and third grades of high school. This question should not be difficult for him. After a long time, Yi Hong put down the textbook in despair. This math book from the last semester of high school has been smashed by Yi Hong. As he expected, repeated reading did not add experience. Yi Hong couldn't help but glance at Qin Long, who was obliquely in front of him, but found that he looked confident, as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. Strangeness. In the entrance test, Qin Long's score was not much higher than his own. Why was he so confident that he could solve this function problem? Seeing Yi Hong's brows furrowed, Zhang Shuowei, who was beside him, couldn't help but whisper, Hong, don't worry, I believe you can do it. Hearing Zhang Shuowei's voice, Yi Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Zhang Shuowei, can you lend me some math books for the second and third grades of high school? A math book for the second and third year of high school? Zhang Shuowei was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, well, the third year of high school is a bit difficult, but you can try it in the second year of high school. It happened that a colleague of my mother, his son Xiaobo, was our senior in the second year of high school. Ness. Yi Hong was just asking casually, but Zhang Shuowei could really get it. But Zhang Shuowei quickly asked in doubt, Hong, what do you want to do with your second year math book? Is there a way to solve the problem? But for one day, and there is no teacher to teach, is it really too late to read books on the spot? Yi Hong showed a mysterious smile, don't worry, Shanren has his own plan. After school that afternoon, at the entrance of Class 7 of Senior 2, Qin Long blocked the back door of this class as soon as school was over. A thin figure, just about to leave quietly with the flow of people, was caught by Qin Long, who was fast-eyed and fast-handed. Stop! Running for what? Will I eat you? Those students were instantly scared away by the fierce Qin Long, and the whole corridor was suddenly empty. The boy who was grabbed by Qin Long, wearing a pair of tall glasses, shrank, looking like a nerd. He lowered his head and said in fear, Brother Long, yes, what are your orders? Qin Long shoved the piece of paper given by Yang Daoshan into the boy's arms, and said viciously, Xiaobo, aren't you a scholar? I have a task for you. Before tomorrow, solve this problem for me, or I will break your leg. Did you hear that? A nerd like Xiaobo would dare to say nothing in the face of Qin Long, who was like a little overlord. Seeing that Xiaobo took the question, Qin Long nodded with satisfaction. Xiaobo is a well-known mathematician with talents. Last year, he represented the school to participate in the county math competition. Therefore, Qin Long was not worried about his strength at all. Yang, let's see what you are fighting with me. Qin Long was about to leave when he saw a shadowy figure walking towards the far side of the playground. Zhang Shuowei? What is she doing here? Qin Long frowned, and lightning suddenly flashed in his heart. Could it be that Zhang Shuowei also came to Xiaobo for help? For Yi Hong? Zhang Shuowei, you beachy. Qin Long's face was gloomy, but a poisonous plan was born in his mind. If Xiaobo were to give Yi Hong the wrong answer. Thinking of this, he said fiercely to Xiaobo, don't tell her that I came to find you, do you hear me? Zhao Bo turned pale with fright, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Qin Long turned around immediately and hid in the shadows in the classroom, leaving Zhao Bo alone outside the corridor. Class 7 of Senior 2 is located on the second floor of this teaching building, and soon heard the footsteps of Zhang Shuawei going upstairs. She just came out of the stairs and saw Zhao Bo standing in the corridor with a strange expression, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But she didn't think about it, she just smiled. Zhao Bo, I might need your help with something. Due to their parents' relationship, the two have known each other since childhood. Zhang Shuawei didn't greet him and said directly, lend me your math textbook for a few days. Not only Zhao Bo, but Qin Long, who heard this in the classroom, couldn't help but startled. Why is the plot different from what I imagined? Could it be that Yi Hong was so honest that he really wanted to read the second-year high school textbook at night to solve the function problem? Isn't this too rude? A coldness flashed in Qin Long's eyes. Even so, that guy's wish cannot be fulfilled. Zhao Bo didn't think too much, but happily agreed to Zhang Shuawei. Wait for me here for a while, and I'll go in and get the book for you. After speaking, he turned around and walked into the classroom, rummaging through the math textbook in his seat. Zhang Shuawei outside the corridor thought she had done Yi Hong a big favor, so she couldn't help looking at the scenery of the playground and hummed happily. She didn't notice that there was a shadow in the classroom and quietly came behind Zhao Bo. Qin Long slapped Zhao Bo directly on the shoulder, causing Zhao Bo to tremble. He grabbed the math textbook directly from Zhao Bo, and asked with a gloomy face, what page is the knowledge about that question? Pages 30 and 42. Qin Long turned directly to the 2 pages, only to hear 2 swipes, and the 2 pages were torn off by Qin Long. Zhao Bo opened his mouth, but did not dare to say anything. Qin Long sneered and threw the incomplete book back to Zhao Bo. You can give it to her. Remember. Don't miss out. Zhao Bo nodded again and again. Qin Long glanced at Zhang Shuawei's back outside the classroom, smiled grimly, and disappeared into the back door of the classroom. When Yi Hong took the math book from Zhang Shuawei, he was excited and blurted out, Shuawei, shall I invite you to my house to eat beef noodles? Yi Hong swears to God that he just wants to reward Zhang Shuawei, and he has absolutely no impure thoughts. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuawei seemed to have misunderstood something, and her whole face turned red. Home? No, we're moving too fast. Ah, Hong, that. I'm going home first. After speaking, it was like a wind, bowed his head and hugged, and fled away. Leaving behind Yi Hong, who was stunned in the wind. Eat a beef noodle, is that scary? Due to borrowing books, Yi Hong went home a little later than usual that day. When he just walked to the entrance of the street, he saw a group of neighbors gathered together, discussing something fiercely. Hey, did Brother Yisho provoke someone? How could it be? Could it be that someone had something wrong with the night snack bar and came here to seek revenge? Yi Hong's mind was buzzing as if struck by lightning. Brother Night Snack, night food snack bar, seeking revenge. An ominous premonition occupied his head. He immediately rushed into the crowd, grabbed one of the fat middle-aged men, and asked eagerly, Uncle Gua, what happened to my family? This person's surname is Gua, and he sells beef on this street. The beef in the night market snack bar is all purchased from him. Everyone generally calls him Beef Gua. Beef Gua saw that it was Yi Hong, his expression changed, and he sighed immediately. Hong, listen to Uncle, don't go home yet, hide at your uncle's stall. Where could Yi Hong hear it? He asked word by word. What happened? Ding! Momentum +1, Beef Gua didn't expect to feel the fear of such a thing in a half-hearted child. He stared blankly at Yi Hong, who was so angry that he was so terrified that he was speechless. Hong, what is your attitude? Beef Gua is thinking about you, don't be impulsive. Neighbors in the neighborhood came to Yi Hong to dissuade him. The more they are like this, the more Yi Hong is sure that something big has happened in his store. Yi Hong didn't have time to inquire about the news, so he raised his legs and ran towards the night food snack bar very quickly. Hey! Hong! Everyone couldn't hold it, and they saw Yi Hong rushing out quickly, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. This kid, is it running a little too fast? While running, Yi Hong kept sending system prompts in his head. Ding! Run at extreme speed, short distance sprint ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! Exercise legs, leg strength +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! Exercise breathing, lung capacity +1, current progress 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! Yi Hong did not expect that a small sprint could bring so much reinforcement. Sure enough, with every breath, you are strengthening yourself. But he was concerned about the situation in the store, but he had no time to pay attention to these prompts. In less than 3 minutes, Yi Hong ran to the front of the store. Unlike the previous useless body that was panting after running a few steps, Yi Hong's face did not turn red and his heartbeat was even after being strengthened. From a distance, the entire night food snack bar was tightly blocked by a group of big men with faces full of flesh. These big men are all strong, and their eyes are fierce. This momentum is not at the same level as the few Su Bun that Yi Hong met that day. 1, 2, 3, Yi Hong counted silently in his heart, and there were 6 or 7 of the big men surrounding the store. Damn, I should have brought some stones with me. However, he is not sure whether his throwing ability can solve these big men. What he is more worried about at this time is the situation in the store and the safety of his parents. And those old customers who usually like to patronize Yesher snacks, when they see such a battle, they also hide far away and dare not approach. Yi Hong adjusted his breathing a few times, tried his best to calm down, and then came to the door of the store. I'm sorry, please let me go. Several big men suddenly glared at the vicious eyes, and said, today, this store was reserved by us, and the little kids are playing. I'm the son of the owner of this shop. Eh? Several big men were stunned for a moment, not thinking that Yi Hong had any need to deceive them, and waved his hands impatiently. Hurry in. Yi Hong walked through the suffocating crowd and entered the store. The situation in the store at this time seemed a little different from what he imagined. The picture he was worried about did not happen. In the narrow shop, a bald man was slapping the table. I said, what happened to you? Today I brought my brothers to join us, but you told me that the beef noodle is gone? Yi Hong looked at this big man quite familiar, and then he remembered, isn't this the big man who packed several bowls of beef noodles and left yesterday? Opposite him, his parents Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying were bending over, and they kept laughing. This guest, in fact, that bowl of noodles was invented by our son, and now he is the only one in the store who can make it, fart. The big man slapped the table hard, and the whole shop seemed to shake. You two are idiots? Based on Lao Tzu's years of experience in eating noodles, Lao Tzu can guarantee that only an old chef who has been immersed in cooking for decades can make it. He stood up and said fiercely to Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying, who were pale, if you can't get the beef noodles from yesterday, the brothers won't leave. Yes. Don't go. Several big men outside the door echoed in unison, making Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying tremble. But they also saw Yi Hong standing at the door of the store, and immediately rushed over as if they had seen a savior. My dear son. You are finally back. Guest, my son is back, I'll let him make beef noodles for you right away. After speaking, he frequently gave Yi Hong a color, indicating that these people could not afford to offend him, and hurried to the back kitchen to make noodles. And those big men, their eyes suddenly focused on Yi Hong, full of suspicion. Did you really make those delicious beef noodles last night? The bald man was still in disbelief. And Yi Hong finally figured out the ins and outs, and couldn't help but put his heart down. What kind of revenge is this? It is clearly a group of bully guests who come for their own beef noodles. It was a false alarm. Although his cooking skills were recognized, Yi Hong was a little proud. But seeing that parents were so frightened by this group of people, Yi Hong didn't get angry. His face turned cold, and he said lightly, so what is it? So what is it not? Seeing Yi Hong's attitude, Yi Xiao and Xiaoying turned blue with fright, and almost rushed up to cover Yi Hong's mouth. My dear son. Don't even look at who these people are, can they talk like that? Seeing Yi Hong's fearless attitude, the group of big men clenched their fists and shouted, Stinky boy, what is your attitude? Brother, you patronize your small shop with honor. You are not grateful to Dade, and you dare to be disrespectful to our boss? Do you want to lie in the hospital for a few days? The group ridiculed and cursed constantly. Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying looked anxious and panicked, and they didn't expect to make such a commotion. Shut up for Lao Tzu. The bald-headed man was obviously the head of these strong men, and the whole store suddenly became quiet after hearing a roar from him. Immediately, he showed a pleasing smile to Yi Hong. Little brother, don't be acquainted with them, our stomachs are going to be too hungry, you have pity on the poor brothers, hurry up and cook noodles. When did those big men ever see their big brother so low-key? And the target is not a big guy, just an ordinary high school student. Is this still the big brother Biao who runs across Anming County? How amazing must that bowl of beef noodles be to make my eldest brother so fascinated? Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying wiped their cold sweat and pushed Yi Hong into the kitchen. But Yi Hong sat directly on the table, opened it leisurely, and took out the high school textbook from Zhang Shuiwei. His anger was not enough. The smiles of the couple froze again on their faces. Brother Biao, the bald-headed man, also narrowed his eyes. Little brother, what does this mean? Yi Hong glanced at Brother Biao, who was sitting across from him, and said slowly, I have a problem with myself. Before cooking, I have to read a book for a while, otherwise I will not be in the mood to cook. Ding. Calm and composure in front of social people, momentum +1, boss, I can't help it. I have lived for most of my life, and I have never seen such an arrogant brat, I must teach him a lesson. Several strong men rushed to Yi Hong's side, pinching the joints of their hands to rattle. Brother Biao raised his hand and stopped the restless people. The corners of his mouth sank, and he looked at Yi Hong quietly. The atmosphere in the store suddenly became depressed. Yi Shaoan and Xiao Ying on the side clenched their fists nervously. If an ordinary person was caught by Brother Biao's fierce eyes for a few seconds, he would be on pins and needles. But Yi Hong didn't even bother him. He had silently opened the book in his hand and read it with relish. Ding! Read high school math textbooks, math ability +1. Qi Long deliberately tore off the key pages just to prevent Yi Hong from solving the function problem. But how could he know that Yi Hong has a system in his body, so he doesn't need to read the incomplete content at all. Just glance at it with his eyes, and his mathematical ability can continue to improve. Ding 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 ding, math ability +1, current progress, 40 out of 100, goal reached. After just flipping through it for about 10 minutes, the 11-point math ability experience is here. And during this period, the group of menacing men watched a high school student read a math textbook for 10 minutes. No one spoke during the whole process, but the fierce eyes seemed to eat Yi Hong. Seeing Yi Hong stretched and put down the book, Brother Biao gritted his teeth and said, "Little brother, are you feeling better? Can you cook?" In the word cooking, Brother Biao seems to be very hard. Ha, several guests have been waiting for a long time. Yi Hong vented the anger in his heart and solved the problem left by Yang Daoshan. He was in a good mood and did not intend to embarrass these people again. He hummed a little tune, entered the back kitchen, and started preparing beef noodles. Yi Shaoan and Xiao Ying laughed dryly, and followed them into the kitchen. "Stinky boy, you are trying to scare us to death. Don't you know who that person is? That's the famous murderer, Brother Biao, in Anming County." And Xiao Ying patted her chest with lingering fears, and said in a very low voice, "I heard that he killed people and went to jail." Yi Hong was cooking beef noodles, but without turning his head, he said, "Whatever he is, Brother Biao, he dares to intimidate you. You can bear this tone, but your son can't bear it." The couple's eyes flashed with emotion, and their son seemed to have really grown up. But at the same time, their faces turned pale, and they covered Yi Hong's mouth. "Damn, say it so loudly." Ding! Cook the same food, cooking ability +1. Yi Hong's cooking skills seemed to have risen a little without knowing it. He thought about it for a while, then added a new seasoning to the pot. Gently scooping a little soup and tasting it, Yi Hong smiled with satisfaction. After a while, bowls of beef noodles were brought to the table. This group of big men was brought by Biao Ge to eat snacks at night, and Yi Hong deliberately left them to dry for a long time, and they were already hungry. As soon as he saw the beef noodles, he didn't care about burning his mouth, Kilia Chiliu, and he ate it up. As soon as they entered, several people were suddenly shocked. This taste, I remember the best pasta restaurant in the county, and it doesn't taste better than this. I can't tell you what it tastes like, but it just tastes delicious. Maybe this is the chef's craft. It seems we misunderstood that kid. How old is he? He is so good at cooking. Yi Shaoan and Xiao Ying, who had been watching secretly from the back kitchen, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that these people were raving about their food. Yi Hong was not surprised by this result. He washed his hands and was about to carry it back upstairs when Brother Biao beckoned to him. "Little brother, come and have a chat." Yi Hong pondered for a while, and without saying anything, brought it to the table. I saw Kong de Biao hiccup with satisfaction, took out a gold-edged business card from his arms, and handed it to Yi Hong with both hands. "My name is Kong de Biao, and my brothers call me Biao brother for face. If my little brother doesn't dislike this name being rude, he can call me that in the future. This is my business card. What do you call my little brother?" Yi Hong took the business card and saw that there were 3 gilded characters of Kong de Biao on it. Below is a line of small print, Biaoge Studio CEO. Yi Hong was very surprised. He thought it was a group of idle people, but he didn't expect to have serious jobs. When I turned to the back of the business card, it was printed main business, capital recovery business, body part fine-tuning business. Yi Hong was happy in his heart, and what he wrote in a high-sounding manner was actually a group of murderers who helped people to collect debts and beat people with Didi. "My name is Yi Hong. Then old brother, I want to call you a Hong." Kong de Biao gave Yi Hong a thumbs up. "A Hong, today's beef noodles are even better than yesterday's. How did you do it?" Yi Hong smiled and didn't answer. "Look at my stupid head, this kind of thing must be a secret, how can I ask casually?" Kang De Biao slapped his head bald, hesitated for a while, and then said, "To tell you the truth, our studio actually belongs to a large group in the city. Under the group, there are also operating hotels. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely be able to be the chef of this hotel. The money you can make at that time will be 100 times more powerful than your small shop. How about it? Think about it, and I can recommend you to go if you need it." Yi Hong was only moved for a second, and then he blocked this path in his heart. He wants to make money, but he doesn't want to get involved with social people like Brother Biao. So he declined. "Brother Biao, my current task is mainly to study, so it's a pity." Brother Biao sighed slightly, regret flashing in his eyes. A small episode did not destroy the relationship between the two. A group of people had a good time, and they also opened a few bottles of beer in the middle. The atmosphere was so lively that they didn't leave until almost 10 o'clock. After seeing off the group of uninvited guests, and the night snack bar was closed, Yi Hong finally had time to do the quiz. It's just that before going upstairs, he gave Lao an idea. That is to add a dish to the menu, supreme beef noodles. This dish is naturally the beef noodles made by Yi Hong himself. And it is stipulated that this kind of noodles will only be sold on weekends. This can not only prevent Brother Biao and the others from dominating the store, but also make this dish rare and expensive, and increase its value in disguise. The most important thing is that Yi Hong can get a lot of rest time because of this. He didn't want to be a cook every day after school. Late at night, Yi Shaoan and Xiao Ying saw Yi Hong being reading Zhuyi with a serious look, and they couldn't help but look at each other with relief and smile. The recent Yi Hong, a series of changes in his body, really surprised them. Like a rebellious child who grew up overnight. At this time, Yi Hong was sitting in front of the desk, and the piece of paper with the function title was placed in front of him. "System, help me solve this problem." Ding! The answer has been sent to the host's brain with one click, please check it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hong suddenly had a lot of knowledge about trigonometric functions in his mind. Sin 2a plus S2a equals 1, tan a equals sina slash s. Yi Hong picked up the pen and, based on the knowledge in his mind, wrote down the problem-solving steps on the paper. Okay, done. Satisfied, Yi Hong turned off the lights and went to sleep. Silent all night. On the second day of the math class, a dark tide was surging, and there was a strange atmosphere in the air. No one was paying attention to the class, all the attention was on the two boys in the class. "Yi Hong, Qin Long, the day has come, who of you will give me the answer first?" Yang Daoshan narrowed his eyes into a slit, and looked at Yi Hong and Qin Long. Everyone else's eyes were also on them. "Mr. Yang, I'll come first." Qin Longji glanced at Yi Hong proudly, and strode towards the podium. Have a calm demeanor and a relaxed posture. This handsome appearance immediately made little stars flash in the eyes of many girls in the class. Zhang Shuawei immediately looked at Yi Hong nervously, but found that Yi Hong was still drowsy. With this unhurried appearance, Zhang Shuawei stomped her feet in a hurry. "Ah Hong, he didn't make it, right?" How could she know that Yi Hong was constantly complaining in her heart at this time? The old couple who are not ashamed, make people sleep well every night. Yang Daoshan took the question paper from Qin Long and looked carefully with his glasses. "Xiao Chang," Yang Dao nodded with satisfaction, "the steps are clear and the thinking is smooth. Although the problem-solving method is a little conservative, there is no error. Pass." Qin Long raised his mouth proudly, returned to his seat, and looked at Yi Hong proudly. The outcome has been decided, Qin Long can go to the competition. It's really enviable to be able to participate in the county math competition in the first year of high school. Yang is miserable, I guess he will be remembered. He deserves it, who told him to always sleep in class? Yang Dao looked at Yi Hong deeply and said lightly, "Yi Hong, it's your turn." Yi Hong rubbed his tired eyes, and casually took out a stack of paper, at least 10 pages. When he handed the stack of papers to Yang Daoshan, there was a burst of snickering from below. Yi Hong gave up on himself. He must have moved a lot of things from the book, trying to fool the old class. Just wait and see him being taught a lesson. Yang Daoshan also looked cold, pointed at the dense stack of paper, and said coldly, "Yang, what does this mean?" "Mr. Yang, you will know if you open it and take a look." Yi Hong yawned and said leisurely, "Henine?" Qin Long at the bottom said disdainfully, "The standard answer to this question is a dozen or so steps at most. Yi Hong must have written so much to fool you. Teacher Yang should punish him quickly." Yang Dao took a deep look at Yi Hong, opened the stack of papers in his hand, and looked at it carefully. 2. Yang Dao remained silent, just lowered his head and flipped through them one by one. Through the lens, the fluctuations in Yang Daoshan's eyes could not be seen at all. But the students in the front row clearly noticed that young Daoshan's hands were shaking slightly. What's the matter? Could it be that he was fooled by that kid? No, the old class must be thinking about how to aggravate Yi Hong's punishment, hee. After a long time, when the atmosphere in the class became more and more strange, young Daoshan finally raised his head. He let out a long breath and asked Yi Hong solemnly, "Yi Hong, are you writing all of this yourself?" Yi Hong didn't speak, just nodded. "I only have one question now, Yi Hong, can you tell the teacher?" "Teacher, you're welcome, feel free to ask any questions. Why are you so talented?" But the entrance test is, before Yi Hong got the system, his grades were ugly, otherwise he wouldn't be called the first scumbag in class 18. After obtaining the system, his learning ability has shown a leap forward, which will inevitably cause others to doubt. Fortunately, Yi Hong had already figured out how to answer when someone asked this. As for the entrance test, it's useless for me to think about it, so I just wrote it casually. Yi Hong deliberately looked casual. Yang Dao nodded deeply, indicating that Yi Hong can go back to his seat. I'm very happy that Yi Hong and Qin Long are both excellent students. I'm announcing that in a month they will be representing the class in the county math competition. Hearing Yang Daoshan's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they applauded. Zhang Shuowei's face was full of excitement, and she patted her little hands red. This is impossible. Qin Long stood up with a look of surprise on his face. He pointed at Yi Hong and said in disbelief, "Could it be that you also let someone do it for you?" Yi Hong tickled the corner of his mouth. Qin Long's word also was a bit interesting. "Could it be that your answer was made by someone to help you write it?" Qin Long's face froze, and then he noticed the coldness in Yang Daoshan's eyes. He bit his lip and simply said, "Yes. I admit that I asked Zhao Bo from the second year of high school to help me with this problem." Wow, hearing this, the class was in an uproar. But, Qin Long pointed at Yi Hong, gritted his teeth and said, "I know you borrowed a math book from Zhao Bo, but I have obviously torn out the key pages. How could you do this?" Question. Since his conspiracy has been exposed, he will pull Yi Hong into the water together. One wave after another, the classmates in the class were so shocked by Qin Long's words that they were speechless. Zhang Shuowei's face turned pale, and she scolded angrily, "Qin Long, you, shameless." She never expected that Qin Long would do such a sinister thing, making Yi Hong almost unable to complete the task. Yi Hong sneered inwardly. He had already noticed that the book had been manipulated, but he didn't expect Qin Long to do it. If it wasn't for the help of the system, I would have been really smitten by this guy. He smiled mysteriously. "Who told you that I used my high school knowledge to solve this problem?" Qin Long was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Mr. Yang, you should come and talk to him," Yi Hong said lightly. Yang Dao's face was so dark that water was about to drip. He had taught in Anning County for so many years, and he had never encountered such a situation. He raised the stack of papers that Yi Hong handed over to him, and said coldly, "If you simply use your second-year high school knowledge, there is only one way to solve this problem." But the answer that Yi Hong gave me contains 5 ways to solve the problem. There are 3 kinds of high school students, and 2 kinds of knowledge that can only be learned in college. Hiss! The shock in everyone's eyes was about to overflow their eyes. They never imagined that Yi Hong was so strong in mathematics besides English. It's ridiculous that such a genius has been ridiculed by them as the tail of a crane before. Just when the classmates bowed their heads in shame, Yang Daoshan continued, "Qin Long, I didn't want to talk too much about this, just to save you face, but I didn't expect you, alas." Yang Dao sighed heavily, his eyes full of disgust. "I announce that Qin Long's qualification for the competition has been cancelled." "It's impossible. I don't believe it." Qin Long frantically shook his head. "Then tell me, since you have this ability, why do you ask Zhao Bo to borrow a math book?" Yi Hong picked his nose and said slowly, "Don't get me wrong, I just like to use math books as a cover for instant noodles." Everyone, Qin Long fell back into the chair in despair and kept shaking his head, obviously being hit hard. Seeing this, his deskmate moved his body quietly, half a body away from him. In the end, Yi Hongdao won the competition. From then on, everyone in the class would no longer dare to look at him with discriminatory eyes. On the other hand, Qin Long not only failed to calculate Yi Hong, but his reputation suffered a great blow. Yi Hong thought to himself, "This guy should be honest now, right?" The morning time passed quietly with each class. The only difference from the past is that every 10 minutes between classes, Yi Hong's desk always became the most lively place in the class. Regardless of men and women, everyone came to ask Yi Hong questions. A group of people blocked Yi Hong's table tightly. Occasionally passing teachers and students from other classes, seeing this amazing scene, "I wonder if there is a big star in class 18? Yi Hong was dumbfounded by this situation, but he patiently answered the questions of these classmates one by one. It's just that some female classmates are really too much. For the reason of consulting questions, their bodies keep rubbing against Yi Hong. Although this is really cool, Yi Hong noticed that Zhang Shuowei's eyes had begun to reveal a murderous look. As for Qin Long, it seems that Yang Daoshan was pulled into the office for an education, but he disappeared when he came back. Jingle bell. When the school bell rang in the morning, the students of Jitsai Middle School got a precious 2-hour lunch break. At the mouth of an alley next to Jitsai Middle School, two figures, one tall and thin, the other short and fat, were here early in the morning. Seeing Yi Hong coming out of the school gate, the two rushed forward immediately, hugging Yi Hong's shoulders and beating him. "You kid, why have you disappeared these days? What about playing all the game arcades in the county together in 3 years of high school? Don't make trouble, I have something serious to tell you." Yi Hong couldn't help crying and pulled the two away from him. The tall man with glasses is named Wang Tuo. He is a senior technical nerd who likes to tinker with electronic products. The short fat man named Wei Deshang has two hobbies in his life, food and games. The three were best friends who played together since childhood, but because Yi Hong went to Jitsai Middle School, Wang Tuo went to number 1 high school, and Wei Deshang went to number 5 high school, the three had to be separated into 3 places. But they both liked games and vowed to play all the game arcades in the county for 3 years in high school. The 2-hour lunch break at noon was the time when they agreed to act together. But Yi Hong had been releasing their pigeons for several days in a row, so it was no wonder that the two had such deep resentment. "Let's go, please have lunch to apologize, and talk to you about something by the way." Wang Tuo and Wei Deshang looked at each other, full of doubts. Yi Hong's family is average, except for big weddings, he rarely invites them to dinner. Could it be that the sun has risen from the west today? Several people found a nearby small restaurant and ordered a few side dishes. After the dishes were served, Wang Tuo and Wei Deshang immediately began to gobble down their food and eat happily. Yi Hong ate 2 mouthfuls of braised pork, but frowned. Since his cooking skills have been strengthened, his mouth has also become picky. "The braised pork in front of me is not hot enough, dull in color, and fatty in the mouth." He believed that if he made this braised pork by himself, the taste would definitely be much better. Ding! Tasting food, cooking ability +1, Yi Hong put down his chopsticks and said to the two foodies, "I won't be able to accompany you two at noon in the future. You can also take snacks and read books occasionally." The two couldn't help but froze for a moment, as if they knew Yi Hong for the first time. "Have you burned out your brain today? Go, go, go." Yi Hong sighed. Yen K knows Hong whose ambition. Neuropathy. The two gave Yi Hong a blank look and continued to destroy the food on the table. How did they know that Yi Hong was not joking? From that day on, during the lunch break, the two of them never saw Yi Hong again. So where is Yi Hong? In the library of Jitsai Middle School, Yi Hong came here alone after sending his two best friends away. That's right, he plans to use his spare time to flip through the books in the library and strengthen his abilities. Although Jitsai Middle School has been established for less than 10 years, the managers of the school have strong financial resources. Therefore, Jitsai Middle School not only poached a large number of famous teachers from other schools, but also paid a lot of money to build the most luxurious library in Anning County. I heard that there are nearly 200,000 books in the library, covering natural subjects, social subjects, and other aspects of books. Although the library occupies only 1 floor, the area is extremely wide. The exterior is covered with a layer of bluestone tiles, making the entire library look solemn and peaceful. A card reader is placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass door. Only with the student card of Jitsai Middle School, you can enter and exit. Drop. After swiping the card, Yi Hong walked into the library with his head held high. Although he visited once at the beginning of the school year, Yi Hong was still shocked by the vast sea of books that caught his eye. Rows of dense bookshelves, neatly arranged in the library, are dazzling. Yi Hong was excited. One day, the young master will rummage through all the books in the library. "Student, the library is not open during lunch break." A soft and waxy female voice came from behind. This kind of sound is a taste that can only be cultivated in places like Zhengnan Watertown. Yi Hong turned around, but found a long-haired beauty looking at him with a smile on the reception desk at the door. The beauty is about 20 years old and has a beautiful oval face with light makeup on it. The black hair was like a waterfall, and it fell directly on her shoulders. A pale yellow dress complements her slimness. The beauty in front of her is the administrator of the library. Because she is very beautiful and quiet, Yi Hong remembered her name, Zhu Ziki, firmly when she visited the library at the beginning of the school year. "Sister Ziki, I have nowhere to go at noon, so take pity on me and let me read here for a while. Yi Hong put his hands together and prayed sincerely. Shuziki thought to herself, it is rare to meet a student who is eager to learn. In fact, it is good to have someone to accompany this empty library. She softened her heart and said with a smile, then you can read quietly, but don't disturb my sister. Thank you, Miss Ziki. Yi Hong was so excited that he didn't have time to talk to Shuziki. The books in the entire library were still waiting for him to be lucky. As for the reason why Shuziki still sticks to his post at noon and doesn't want others to disturb, Yi Hong also knows a thing or two. This piece of information comes from the intelligence king in the class, the little fat Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is a legendary figure in class 18. This guy doesn't usually attend classes. When he is in class, he pulls out a comic book and reads it with relish. But what he loved even more was the beauty list in his hand. According to legend, this list of beauties collects information on beauties of all sizes in the school. These beauties not only include the flowers of all classes, but even the information of a librarian like Shuziki. Zhou Hao knows a little. It can be said that he has a lot of magical powers. According to the information that Zhou Hao once revealed in the class, Shuziki graduated from an ordinary college and went directly to the library of Jitsai Middle School after graduation. But this girl is extremely motivated. She will stay in the library to study hard at noon every day, and it seems that she intends to continue to take a higher diploma. While Yi Hong admired Shuziki's efforts, he had already begun to wander in the sea of books. What book should I start with? Military, legal, philosophical, doesn't seem to be of much use to me right now. Agriculture, industry, the environment, seem to be further away. After thinking about it carefully, Yi Hong still picked up books on professional subjects, such as mathematics and English. With the help of the textbooks he already had, it seems that only the library can make those stagnant experiences continue to rise. Ding! Math ability +1, ding. English ability +1, ding. History. When the preparatory bell rang in the afternoon, Yi Hong improved his ability in various professional subjects by about 5 o'clock, but he still did not feel sleepy at all. Ding! Focus on study, concentration +1, current progress 1/10, current level, entry level. It turns out that the higher the concentration, the higher the efficiency and the less likely to get tired. Yi Hong politely bid farewell to Shuziki and rushed back to the classroom. But when he arrived at the classroom, he found that the classroom was empty. Yi Hong glanced at the class schedule and suddenly realized. The first session of the afternoon was physical education. In desperation, Yi Hong ran from the classroom to the playground again and was almost late. Just after lining up the team, Yi Hong found Qin Long walking slowly from the other end of the playground with his hands in his pockets. He seemed to have come out of the attack in the morning, and looking at Yi Hong, his eyes became more vicious and vicious. Yi Hong groaned in his heart, I'm afraid this guy is going to do something again. Today's physical education class is about basketball practice. The physical education teacher of class 18, named Zhang Bin, is a handsome young man in his early 20s. With a capable inch head and a black and white sportswear, he looks full of energy. The number of boys and girls in class 18 is about the same. After class, under Zhang Bin's arrangement, they practiced in 2 venues. For ordinary high school students, of course, it is still practiced from the simplest dribble. Yi Hong didn't have much interest in basketball, so after dribbling the ball twice, he found a reason to be lazy on the side. Under a small tree next to the playground, Yi Hong leaned comfortably beside the tree trunk, closed his eyes and rested for a while. Ding! Combining work and rest, energy +1, current progress 1/10, current level, entry level. Even closing your eyes, is it strengthening all the time? Whenever I can lie down and make money. The warm autumn sun was very comfortable, but Yi Hong accidentally fell asleep. On the other side of the girls' activity venue, Zhang Shuawei was always absent-minded, her eyes kept glancing at the shade of a tree in the distance. Shuawei, look at your soulless look. Go find your little lover. If teacher Zhang asks, we'll say you went to the toilet. Being teased by a few girls, Zhang Shuawei immediately blushed and spat. What little lover? I'll kill you little long-tongued women. But she quickly bit her lower lip and said shyly, don't forget your promise. Then he trotted all the way to Yi Hong's location. Behind him was a group of girls laughing and laughing. Yi Hong's ears moved slightly, and the enhanced hearing made him quickly feel that someone was approaching him. Could it be that Zhang Bin was caught by fishing? His eyes were slightly opened, and what appeared above his line of sight was a small face dripping with sweat. With a little ruddy after exercise, every time he breathes, Yi Hong's nose always has a scent that is unique to a girl. Banhua is worthy of being a Banhua, and it is so pleasing to the eye at any time. Shuawei, is something wrong? Zhang Shuawei turned her head shyly, but handed a bottle of mineral water to Yi Hong. Ah. I see, let me open it for you, right? Yi Hong took the mineral water and unscrewed the bottle cap neatly. But when he was about to hand the water back, Zhang Shuawei buried her head in the bottom, her voice softer than a mosquito. Yes, it's for you. Yi Hong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, thanks Shuawei, yesterday's apples were delicious. Then he drank a few sips of cold mineral water. Zhang Shuawei raised her head and said happily, then I will bring it to you every day from now on. The two looked at each other and smiled, with a little shyness of young boys and girls, and the picture was extremely beautiful. But this kind of picture, in someone's eyes, is like a flame, burning his heart constantly. Xin Long clenched his fists with a rattling sound, and looked at the men and women under the shade of trees in the distance with trembling all over. Give me the ball. He yelled at a boy who was dribbling the ball, so frightened that he threw the ball directly. Xin Long picked up the basketball and started to run on the playground, but his figure unknowingly approached Yi Hong and the others. Finally, Xin Long pretended to accidentally throw the basketball out of his hand, but in fact he secretly added a little strength to let the basketball fly towards Yi Hong. Yang, you die for Lao Tzu. Xin Long's eyes widened, his expression terrifying. Yi Hong's ears moved slightly, but he felt a strong energy coming from a distance. In the corner of his eyes, a basketball shadow was getting bigger and bigger. Be careful. Yi Hong moved laterally and quickly came to Zhang Shuawei. Ding. Reaction ability +1, current progress 1/10, current level, entry level. Without thinking about it, Yi Hong threw a punch at the flying basketball. Boom! The fist hits the basketball with precision and sends the basketball flying. Ding! Punch training, fist strength +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. I exercise your grandma. Yi Hong's fist went numb for a while, and there was a burning pain. He glared at Xin Long and asked, are you looking for trouble? Only then did Zhang Shuawei realize what had happened, so she quickly took Yi Hong's hand and asked distressfully, Hong, are you alright? Ah. It's all scratched. I'll go to the medical office to get the red potion for you. Xin Long's face was gloomy. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two in front of him, he was both jealous and unwilling. It's a pity that this kid reacted so fast that he missed it. With his own strength, if he hit his head, he would at least have a concussion. Student Yi Hong, look at what you said, I just slipped my hand for a while and didn't control the ball accidentally. Does it scare you, a college bully? Hey. Xin Long spread his hands and looked innocent. Xin Long, you are murdering. Zhang Shuawei was so angry that her small body kept shaking, and she glared at Xin Long. This kind of performance made Xin Long feel more jealous. What happened? Many people noticed the small disputes here, and even Jiang Bin, a physical education teacher, rushed over to ask. It's okay, it's Yi Hong who said he wanted to learn about the game with me, but I was afraid of hurting his confidence, so I never dared to promise him. But he felt that I looked down on him and was very angry. Teacher, look at this. Jiang Bin looked at the difference in body shape between the two, but he believed Xin Long's words a little, so he could not help frowning and asked Yi Hong, is there such a thing? Yi Hong sneered in his heart, but Xin Long had resorted to a vicious strategy. If Yi Hong denies this, he will inevitably be regarded as a coward by everyone, and his points will be greatly reduced in front of Zhang Shuawei. But if Yi Hong admits this matter, Xin Long's wish will be granted, and Xin Long can use his skills to humiliate himself in an open and honest manner. It seems that after a morning of reflection, Xin Long finally realized the truth of making the best of his strengths and circumventing his weaknesses. It's a pity, since Xin Long, you've humiliated yourself, don't blame my lord for smashing your face. Yi Hong smiled lightly. Yes, teacher, I heard that Xin Long is very good at shooting, and I want to compete with him. Xin Long was stunned for a moment. What he originally thought was to have a 1v1 offense and defense layup with Yi Hong, but he was not false for a simple shot. He liked basketball since he was a child, and he was good at it. He thought that no one was his opponent in his first year of high school. In his eyes, Yi Hong, who is thin, is no threat. This time, I will definitely take Zhang Shuawei's heart away from you. Xin Long vowed in his heart. If it is a more experienced teacher, 80% of the time will be reprimanded by the two in such a situation. But the young Jiang Bin didn't think it was a big deal, so he immediately pulled the two to the basketball court and asked everyone to watch the competition between the two. When the students of Class 18 heard the news, they hurried to the edge of the venue in an instant. The final negotiated test item is fixed point shooting. The rules are simple, each player throws 5 balls at the free throw line, and whoever scores the most wins. Qin has already started to move his hands and feet, but Yi Hong is standing there dumbfounded, like a completely inexperienced rookie. Let's bet who can win. It goes without saying that it must be Qin. You don't know, this guy has been a representative of the sports department since he was a child. I heard that even people from our school team came to him. I'm also optimistic about Qin. Yi Hong is just a nerd who can read. The students in class 18 were analyzing with a smile, but they already had the answer in their hearts. Just based on the figures of Qin and Yi Hong, compared on the field, Qin is obviously much stronger than Yi Hong. It seems that Qin has to get back the face he lost in the morning. Hey, why do you think Yi Hong can't think about it so much? He ran to challenge Qin's basketball. Do you really think he is the best in the world? People. After a little achievement, it will always swell, you know. Among the one-sided public opinion, it seems that only Zhang Shuawei is supporting Yi Hong. Hong, come on. When Qin heard the harsh voice, he immediately sneered at Yi Hong and said, "The weak, please start first." Yi Hong glanced at Qin and said lightly, "You should go first, otherwise I'm afraid that it will hurt your confidence and make you not even have the courage to play later." These words, however, returned Qin's words to him intact. Zhang Bin on the side secretly gave Yi Hong a thumbs up. This kid looks quiet and gentle, but he didn't expect his mouth to be so sharp that he could vomit blood with just a few words. You. Qin gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's wait and see who will cry first." Game start. Zhang Bin was naturally the referee of this game and threw the ball directly to Qin. Qin dribbled the ball a few times handsomely, only to see the basketball spinning flexibly beside his body, bouncing back and forth between his crotch, dazzling. So handsome. Several nympho girls couldn't help but applaud. Qin glanced at Yi Hong defiantly, stood up, adjusted his breathing, and threw the first ball. Boom bang. The basketball hit the backboard and bounced into the basket. The first goal, scored. A clean goal, once again won a round of applause. Qin's mouth slightly hooked, and he threw the remaining 4 balls one by one. The final result is that 4 out of 5 shots, the goal rate is as high as 80%. That's right. Now Qin wins. Even those boys couldn't help but feel admiration in their hearts. Qin couldn't hide the joy on his face, and threw the basketball directly at Yi Hong. "It's your turn. Don't worry, even if you miss all 5, everyone will not laugh at you, because this is your true level, huh?" Yi Hong didn't speak, picked up the basketball, weighed it in his hand, and held it high above his head. What kind of rookie pose is this? Yi Hong has never played basketball at first glance, so the position of his hand is completely wrong. Even Zhang Bin shook his head silently, waiting for Yi Hong to make a soy sauce before he was ready to announce the result. Yi Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes focused on the basket in the distance. Ding! The proficient throwing ability is automatically triggered, and the throwing target is detected, basket, throwing object, basketball. Ding! Automatically detect the weight of the throwing object, automatically detect the wind direction, automatically adjust the wrist strength to, adjust the angle to, get started. With a swipe sound, the basketball passed through the basket impartially. Except for the net, it did not touch any part of the basketball hoop. This is a hollow ball. It's the perfect ball. There was an eerie silence on the side of the basketball court. Everyone was stunned and didn't react for a while. What just happened? I read that right, Yi Hong actually entered? And the accuracy is so high, it doesn't look like a rookie at all. Qin's face stiffened, and then he yelled in his heart, "Impossible. This guy absolutely had shit luck. Next time he will definitely not enter." Yi Hong picked up the second ball and snickered inside. As expected, the proficient throwing ability can still be used for shooting, and it is not worth the fact that I threw so many stones that night. The second ball shot, Yi Hong had no waves on Gujing's face, because he had already seen the result. Brush sure enough, it was another accurate hollow ball. While this time, the crowd could no longer hide their amazement and shouted. If one shot is just a coincidence, then 2 consecutive hollow balls are enough to explain one thing: Yi Hong is not only good at basketball, but also a master at this. It's really unbelievable. Yi Hong looks thin and weak, but, look. What is he doing? Everyone looked up, but found that Yi Hong stepped back and exited the penalty circle. Yi Hong sighed softly, "It's not too difficult here. I want to challenge shooting from a longer distance, can teacher Jiang?" Jiang Bin would not object, his eyes full of admiration, and nodded. I saw Yi Hong opened a few steps away and threw the third ball. The result is still the same as the previous 2 times, it is a perfect hollow ball again. Everyone couldn't sit still for a long time, and stood up one after another, their eyes looking at Yi Hong for a moment. They are all looking forward to whether Yi Hong has a more amazing performance. And the other classes in the playground were not attracted by the movement here and gathered around. What's the matter? It looks like someone is shooting? Isn't it just shooting a basketball? Do these guys have to shout? A sturdy boy holding a basketball managed to squeeze into the crowd and saw the scene on the court with disdain. At this time, Yi Hong was picking up the fourth ball. He looked at the distance to the basket, shook his head, and walked directly to the three-point line. "Teacher, please throw another ball over here." Yi Hong felt a little boring and wanted to end it early. That being the case, let's just make a trick and end the game. Jiang Bin threw the ball into Yi Hong's hands in confusion, not knowing what medicine the kid was selling in the gourd. Yi Hong suddenly turned around, turned his back to the basket, and closed his eyes. Immediately, he raised a basketball in each hand and pinned it on his side. He wants to do a back shot. No! It's a two-ball back shot plus blind shot at the same time on the three-point line. With two sounds of, the two balls flew out of Yi Hong's hands one after the other, as if they had grown eyes, and fell into the basket with precision. 5 balls, all hits. And it's all perfect hollow balls. The last 2 goals ended in such an incredible scoring way. The disdainful boy just opened his eyes wide, his mouth opened as if he could swallow 2 eggs, and he didn't even know when the basketball in his arms fell to the ground. Wow! Exclamations, applause, whistles, burst out in an instant. And it is wave after wave, and there is no sign of stopping. Everyone on the court, when have you seen someone who can play basketball like this? Is this a scene that only appears in the comics? At this moment, Yi Hong is the most dazzling existence on the entire playground. The entire playground has become his performance stage. As for Qin Long, he had sneaked out of the crowd long ago and slipped out of sight. A good physical education class suddenly became Yi Hong's unique thriving. If Qin Long had known the result would be like this, he would definitely not have chosen to provoke Yi Hong. But now everyone has forgotten Qin Long, they are all Yi Hong. Almost all the boys present surrounded Yi Hong with admiration, and excitedly asked for basketball skills. Although the girls are more reserved, there is a certain light in their eyes. Ding! Use ball skills to trigger collective worship, charm +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! Use ball skills to trigger collective admiration, and flirting skills +1, outside the crowd. Zheng Shuawei quietly looked at Yi Hong's appearance, smiling like a flower, intoxicated by the spring breeze. Ding! Trigger deep admiration, flirting skills +5, current progress, 12 out of 100. The flirting skills have been upgraded, the current level, proficient. The noise on the playground soon affected the teaching building next door where classes were being taught. Many people looked out of their windows, wondering what was going on the playground. But he was reprimanded by the teacher immediately. High school sophomore, 3, class, somewhere by the window. A fresh, elegant girl is holding her chin thoughtfully. It is already the 3rd day that Li Muya has maintained this state of being out of the world. Ever since she was rescued by Yi Hong that day, Yi Hong's figure was in her mind. She thought that as a student of Jitsai Middle School, she should find Yi Hong Kai very well. After all, there are more than 3,000 people in Kezikai Middle School, and Li Muya did not find the person she wanted to meet in the vast crowd. For a time, she wondered if she was dazzled that night. "Oh, can I see him again?" At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the playground outside the window. Looking at the source of the sound, I found that all the people on the playground were concentrated on the side of the basketball court. There seems to be a figure, surrounded by the crowd. Li Muya was originally listless, but when she saw the figure in the crowd, she suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed in that direction. It's him! The hero who saved himself but left no name. "Student Li Muya, do you have any questions?" The teacher who was in class asked dissatisfied questions. Sorry. Li Muya stuck out her tongue and sat back in her seat. She picked up the book in front of her and kept her eyes on the playground. Li Muya has confirmed 100% that figure is the one who has been haunting her in the past few days. I said earlier, you can't escape the palm of this girl's hand. Li Muya was overwhelmed, and quietly poked her deskmate with her elbow. "Hey! Do you know which class is having PE class outside?" After saying that, he pointed to Ye Hong's direction. "You mean that boy?" The same table thought for a while, and actually pulled out a delicate little book from the drawer. She flipped a few times, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Yes. It's class 18 of senior 1. Eh? How did you know?" The same table proudly raised the small book in Yang's hand, I am here to remember the curriculum arrangements of all the handsome male teachers in the school. Did you see the teacher in the gym suit? His name is Bin. He is tall and handsome, and he is fascinated. He is in charge of Class 18 of Senior 1, so I know it. While talking, the table mate suddenly said in surprise, Muya, don't you also like teacher Bin? Forget it, then I will reluctantly give up my love and give it to you. Who told you to be our class flower? Li Muya ignored her, with a mysterious smile on the corner of her mouth. Class 18 of the first year of high school. He. The bell rang for the end of the get out of class, but the gathered people had no intention of dispersing. Yi Hong worked hard to escape from the enthusiastic crowd. But not far out of the crowd, he was stopped by physical education teacher Bin again. According to Bin, he planned to discuss basketball skills with Yi Hong after school. But Yi Hong knew how much he weighed, so it was okay to let him shoot a basketball, because he had the proficient throwing ability to help. If you really want to let yourself, a basketball layman, discuss with a professional teacher, you must immediately reveal his fault. So Yi Hong declined the enthusiastic Bin and returned to the classroom. The afternoon time passed quietly. It's just that the students in Class 18 seemed to have reacquainted Yi Hong, and their gazes changed again. Especially the girls in the class, they are often sent in secret. During recess, the excuses for the girls to come to Yi Hong also changed from asking for advice and learning to discussing basketball. Zhang Shuawei seemed to have transformed into a fierce little tiger, and all the girls who looked like flies were blocked by her, not allowing them to approach Yi Hong. The reason she gave was simple and rude. Yi Hong wants to concentrate on preparing for the math competition in a month, please don't disturb him. Although Yi Hong didn't really value that competition in his heart, he was grateful to Zhang Shuawei for creating a clean environment for him. Therefore, after school, when Zhang Shuawei begged Yi Hong to go with her by taking advantage of being close to the water, Yi Hong did not refuse. As soon as the two walked into the corridor with their backs on their backs, a hurried shout came from behind, Yaon! Wait for me! Yi Hong and Zhang Shuawei showed headaches at the same time. Those girls are easy to pass up, but this guy is like a gummy candy and can't be driven away. A chubby body squeezed out of the back door of the classroom with difficulty. The person who came was chubby Zhou Hao, the one with the list of beauties. In addition to watching beautiful women, his other hobby is reading comics. And Yi Hong didn't know until today that Zhou Hao not only likes to read comics, but he also has a dream of being a cartoonist. Since seeing Yi Hong's stunning shooting performance on the court, Zhou Hao has been pestering Yi Hong. He plans to draw a cartoon about basketball based on Yi Hong. Little fatty, I'm really scared of you. Yi Hong looked at Zhou Hao's pitiful little eyes, shook his head and smiled bitterly, you can paint. Ness. Zhou Hao growled excitedly. He was about to say something to Yi Hong, but his eyes stared blankly behind Yi Hong, as if his soul had been hooked. Not only that, Yi Hong found that the other boys in the corridor also showed similar expressions. Is there something behind you? Yi Hong turned his head to look, and was stunned for a while. Immediately a smile appeared on his face. This world is so small. Li Muya's face was calm, walking in the corridor with a light body, like a white lotus floating in the lake. Zhou Hao was immediately excited when he saw Li Muya walking towards his location. Yi Hong asked Zhou Hao, what's her name? Zhou Hao widened his eyes and said in disbelief, you don't even know Li Muya, the classmate of Class 3 of Senior 2? The legendary unsmiling iceberg goddess. As soon as I entered school, I was valued by the magazine. I asked to be a graphic model, but she was rejected. Jitsai Beauty Ranking, the top 10 goddesses exist. You actually told me you didn't know who she was? Zhou Hao was angry, as if Yi Hong had done something unforgivable. As Li Muya got closer and closer, Zhou Hao hurriedly adjusted his hairstyle and said with the most charming smile he thought, Shuajie, I. Before he finished speaking, Li Muya stopped. Zhou Hao found that Li Muya hadn't even looked at him at all. Her eyes, from beginning to end, were only on one person. Meet again. Then he smiled at Yi Hong. All the boys in the corridor felt that their hearts were about to be melted by this smile, and the whole sky became brighter. Yes. Yi Hong smiled back. He didn't expect to meet Li Muya again. It seems that the events of that day did not leave any mental trauma to Li Muya. That day, as soon as Yi Hong opened his mouth, he didn't expect Li Muya to speak at the same time, and the two strangely talked about the same topic. This is not like two people who have only met once, but like a pair of people who have a good heart. Put. Li Muya covered her mouth and chuckled, stretched out her hand generously and said, Class 3, sophomore year, Li Muya. Class 18 of high school, Yi Hong. Yi Hong gently shook Li Muya's hand. Well, that's how it felt that day. I don't know if the proficient girl flirting skills play a role. Yi Hong always felt that the atmosphere between the two was a little ambiguous. You, Zhou Hao nodded his tongue, and looked at Yi Hong and Li Muya at once. Zhang Shuawei pouted and asked with a hint of vinegar, Ah Hong, you two have known each other for a long time? It's a long story. Yi Hong decided to talk while walking, and took the two to the outside of the school. But he didn't know how much crit this scene brought to the male compatriots behind him. Wait, who is this guy? He's hugging from left to right. The iceberg goddess seemed to smile at him just now. Zhou Hao stared at the backs of the three leaving without blinking, as if he looked stupid. Then he pulled out a picture book. This kind of scene is simply the treatment of the protagonist of the comics. No, I have to draw quickly. Along the way, Yi Hong and Zhang Shuawei recounted what happened that day in detail. And Zhang Shuawei's expression kept rising and falling following Yi Hong's words. Sometimes frightened, sometimes worried, sometimes sympathetic, sometimes admired. Emotions are fully embedded in this story. Fortunately, Ah Hong, you are amazing. Otherwise, Sister Muya will. Zhang Shuawei took Li Muya's hand with concern on her face. Ha, I also saw Ah Hong on the playground today, otherwise I don't know when I will find my savior. Li Muya rolled her eyes at Yi Hong, as if blaming him for leaving without saying goodbye that day. Yi Hong had to smile back. Hee, Sister Muya, you look so good when you smile. Where is the iceberg goddess? It's so ugly. Sister Shuawei, she must be very popular in your class, right? Where? Yi Hong scratched his head when he saw the two daughters who hit it off at first sight. Why do I feel like I'm isolated? At a certain crossroads, Li Muya said goodbye to the two. I have to do a part-time job. A few people just chatted and already knew the situation at Li Muya's house. Her family is relatively poor. In order to reduce the burden on the family, Li Muya goes to a clothing store every night as a part-time salesperson to subsidize the family. Come home early. Yi Hong explained something before leaving. Li Muya warmed her heart and nodded with a smile. Seeing the back of Yi Hong and Zhang Shuawei leaving together, Li Muya's face darkened, and she immediately squeezed her small fist to cheer herself up. Li Muya, come on. Happiness is earned by yourself. At the same time, the principal's office of Jitsai Middle School. Yang Daoshan took the answer to the question handed in by Yi Hong and knocked on the door of the principal's office. Please come in. Ha? Lao Yang hasn't gone back yet? Is there anything you need to find me so late? An old man in a tunic suit was writing something on the table. The old man's face was ruddy, and his silver-white hair was meticulously combed. Obviously, he usually paid attention to maintenance. This old man is the current principal of Jitsai Middle School, Zhang Changjiang. Zhang Changjiang raised his head and glanced at Yang Daoshan, then continued to lower his head to write. Yang Daoshan took the stack of papers and came directly to Zhang Changjiang. Principal, I, Yang Zaiji, have only been here for so many years, and I don't seem to have come to beg you. This time, I have come to the principal for help. Oh? You can actually ask our teacher Yang for help. I don't know how sacred it is? No one invited me, it was me who started to love talents. Yang Daoshan handed the stack of papers to Zhang Changjiang and said with a smile, Look, Principal, this is something written by a student named Yi Hong in my class. He is only 16 years old this year and has great potential. So I came to find you, the principal, and would like to ask you to reserve a recommended spot for Yi Hong at Zhengda University. Zhang Changjiang frowned, stopped writing, picked up the reading glasses beside him, and looked at Yi Hong's answer carefully. After a long time, Zhang Changjiang put down the stack of papers and sighed, Old Yang, it's not like you don't know that Zhengda's guarantee places are extremely precious, only 2 a year. Principal, of course I know that, so I came to make an appointment with you in advance while Yi Hong was a freshman in high school. Zhang Changjiang tapped the table with his fingers, and said in deep thought, but this Yi Hong, currently only shows extraordinary mathematical ability. Those who can go to Zhang University are talents who need to develop in an all-round way. With this kind of talent, any subject you study is the same. You already said that Yi Hong is only a freshman in high school, why don't you just observe it again? Yang Daoshan said eagerly, but the principal, okay, Lao Yang, go home early for dinner, I'll be leaving later. Seeing Zhang Changjiang so resolute, Yang Daoshan had to sigh softly and exit the principal's office. Jingle bell, the phone on the table rang, and Zhang Changjiang picked it up directly. Oh, Yang school director. Hello, what? Zhang Da's recommended quota? No problem. I'll definitely keep it for you, so don't worry. Yang Daoshan outside the door shook his head and smiled bitterly. I was thinking of doing something real before I retire. It seems that Yi Hong, you kid, doesn't have such a blessing. At this time, Yi Hong did not know that he had missed a direct train to Jiangnan University, the highest university in Jiangnan province. He looked dumbfounded at the long queue outside the night food snack bar. Almost all the neighbors lined up outside the storefront. And Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying had to explain one by one, the limited supply of supreme beef noodles is available on weekends. But this explanation is obviously weak. Beefqua took the lead and shouted, "Brother Yexiao, Sister Xiaoying, you are not being kind. Why do you have to hide and tuck good things, and let everyone taste it together? That's it. We've all heard that with a bowl of beef noodles, your shop managed to take Brother Biao obediently. Really so amazing?" Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying had to keep smiling bitterly. Yi Hong, who knew the cause and effect, was also dumbfounded. Under the propaganda of Kong Debiao and the group of brothers, overnight, the supreme beef noodles in the night food snack bar has become famous. And the first batch of people who came to try it was naturally the neighbors on this street. Yi Hong came to the crowd while thinking about a solution. "Uncles and aunts, listen to me." Yi Hong stood in front of the crowd, but maybe everyone ignored him because of his tender face. The quarrel continued, babbling like flies. Seeing this, Yi Hong frowned and yelled, "Shut up for me." Yi Hong's voice seemed to carry some kind of power, directly penetrating into everyone's mind. In front of the store, it suddenly fell into silence. Ding! Shock the neighbors, momentum +1. Yi Hong nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "First of all, thanks to everyone's love, I look up to the beef noodles in our small shop." But, Yi Hong deliberately lengthened the tone to whet the appetite of everyone, and then slowly said, "Supreme beef noodles, the ingredients are complicated and the procedures are complicated, it's really not something you can afford every day. In desperation, we can only choose the limited supply on weekends, and hope that uncles and aunts understand." Yi Hong can only say that. I don't know why, obviously he has taught Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying all the steps, but the beef noodles they made according to the process are not as delicious as Yi Hong's. Perhaps this is the bonus brought by the mastery cooking ability. "Neighbors, look at me, I look at you," and finally Beefqua stood up. He pointed to Yi Hong and said to Yi Xiao, "Brother Yexiao, is it your kid who is in charge of your shop now?" Yi Xiao looked at Yi Hong with a strong sense of pride in being a father, of course. "To be honest with you, this supreme beef noodle was invented by an unzi." Wow, this sentence immediately caused a sensation in the crowd. "Ah Hong, yes." Beefqua gave Yi Hong a thumbs up, "It's more promising than that kid in my family." "Oh, maybe this is someone else's child." The old horse from the pastry shop across the street pointed at his son Xiaoma's head and said with hatred, "Look at Xiaoya, and look at yourself. I will only guard my own home, and sooner or later one day I will sit and eat the mountains." Xiaoma is a young man in his 20s. Yi Hong didn't know his real name, so he just followed everyone to call him Xiaoma. He didn't have a good impression of Pony, probably because Pony always had a cynical look on his face, as if everyone owed him millions. When Xiaoma heard his father's words, he was not ashamed at all, but instead said with a gloomy face, "Humph! Isn't it just a bowl of beef noodles, what's so amazing?" Having said that, he turned to leave. With an embarrassed look on his face, Lama said angrily, "This rebel, I'm really pissed off." The crowd finally dispersed slowly, but the group still made an appointment to come and taste it on the weekend. In the middle of the night, after the end of the day's business, the family of three discussed countermeasures in the living room. The current situation is that business may be good on the weekends, but business will be greatly affected Monday through Friday. The main reason is that the beef noodles made by this brat is so delicious. The diners don't even bother to eat the noodles I made. It's so sad. Yi Xiao let out a long sigh, but there was uncontrollable joy in his eyes. Anyone who has a son as good as Yi Hong must be so pleased. Then invent a new dish and make it all up to you. I won't interfere, won't it work? Yi Hong's eyes lit up and suggested. And Xiaoying tapped Yi Hong's head, inventing a new dish? How can it be so easy? Do you know how many provinces your grandfather traveled to and how many experts he consulted for this bowl of beef noodles, and finally came up with it? The corner of Yi Hong's mouth evoked a mysterious arc. How do you know if you don't try it? Turning on the old-fashioned desktop computer at home, Yi Hong started to surf the internet for recipes. After thinking about it carefully, he focused on the pastry category. The shelf life of the pastry can be as long as several days, and the production can be quantified, and it will not steal the limelight of the supreme beef noodles. The dazzling online results flashed one by one in Yi Hong's eyes. Ding! Operate the computer, computer ability +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Ding! Browse recipes, +1 cooking ability. In the next few days, Yi Hong repeated class life at 2 o'clock in one line during the day. All professional knowledge is constantly being strengthened. Since Qin Long shot himself in the foot several times in a row, he has become much more honest and no longer comes to trouble Yi Hong. At night, Yi Hong continued to study various recipes. A brand new dish is gradually being perfected under Yi Hong's powerful cooking ability. Saturday came quietly under such circumstances. The business hours of night food snack bars are generally from 6:30 in the morning to 10:30 in the evening. On normal mornings, there are not many people who come to patronize this small street shop. Even Yi Hong himself can feel at ease after eating a bowl of beef noodles in the store before going to school. But now, it is different. Saturday, 6:30 a.m. Even though they were mentally prepared, when Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying just opened the door, they were still startled by the crowd of people outside. The long queue of nearly 100 meters lined up from the door of the store, directly occupying a small half of the street. Not only the neighbors, after a few days of news fermentation, more people in Anning County have heard about the night food snack bar and the magical bowl of supreme beef noodles. Roughly swept away, there are nearly 100 people at least. And this long dragon has attracted the attention of many passers-by. Under their inquiries, they were also curious about the supreme beef noodles and joined the queue together. At the front of the team was Kong Dibiao and his group. When Kong Dibiao saw the store door opened, he excitedly patted his big bald head. "My mother! It's finally opened. Lao Biao is greedy for me." As the crowd poured in one by one, the small night snack bar was full. Fortunately, Yi Hong and the others were well prepared. Not only did they put many tables and chairs in front of the store, but they also found a few stores next door and borrowed some of the seats. But even so, there are still many people who have no place to sit and can only eat with noodles. Chio Choo Choo, the crisp sound of sucking noodles kept ringing inside and outside the store. Diners were full of satisfied smiles and praised the beef noodles. "It's amazing, I've never eaten such delicious beef noodles in my life. This simple combination, but it exudes a strong fragrance, which directly awakens the entire stomach. Damn, I still want another bowl. I knew I had ordered another bowl just now, and now I have to queue up again. Oops, I'm going to be late for work. We'll line up at 4 tomorrow. If you don't believe me, you won't be able to eat." The satisfied appearance of these diners, and the fragrance that kept hitting the tip of the nose, made those who were still in line drool with gluttony. In the pastry shop opposite, Xiaoma looked gloomily at the crowd of people in front of the night food snack bar, with an unknown light flashing in his eyes. He said lightly to a young man in a cap beside him, "Do you know how to do it?" "Of course, I'm a professional. Don't you just eat flies out of the beef noodles? It's a trivial matter, don't worry, little brother." Immediately, the young man lowered the brim of his hat and lined up in the long queue. At this moment, two petite figures slowly walked from the street to the night food snack bar. These are two slender and beautiful girls. The two have their own characteristics. The girl on the left is petite and lovely, with a beautiful appearance, and the light yellow dress adds a touch of warmth to her. The girl on the right, with a fair face and unsmiling face, is matched with a white t-shirt and straight jeans, giving her a sense of being out of place thousands of miles away. The two beautiful girls who came side by side suddenly became a beautiful scene on the street, attracting the attention of many diners. There were even more diners who considered themselves gentlemen to stand up and give up their seats for the two women. Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying were busy, sweating profusely. When they saw the two young girls, they actually walked across the crowd to the front of the store, and immediately shouted to them, "Two beauties, if you want to eat noodles, please queue up at the back." Unexpectedly, the two girls shook their heads and smiled, "We are here to help." Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying couldn't help but stunned, "Help?" At this moment, Yi Hong, who was in charge of the kitchen, stuck out his head. It was also the first time that he saw the beautiful appearance of these two beauties when they were not wearing school uniforms. His eyes lit up and he greeted them, "Shuowei and Sister Muya, are you here?" "Dad, Mom, they are my classmates, and they came here to help." The people who came were Zhang Shuowei and Li Muya. When they knew that Yi Hong's shop was going to hold such an event on the weekend, the two volunteered to help. There is no reason for Yi Hong to refuse this, but he just forgot to explain it to the second old man in advance. But, Yi Xiao and the others looked at Zhang Shuowei and Li Muya's clean and tidy appearance, and they were embarrassed to hand them the coats in the store that smelled of oil smoke. But Zhang Shuowei and Li Muya didn't have any scruples. They stepped forward and threw their coats on, and rushed into the back kitchen to help. Is this stinky boy falling in love? But, have you ever seen two people fall in love at the same time? Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying immediately fell into confusion. With the addition of Zhang Xuewei and Li Muya, Yi Xiao and the others were instantly relieved. Moreover, the two seductive beautiful girls constantly shuttled in and out of the store, which attracted a large number of male customers. As time went by, the long dragon in front of the store not only did not shorten, but showed signs of getting longer and longer. Finally, the bad news came: the beef in the store ran out. Yi Xiao stood at the door of the store and shouted to the people in line, "The beef noodle shop is sold out. If you want to eat the supreme beef noodle, hurry up tomorrow." Eh? How so? Everyone in the queue expressed dissatisfaction. Yi Xiao had to put his hands together and kept saying sorry. At this moment, a young man wearing a peaked cap said in a resentful tone, "I've been queuing for a long time, you just want to send us away?" His heart was anxious, and it seemed that he could not complete the task that the pony gave him. The young man's words seemed to resonate, and the shop was about to become chaotic. At this moment, a burly man who was still bare-armed in the autumn day walked out directly from the side alley. He came to the young man, pushed the young man away for several steps, and kept scolding, "You bastard, you didn't come earlier, and they sold out all the noodles before you came out to force him? Listen carefully, this is the territory covered by Brother Biao, not a place where you can go wild, get out of here." The young man was so frightened that his face turned pale, he didn't dare to say a word, and fled away in despair. As for the others, when they were frightened by this big man, they all dispersed as birds and beasts. Yi Hong was attracted by the movement outside the store. The big man came directly to Yi Hong, changed his fierce face before, and whispered respectfully, "Last time I scared my eldest brother and sister-in-law, Biao has always felt sorry. He said that after your business is booming, someone may come to make trouble and ask me to help guard the neighborhood. I know that kid just now, Su Hun, who specializes in making money by helping people make troubles. Big brother doesn't need to care." Yi Hong looked at the young man's retreating back, thoughtful. Before noon on the day, the night food snack bar announced that it was closed. Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying happily went back upstairs to count the proceeds. The price of a bowl of supreme beef noodles is 10 yuan, and Yi Hong estimates that he will earn at least 3,000 yuan in the morning. At this time, Yi Hong brought out the last 2 bowls of beef noodles from the back kitchen. This is a limited edition beef he personally made for Zhang Xuewei and Li Muya, and he threw 2 poached eggs on it. The 2 goddesses are working hard today. Let's try Xiaoxing's craftsmanship. At the same time, the 2 girls gave Yi Hong a blank look and began to eat the noodles in small bites. It is really pleasing to watch the 2 big class flowers with their lips slightly open in front of him, chewing and swallowing slowly. These 2 bowls of noodles naturally won unanimous praise from the 2 beauties. Sometimes I really want to open Hong's head and see what treasures are inside. That's right, it doesn't matter if you study well, you're good at sports, and even your cooking skills are at the top level. Oh, it's not fair to God to make this guy so perfect. Second daughter, you said a word to me, and Yi Hong, who was on the side, was speechless. The small shop was filled with the sound of birdsong, and even the air became warm and happy. After Zhang Xuewei and Li Muya agreed to continue to help tomorrow, they said goodbye to Yaong. Yi Xiao and his wife also went downstairs to see them off. Looking at the backs of the 2 girls gradually disappearing, and Xiaoying couldn't help but sigh, "I used to worry that our son was too mediocre and that he would not be able to find a wife in the future." Yi Xiao nodded and immediately followed. "Now, I'm starting to struggle with which daughter-in-law to choose in the future. I think the girl in the yellow dress has a good personality, and the other one is a little cold. No, if it's a daughter-in-law, it's still suitable for Miss White Tea." Want me to say, Yi Hong's face was full of black lines, and he didn't want to pay attention to the pair of living treasures. He shook his head and returned to the upstairs room. On the desk, a blueprint lay quietly. On it is a picture of the pastry preset in Yi Hong's mind, and some required ingredients are marked next to the picture. The next step is to buy raw materials and start the experiment. It was still early, and he planned to go to the vegetable market to prepare the ingredients he needed. In the past, on weekends, he either stayed in the store to help, or fooled around with his 2 best friends, Wang Tua and Wei Deshang, but he rarely went out to the street alone. Yi Hong came to the sink and looked in the mirror. On the slightly ordinary face, there seems to be a pimple on the forehead that is just about to move under the skin. Seeing this, Yi Hong turned on the faucet and patted his face with clear water. Ding! Wash your face once, and your face value will be +1. Looking in the mirror again, sure enough, the pimple that hasn't grown up has disappeared. This is the strengthening ability that Yi Hong discovered a few days ago. Although there is only a 1-point change in appearance, it seems that there is no difference, but it can eliminate acne. For adolescent boys, the most annoying acne problem is easily solved under the system. Yi Hong whistled happily, took a hot bath, and removed all the fumes from the kitchen that morning. Change into a casual shirt and get ready to head out. Before going out, Yi Hong accidentally grabbed a few hands on his head with Yi Zhao's hairspray. Ding Ollie with clothes, charm +1, ding. Haircut, charm +1, with some money from the store, Yi Hong embarked on a journey to the vegetable market. He was going to the largest vegetable market in Anming County, the Manyuan Spring Vegetable Market, in the southern suburbs of the county. Because there is no bus to the southern suburbs, and considering that he may need to purchase a lot of ingredients, Yi Hong had to ask his neighbor Lao Dong to borrow their electric tricycle. Lao Dong is the owner of the Dong's barbecue restaurant next door. He always has a smile on his fat round face, like a Maitreya Buddha. He drives a tricycle to the market every day to buy goods. Old Dong has a good temper, and Yi Hong's father Yi Xiao is very similar in smell. The two often get together to drink a little wine. But his wife Xiao Chunlan had a mean face. Hearing that Yi Hong wanted to borrow a tricycle, Lao Dong didn't even think about it, and agreed immediately. On the contrary, Xiao Chunlan's face was a little ugly, and she whispered a few words to Lao Dong. I know how to borrow things all day long, and someone else's car can be rented for a day. You're good, you lend it to others for no reason, you are really a pig head who doesn't know how to do business. Although Xiao Chunlan's voice was small, how could she hide from Yi Hong, whose hearing had been strengthened? Yi Hong frowned and said to the old Dong, Uncle Dong, let's make a price, I can't borrow your car for nothing. Old Dong immediately glared at Xiao Chunlan, and then smiled boldly, Stinky boy, you have been neighbors with Uncle Dong for so many years, and you still don't understand your Uncle Dong's temper? Don't talk about money or not. If you talk about Uncle Dong again, I won't lend you. Xiao Chunlan didn't seem to expect Yi Hong to be able to hear her words clearly, and suddenly laughed a little awkwardly, but didn't dare to say anything. The unpleasantness in his heart was instantly dispelled by Lao Dong's attitude. Yi Hong couldn't help but nodded with a smile, then thank you Uncle Dong. Yi Hong had driven Grandpa's tricycle before, so he drove the car on the road with ease. The age of the tricycle may be about the same age as Lao Dong. The rusted and mottled body, driving on the road, kept making a clanging sound, as if it might fall apart at any time. Many passers-by pointed at the dilapidated tricycle and kept making fun of it. When will Tin Hide be able to run on the road? Little brother, cherish life. Don't look at the junk over there, it's you. Yi Hong really wanted to use a cloth to cover his face. Ding! Control electric tricycle, driving ability +1, current progress 1/10, current level, entry level. After about 20 minutes, Yi Hong finally arrived at the Manyuan Spring Vegetable Market in the southern suburbs. Ding! Continue to operate the electric tricycle, driving ability +1, the current progress is August 10th. After finding a place to park the tricycle, Yi Hong started his purchasing journey with the list of ingredients listed in advance. The sticky rice first, Yi Hong took the list and shuttled back and forth in the noisy vegetable market. One store after another, big bags and small bags are gradually covered. Ding! Carrying heavy objects, load capacity +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! Carry heavy objects, arm strength +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. At the same time, two figures, an old man and a young man, had just stepped in from the gate of the vegetable market. The old man was wearing a precious black trench coat and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face, exuding the temperament of a scholar. He held a beautiful little girl of 4 or 5 years old in his right hand, wearing a pink skirt, as delicate and lovely as a doll. Grandpa, take advantage of the lively food market. The little girl jumped up and down excitedly, looking here and there, it was not new. The old man smiled dotingly, there are so many people here, Sienner, you have to hold on to Grandpa's hand. Grandpa doesn't want our little princess to be kidnapped by traffickers. In the crowded crowd, there was a pair of icy eyes that quietly stared at the pair of grandfathers and grandchildren. Auntie, bring 10 caddies of red beans. In front of a soy product store, Yi Hong said. The proprietress of the shop is a 45-year-old aunt. Seeing Yi Hong's tender face and carrying so many things on her back, she couldn't help but be surprised and said, Jianzi is very strong, this is helping the family. Yi Hong nodded and said nothing. Please hurry up, we don't have time to chat with an aunt. Oh, little handsome guy, what's your auntie, you call them old? Screaming sister, how about a 20% discount for you? The more Yi Hong didn't speak, the more the aunt felt that the young and mature Yi Hong was quite interesting, and couldn't help but want to tease him. Ding! Entry-level charm is triggered, proficient in flirting skills, and continuing to chat has a high probability of triggering product discounts. Flirting, sister? Yi Hong looked up at the old aunt, and called without hesitation, "Sister." Yi Hong said he didn't know what moral integrity was. Giggle giggle. Auntie suddenly burst into laughter. In the end, Yi Hong only used half the price to carry 10 caddies of red beans out of the store. He touched his chin, thinking about whether he could eat with his face. Siener. Just as Yi Hong was about to go home, a heart-piercing cry suddenly sounded from the side. Yi Hong stared at it and found that it was an old man who fell to the ground. He was pointing at a figure who was running away in the crowd, and screamed, "Human trafficker! The trafficker took my granddaughter! Everyone, help to catch him!" However, there was a lot of noise in the vegetable market, and it was chaotic, and the voice of the old man was suddenly overwhelmed. The figure held a little girl in his arms, which should be the granddaughter of the old man, and disappeared into the crowded sea in the blink of an eye. The old man seemed to have injured his waist, and could not stand up. He could only cry helplessly on the ground with old tears. "Who will help me? Woo woo. Siener." When Yi Hong followed his father to the market as a child, he was almost abducted by human traffickers. Therefore, the desolate and helpless expression of the old man immediately touched Yi Hong's heart. The cruelest thing in the world is to watch your loved ones disappear before your eyes. Every time he sees those families in the news reports that the traffickers have brutalized them, Yi Hong can't wait to kill the traffickers. Yi Hong decided to help the poor old man. He looked solemn, quietly closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on his ears. The noisy human voice constantly penetrated through the ear holes. Selling vegetables, selling meat, shouting, bargaining, calling. The voices were filtered by Yi Hong's ears, and he wanted to find the voice he wanted to hear. Ding! Distinguished sounds, hearing +1, hearing is upgraded to proficient, current progress, 11 out of 100. Those noisy voices became orderly in an instant. A young and weak cry, among the countless voices, clearly reached Yi Hong's ears. "Grandfather, I found it." Yi Hong's eyes opened instantly. The location of the trafficker has been locked by Yi Hong through this tender voice. It's not in vain to be tortured for so many nights by those two shameless. Yi Hong carried the big bag and the small bag, came to the desperate old man's side, and put the things beside him. "Help me look at the things, I'll help you bring your granddaughter back." The old man was slightly taken aback, but Yi Hong had already penetrated the crowd. Ding! Body flexibility +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Ding! Dodge ability +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Ding! Short distance sprint ability +1, ding! Yi Hong caught the faint cry tightly in his ears, and his body was like a loach, nimbly passing through the gaps in the crowd. Before reaching the exit of the vegetable market, Yi Hong finally saw the figure of the trafficker. The trafficker was wearing a black riding suit and a dark mask on his face. The little girl kept struggling, but was caught tightly under her arm by the traffickers, unable to move. Pedestrians at the door also seemed to realize that something was wrong. Several sturdy men approached the traffickers, but were savagely bumped away by the traffickers. A black off-road motorcycle drove from outside the market and stopped directly in front of the traffickers. The driver was dressed like the trafficker, apparently his accomplice. Previously, the trafficker took the little girl and jumped to the back seat of the motorcycle. After a roar, the two had already walked away. Yi Hong frowned, ran directly to the parking place, and chased after driving a tricycle. Boom boom, the motorcycle made a loud engine roar up front. Bang dang bang 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 dang, the tricycle followed closely behind. On the motorcycle, the rider in front said solemnly, "Brother, a tricycle has been chasing us." The trafficker in the back held the little girl's mouth with one hand to prevent her from shouting, and turned to look behind. When he saw a tricycle that was about to fall apart, he couldn't help sneering, "Just this piece of shit, still want to chase us? Leave him alone, and drive south to leave Anding County." After the Manyuan Spring Vegetable Market, it is an abandoned construction site full of potholes. The ground is full of randomly scattered steel, stones, cement. The speed of the motorcycle suddenly slowed down. But even so, it was still much faster than Yi Hong's broken tricycle. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting farther and farther, Yi Hong became anxious in his heart. Ding! Continue to control the electric tricycle, driving ability +1, level to proficient, current progress, 11 out of 100. In an instant, Yi Hong suddenly felt a smooth feeling like an arm instructing, as if the whole body and the tricycle were integrated into one. Yi Hong stepped on the accelerator hard and drove the speed to the maximum. With 7 twists and 8 turns, the tricycle flexibly drifted through the gaps of various obstacles. At this moment, Yi Hong felt that he was not driving an electric tricycle, but the AE-86 of the Fujiwara tofu store. Bang dang bang 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 dang, the body vibrated violently, and Yi Hong could feel the temperature of the whole car rising, which is a manifestation of the overloaded operation of the tricycle. The two traffickers heard the sound of bang dang coming closer and closer, turned their heads and almost stared out their eyeballs. I saw the cumbersome tricycle, but it was like a ghost, lightly passing over obstacles and quickly approaching the motorcycle. The boy in the front seat of the car was watching them both with cold eyes. At this moment, the two felt that what was chasing behind was not an ordinary teenager, but a cold killer. And the two of them are the prey targeted by this killer. With a chill in my heart, a nameless sense of fear suddenly occurred in my mind. Ding! Mind pressure, momentum +1, this is impossible. The dignified off-road motorcycle was overtaken by a dilapidated electric tricycle. This kind of fantasy made the two traffickers feel unreal in their hearts. This broken car is so weird, hurry up and get rid of him. Boom, the engine roared again, and the motorcycle sped out like lightning. But Yi Hong's cold eyes kept appearing in that rider's mind. In a panic, the front wheel of the motorcycle accidentally hit a rock. Affected by this, the motorcycle paused for a moment, and the rear wheel tilted upwards, almost throwing the person in the car out. Good chance! Yi Hong's eyes lit up. The tricycle crossed the small slope on the side, accelerated directly with one force, rose into the air, and hit the motorcycle. Boom! The body of the tricycle and the motorcycle collided fiercely, and several people on the motorcycle flew out of the body uncontrollably due to the impact. Yi Hong was already ready and jumped high from the tricycle. Ding! Bounce power +1, current progress January 10th, current level, entry level. He hugged the little girl who flew out in the air, and the two fell to the ground together. Yi Hong put his body under it, and used the strengthened arm strength to stably protect the girl, preventing her from getting hurt. Ding! Arm strength +1, the little girl is safe, but Yi Hong can suffer. Rubbing his body on the ground, he slipped several meters away, and a burning pain came from his back, causing Yi Hong to grin for a while. This is the most intense pain he has felt since birth. Ding! Injured to the body, resistance to hitting +1, ding. The body is healing itself, the recovery ability is +1, the current progress, 1 out of 10, the current level is entry level. A trace of icy coldness appeared from the wound on the back, which greatly relieved Yi Hong's pain. The motorcycle and tricycle all overturned on the side of the road. It was a tricycle with candles in the wind, and even the wheels flew out, and a choking black smoke came out of the body. Yi Hong showed a wry smile. This tricycle is considered completely scrapped. He smiled at the little girl he rescued. Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here to save you. The little girl had already stopped crying, and nodded wisely. Sienna is not afraid, Sienna is very brave. Damn, are you dying, you bastard? Damn it, if I don't interrupt your hands and feet today, it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. The two traffickers also stood up from the ground. The mask on his face had long since disappeared, revealing two ferocious scarred faces. They also suffered some minor injuries, but they did not affect their movements. The two clenched their fists and ran towards Yi Hong quickly. Sienna, wait for Big Brother to the side. The little girl pulled up the little skirt, wisely found a wall beside her, hid behind and quietly stuck out her little head, looking at Yi Hong with concern. Yi Hong watched the two adults who were a head taller coming towards him, feeling a little nervous, but also had an indescribable excitement. He learned from the martial arts stars in kung fu movies, put on a boxing stance, and raised his attention to the maximum. Coming! The two thick fists were already swept towards the face, with a ruthless force. Ding! Entry-level concentration trigger, entry-level vision trigger. Yi Hong instantly felt that the speed of these two fists became much slower, and the trajectory of the punches was captured by his own eyes. This speed, I can dodge. With a quick judgment in his mind, Yi Hong squatted down directly, and two fists narrowly brushed past his head. Ding! Reaction ability +1, dodge ability +1, punch. Yi Hong kept an eye on the gap between the two, and threw out his left and right fists, hitting the two of them directly on their lower abdomens. Ding! Arm strength +1, fist strength +1, well. Wow! The two traffickers were directly spit out by Yi Hong's heavy punches. They took a few steps back, clutching their stomachs and knelt on the ground powerless. KO! Yi Hong clenched his fists, excited. This kind of pleasure from punching to the flesh is much more enjoyable than throwing stones at the last time. With a malicious smile, he approached the two traffickers. What are you going to do? The two traffickers shivered as they looked at Yi Hong, who was getting closer. Don't you traffickers like human trafficking the most? How about I sell you to Africa, sir? Yi Hong touched his chin and smiled evilly. The two of them didn't know Yi Hong was joking, but they thought they really had that kind of thought, and they turned pale with fright. Yi Hong smiled coldly, came to the two of them, and forcibly took off their jockey jackets. Big brother, we are not handsome, and our skin is not good, you can let us go. Yes, we are dirty. Yi Hong was stunned for a moment by these two words, and then his mind reacted. Why don't they think I have that kind of fetish? Shut your dog's mouth, sir, I'm straight. Yi Hong tore it hard, tearing the coat into several long strips, and then tying the two of them together firmly. Ding! Bound living creatures, binding skills +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Who wants such evil skills? The hands and feet of the two were tied and they could not move, but they kept shouting, Brother, you have something to say. We'll give you money, whatever you want. We can also give you, Before the two of them finished speaking, Yi Hong had already taken off his socks from under his feet and stuffed them into their mouths. This is a pair of scented socks. The two of them instantly widened their eyes, and they were almost fainted by the odor in their mouths. It's quieter now. Yi Hong clapped his hands and came to the tricycle to check. The results of the inspection can be imagined. It is impossible to start the tricycle. How should I go back to this barren country? The corner of his clothes was suddenly pulled. Yi Hong turned around and saw that the little girl named Sienna was staring straight at him with her beautiful round eyes, her eyes full of admiration. Are you in Yuan Shumi? Milo? Yi Hong squatted down, patted Sienna's head, and smiled. It's called Big Brother, and Big Brother is not in security guard, but your grandfather invited you to save you home, but... Yi Hong smiled bitterly. Big Brother doesn't know how to send you to your grandfather now. Sienna stretched out her tender little hand and pointed to the off-road motorcycle lying on the ground. Yi Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 minutes later, Yi Hong was already on the motorcycle, and Sienna was leaning against his arms. On the back of the motorcycle, the two traffickers were tied together by a long strip of cloth and connected to the back seat of the motorcycle. As soon as the motorcycle moved, the two were forced to stumble along. Yi Hong felt the strong wind blowing in front of him, his heart was agitated, and he said happily, Sienna, hurry up, let's speed up. Boom boom, the engine is roaring, the car is like a shooting star. No, there were two extremely miserable screams from the back of the car, echoing in the world. When Yi Hong drove back to the Manyuan Spring Vegetable Market, the sky was getting dark. A motorcycle, with a teenager and a girl sitting on the car, dragged behind by two men who were disheveled and tortured to the point of being out of shape. This strange combination suddenly attracted a large crowd of onlookers. After finally getting out of the crowd and returning to the place where he left, Yi Hong found that several security guards in uniform had gathered there. Holding the book in their hands, they were carefully asking the old man what was registered. Grandpa! Sienna jumped directly from Yi Hong's arms and ran towards the old man in the crowd. Sienna! The grandfather and grandson met again, hugging each other and crying like a mess. Two figures, a man and a woman, walked out of the group of security guards and came to Yi Hong. The man is in his prime, he is tall and straight, and his face is full of heroic spirit. The woman is much younger, not much older than Yi Hong, with a slender body and a hint of playfulness on her fair face. She was following behind the male security guard holding a red book, looking at Yi Hong curiously. Before the security guards spoke, the two traffickers couldn't help it. They were dragged all the way by Yi Hong, their noses were bruised, their faces were bruised, and seeing in guard at this moment was like seeing a savior. The two threw themselves down in front of the male security guard, hugged his thigh tightly, and said with snot and tears, Comrade security officer, take us away quickly, please. We are human traffickers, hurry up and arrest us. Not only a few security guards, but even the people who were onlookers were stunned on the spot. After living for so many years, it was the first time they saw such a broken criminal. What inhumane thing did that young man do to them? Sienna took the old man to Yi Hong's side, pointed at him and said, Grandpa, it was this Big Brother who saved me. He is so powerful that he knocked down the two big bad guys all by himself. Wow! In the vegetable market, an uproar broke out suddenly. Brother, great job. Young hero. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Yi Hong, and suddenly a flash of light lit up. The old man burst into tears with excitement, and grabbed Yi Hong's hand. Little brother, old man, I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing his excited appearance, Yi Hong suddenly smiled with relief, feeling that all the hard work was worth it. The dignified-looking male security guard frowned and shouted, kill these two and take them to the car. Several security guards trotted over, handcuffed the traffickers, and escorted them out. On the way to the crowd, they were immediately spurned by countless people. If they were not afraid of hitting the security guards, the people would have smashed all the rotten leaves and rotten eggs on the ground. The two security guards, a man and a woman, remained where they were, and the young female security guard looked at Yi-hong more and more curiously. She just graduated this year and went to Anning County Security Bureau as an intern. The first task she followed her master was to arrest the traffickers, but she didn't expect the traffickers to be dealt with long ago, and it was a teenager much younger than herself who dealt with them. Therefore, she was rather unconvinced and said, "Are you still a student? How did you do it?" The middle-aged male security guard glared at the people around him and introduced to Yi-hong, "Hello, comrade, I'm Duan Feihu of the County Security Guard's Criminal Investigation Team. This naive girl is my apprentice Song Lingling." Hearing that Master Duan Feihu said that she was ignorant, Song Lingling who was beside her couldn't help but puffed out her mouth and gave him a secret glance, which was really cute. "What's the name of the little brother?" "Ah, my name is Yi-hong, the Knight of Day and Night, the Magnificent Hong." It was the first time that Yi-hong had a close conversation with the people's security guard, and Yi-hong was a little uneasy. "That brother and Yuan, I accidentally hurt those two traffickers, should they be all right?" "Of course it's fine." Duan Feihu smiled heartily, "But we still want to ask you to cooperate and make a record at the Security Bureau, which will help us learn more about these traffickers." Yi-hong nodded, his eyes suddenly turned to the ingredients he had purchased on the ground. Duan Feihu understood and said to Yi-hong, "Don't worry, you can give us an address, and I will arrange for someone to send these things back to you." Sienna and her grandfather were also sent home by Duan Feihu. Before getting into the car, Sienna kept waving to Yi-hong, "Goodbye, big brother." Her grandfather also recovered, and solemnly said to Yi-hong, "Where do you live, little brother? Our Kai family will definitely come to thank you in person." Yi-hong thought that the old man was just polite and didn't care much, and told him the address of the night food snack bar. After coming out of the security bureau, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Duan Feihu and Song Lingling personally sent Yi-hong to the door of the security bureau. According to one night's investigation, Duan Feihu and Song Lingling had a general understanding of the incident, and their gazes towards Yi-hong had long ceased to be contemptuous. In the whole incident, if it wasn't for Yi-hong's bravery and determination, accurate judgment, and his skill, these two guys might have escaped long ago. Before parting, the two solemnly bowed to Yi-hong, and Song Lingling's eyes showed a little admiration. Just today, a seemingly ordinary high school student completely refreshed her worldview. It turns out that high school students can be so fierce. "Hey! Your skills are so good, do you want to consider coming to the security bureau to help?" Song Lingling said with a smile. Duan Feihu glared again, and Song Lingling immediately pouted, all right, I'll just shut up." Duan Feihu said solemnly to Yi-hong, "On behalf of all colleagues of the Security Bureau in Anning County, I would like to thank you again, little brother. I arranged for a car to be outside the door, and the driver will take you home directly in a while." After Yi-hong left, Song Lingling said with dissatisfaction, "Master, why did you stop me just now? Duan Feihu hates iron for not being steel, you don't even move your little pig head. At his age, he has such courage and skills. Do you really think he is an ordinary student?" "Master, you mean, although Anning County is only an ordinary county town under the jurisdiction of Bailu City, but there have been many famous people from here, I can't guarantee that there is a big man standing behind this Yi-hong. You have to keep your eyes on the bright spot in the future, don't think that your grandfather is, you can make a mess in Anning County." Song Lingling stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. The snack street in Anning County is different from those big cities that are still open until midnight, and basically closes around 10 o'clock in the evening. When Yi-hong took the security car back to Qingdong Snack Street, when he saw it from a distance, only the lights of the night snack bar were still on. Two figures stood at the door and kept looking out. A warm current surged through Yi-hong's heart, this is the warmth from home. Seeing Yi-hong getting off the security officer's car, Yi Xiao and Xiaoying hurried over. And Xiaoying even hugged Yi-hong in her arms and sobbed, "You stinky boy, let us worry to death." Yi Xiao, who was beside him, didn't speak, but his eyes were full of worry. Although Duan Feihu had asked someone to tell them about the situation, but before seeing Yi-hong, their hearts could not let go. "Okay, Mom, I'm fine." Yi-hong patted his mother's shoulder, turned around and thanked Xiao Lu, the driver of the security bureau who brought him back. "Brother Lu, thank you for your hard work. It's not in the way. Xiao Lu gave Yi-hong a thumbs up, "It's us who should thank you, if those two guys run away, we'll have to be scolded." After sending Xiao Lu away, the three returned home. And Xiao Ying checked Yi Han's body up and down to confirm that he was not injured, and then he was relieved. It's just that she pulled Yi Hong's torn shirt on the back and wondered, it's strange, the clothes are torn like this, but there's nothing wrong with the body? Yi Hong knew that this must be due to his entry-level recovery ability. He touched his back, and sure enough, not even a single wound was left. After reassuring the two elders that they would not do such dangerous things again in the future, the couple let Yi Hong go to rest. In the middle of the night, Yi Hong was lying on the bed, and his heart had not yet completely calmed down. In just one day today, many things have really happened, and my abilities have also grown tremendously. Yi Hong silently called up the current property panel to check. Less than a week after obtaining the system, he has awakened and strengthened dozens of abilities and skills, among which more than 10 abilities have been upgraded to the proficient level. They are subject expertise, cooking ability, flirting skills, driving ability, and listening ability. After each ability is upgraded to the mastery level, there has been a qualitative change. For example, in today's incident, if the proficient hearing and proficient driving abilities did not work wonders, the two traffickers would not have been solved so easily. The next goal is to strengthen each ability to the proficient level as soon as possible. This night, Yi Hong slept soundly. On the same night, many people had trouble sleeping. They were all people who had tasted the supreme beef noodles this morning, and the delicacy was something they would never forget. No! I have to record this experience. A young man picked up his mobile phone and posted his experience in the night food snack bar to a circle of friends. That night, an article in the circle of friends suddenly exploded in the circle of Anming County. The title is, "If you haven't eaten this beef noodle, don't say you are from Anming." Everyone opened it and saw a picture of a bowl of beef noodles that made people look very appetizing. The text at the bottom is all the author's experience of tasting this bowl of supreme beef noodles. Taste this bowl of beef noodles in terms of color, aroma, taste, etc., and praise it as rare in the sky and hard to find in the ground. At the end of the article, the author also added a sentence, "I am also an old glutton, but I have never tasted such delicious beef noodles." Everyone in the circle. As soon as this article came out, it immediately triggered numerous reprints. Many people who have tasted it in the morning have commented on the article. "You come out, author, let's have a good chat about life. If I can't eat the supreme beef noodles tomorrow, I will kill you with a knife. Oh, I promised my wife to line up to buy it for her at 5 o'clock tomorrow. It looks like it will be 4 o'clock now. I hate you, author. This bowl of beef noodles has nothing to say, it really deserves the word, supreme." Don't believe the author, and Ming doesn't have this store at all. Funny expression, the first reaction of many people is that they don't believe it. It's just a bowl of beef noodles. But there are also a lot of people who have been aroused by greed in their stomachs and are going to try it tomorrow. In this case, another article titled "The Teenage Hero in the Vegetable Market High School Students Fighting Two Traffickers Alone" was not so popular. Before 5 o'clock the next day, Yi Hong woke up to the sound of the alarm clock. Ding! Good quality sleep, +1 energy. The Dian Yeshe couple was still sleeping, and Yi Hong tiptoed to the kitchen downstairs, ready to start his own pastry plan. After going through all the ingredients, procedures, and attention points in his mind, Yi Hong finally started. Ding! The mastery cooking ability has been activated. Well, first of all, glutinous rice flour, japonica rice flour, white sugar, then there are sweet scented osmanthus, red beans. Add about 300 grams of water in this step. Stir, okay, get on the steamer. 20 minutes later, Yi Hong opened the steamer and took out a red round cake. I saw that the freshly baked cakes were crystal clear in appearance and dotted with sweet scented osmanthus, like a starry sky embedded in a ruby, very charming. Yi Hong was confident that out of 10 girls who saw this kind of cake, 9 would not be able to walk. A strong glutinous fragrance rushed to the face, making people drool unconsciously. Yi Hong carefully cut off a small piece and threw it into his mouth to taste. The entrance is fragrant and sweet, and the taste is delicate. After swallowing it, a warm current surged up in the stomach, which made the whole body feel comfortable. Yi Hong nodded with satisfaction, looked at this proud debut and said, "Let's name you, Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake." Ding! Invent new dishes, +5 cooking ability. There was a loud noise outside the door. Yi Hong looked up, but the clock had arrived at 6 in the morning unknowingly. Glancing through the kitchen window, there was already a long queue outside the store. Yi Hong smiled bitterly, put away the Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake, and began to prepare the beef noodles. A busy day is about to start again. At 6:30, the night snack bar opens on time. Today's traffic is more than twice as much as yesterday. Yi Xiao and the others asked. Only then did they know about the circle of friends. Diners eagerly waited and took turns entering the store to buy supreme beef noodles. Just like yesterday, the two beauties, Zhang Shuawei and Li Muya, came to help early. Although we learned the lesson of yesterday, the store asked Beefqua to send more beef today, but when the sun was up, the beef in the store was still about to bottom out. At this moment, there was a quarrel outside the store. I don't want to borrow it anymore. We don't want to borrow the location of our store anymore. Let that little bastard Yi Hong get out of here. This is Xiao Chunlan's voice. Zhang Shuawei and Li Muya rushed into the kitchen and said anxiously, Hong, go out and have a look, something happened outside. Yi Hong frowned, stopped what he was doing, and followed the two women out of the store to check the situation. Since there are many diners who need seats, the night food snack bar can't sit, so Yi Xiao and the others deliberately borrowed some seats from a few stores next door. The other restaurants had no objection, but Yi Hong saw Xiao Chunlan of Dawn's barbecue restaurant, driving all the diners out of their restaurant. The diners were dumbfounded, standing in the wind holding beef noodles, at a loss. Yi Xiao and his wife were explaining something to Xiao Chunlan, but Xiao Chunlan had a dark face, completely disobedient, and insisted on letting Yi Hong come out. The moment she saw Yi Hong, she put her arms on her waist and pointed directly at Yi Hong. Yo! Come and see, everyone, this is the chef of your favorite beef noodle dish. He's actually a thief. The faces of the diners in the queue were different, some were irrelevant, some were curious, and some people directly took a mobile phone and took a video. Seeing the reactions of these diners, Yi Hong froze in his heart. If you don't explain things clearly today, the night food snack bar is likely to suffer damage to its reputation, which will directly affect the store's performance. His whole face became cold, and he said coldly, Xiao Chunlan, don't spit your blood. I'm spitting blood? Ha! Xiao Chunlan's sharp voice resounded halfway across the street. Then tell me, where is the tricycle of our old director now? Yi Hong was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that he came back too late yesterday, and buried his head in the kitchen again this morning, but he forgot to tell Lao Dong about the tricycle. But this Xiao Chunlan did not ask the reason, and splashed at the door of her own store. She was a mad woman. What's wrong? Our chef has nothing to say? Get the car back. Xiao Chunlan was stunned when she saw Yi Hong, thinking that she had broken the scandal. Her face flashed with pride. Although Lao Dong didn't say anything, his face didn't look very good. Uncle Dong, do you think so too? Old Dong sighed deeply. Hong, it's not that Uncle is stingy, a broken car is not worth much. It's just that this old guy has been with Uncle Dong for so many years, and he really has some feelings. Don't joke with your Uncle Dong, and return it quickly. Speaking of which, they all thought that they could not return the car they borrowed. But the car was completely scrapped and abandoned in the wasteland in the southern suburbs. Yi Hong couldn't even think about it. Yi Hong shook his head silently. Uncle Dong, I can't return that old car to you, I'm really sorry. But I can buy a new one for you. New? Xiao Chunlan sneered. Do you know how much a brand new tricycle costs now? Can you, a poor student, pay for it? Don't think you've made a fortune by selling a few stinky noodles. I see that you clearly don't want to pay it back, just write a blank check to send us. Xiao Chunlan, don't go too far. And Xiaoying couldn't hold back her violent temper, and immediately scolded her with her hips on her back. Don't be a thief, my family Hong is bright and upright, how could he like your family? That broken car? Yi Zhao's face was ashen. Old Dong, as parents, we will naturally give you a new car for Hong, don't worry. That's not what I meant. Sigh. Lao Dong sighed heavily with a tangled expression on his face. However, Yi Hong found that the situation at the scene was not quite right. I didn't expect this person to do some stealing things at such a young age. I heard that he is the chef of this beef noodles? I'm a little worried about the noodles made by such a chef. Dude, you line up by yourself, I'll go first. Just as Yi Hong frowned, a convoy of cars slowly approached the entrance of the snack street. Two black Mercedes-Benzes on the front and rear clear the way, escorting the silver horse in the middle. The people in line gave way to the convoy and looked at the cars with envious eyes. The black car is a new model of Benchi this year. It costs several million, right? Look at that silver horse, its license plate is Jiang A8888. Isn't this license plate number owned by the CEO of the Kai Group? I seem to have seen someone say it in the circle of friends. Where are they going? Just when everyone thought that the convoy would directly pass through the snack street, the 5 luxury cars stopped slowly at the entrance of the night snack bar. From the 4 black stupid pools, several big men in suits with grim faces poured out. They quickly came to the silver sedan, opened the doors for the occupants, and put up umbrellas for them. As soon as the door opened, a little girl in a floral dress jumped out impatiently. When she saw Yi-hong standing on the steps, she suddenly showed a bright smile, jumped and fell into Yi-hong's arms. Giggle, big brother, we meet again, Siener. Yi-hong touched the head of the little girl in his arms and smiled. The little girl was the Siener she rescued from the traffickers yesterday, but she didn't expect to meet again so soon. Siener, why are you here? Siener pointed to the silver BMW sedan, and said in a milky voice, I came with Stinky Dad and Grandpa. Yi-hong looked up, and found a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor walking down from the car. The middle-aged man was wearing a well-tailored gray high-end suit, with a handsome face, gleaming eyes, and looking forward. This momentum, at first glance, is a person who has been in a high position for a long time. It's Kai Jiannan from the Kai Group. I've seen him on the news. One of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Anming County. I heard that there is a villa of 400 square meters in the northern suburbs. Could it be that even people like this come to eat this beef noodles? I saw Kai Jiannan bent down and helped an old man out of the car. Dad, your waist isn't fully healed yet, be careful. Sure enough, this old man was the old man whom Hong met in the vegetable market last night, that is, Siener's grandfather. Seeing Siener hanging on Yi-hong's body and not letting go, the old man smiled dotingly. With the help of Kai Jiannan, he came to Yi-hong and said excitedly, Brother Yi, old man, I made a special trip to thank you today. If it wasn't for you yesterday, Siener would have. The old man looked terrified. Yi-hong smiled and said, it's just a little effort, you don't need to be so inspiring. The old man wanted to say something else, but a slightly fat middle-aged man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. He came to Kai Jiannan and greeted him with a little flattery. Mr. Kai, do you still remember me? I'm the virtual of fading company. Kai Jiannan hummed coldly, but made the middle-aged man feel comfortable, as if his bones were lighter. Then I won't disturb Mr. Kai for your meal. After the middle-aged man said goodbye, the old man realized that he had not introduced himself and others to Yi-hong. My surname is Kai, and I have a single name with the word Hong. You also know Siener. This is my son, Kai Jiannan, who is incompetent. Kai Jiannan changed his indifference, smiled kindly at Yi-hong, and presented Yi-hong a business card with both hands respectfully. Xiaoye, I won't say more about the extra thank you. If you have something to do with me in the future, your uncle Kai will make sure to do it for you. While the crowd present could not help bursting out with envious exclamations. You must know that in this huge Anning County, every day there are people who want to see Kai Jiannan but cannot get it. And this young man was able to get a personal commitment from the CEO of the Kai Group. What earth-shattering event did he do to make the Kai family so grateful? Kai Hong also noticed that the atmosphere in front of the store seemed to be a little off, and couldn't help asking, have you encountered difficulties? Yi-hong smiled bitterly, and told Kai Hong and the others about the future. Kai Hong shook his head and laughed, it's not your fault, it's us. He turned his head to look at the large crowd on the street, and his energetic voice spread to all directions. Everyone, you all misunderstood little brother Yeong. He impassively recounted what happened in the vegetable market yesterday. In the end, he shouted, how can such a brave, resourceful, just an awe-inspiring little hero be a car thief? Only then did everyone know that Hong had such a record in the vegetable market last night. I remembered, the County Security Bureau issued an article last night, which was about this. It turns out that the high school student who chased the two traffickers for more than 10 miles on a tricycle was him. We almost misunderstood a little hero as a car thief, ashamed. There was a sudden burst of warm applause from the crowd. Ding! Being praised for doing good deeds, character value +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Personality value can also be strengthened? Ding! After the character value is strengthened, it will increase the host's sense of trust. The system explained a sentence in his mind. At this point, Kai Hong was basically asked to help explain it clearly, and presumably it would not affect the reputation of the night food snack bar. But Xiao Chunlan seemed to be planning to go all the way to the dark, and her sarcastic voice sounded again, oh. The story is made up in a good way. Who knows if the little bastard is invited to act? This time, even the onlookers can't stand it anymore. She has to be so stubborn in the face of iron-like facts. I'm afraid this woman has lost her heart, right? Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, and 5 red slap prints appeared on Xiao Chunlan's face. Xiao Chunlan covered her hot face and looked at Lao Dong in disbelief. You hit me? You are the one who beat me. Lao Dong's face turned black, and he reprimanded one after another. Even if a Hong can lie, will Kai always lie? Still acting? Will you show me a show? Mad woman, get in there quickly, don't be embarrassed here. You. When was Xiao Chunlan so trained by the old dong? She trembled with anger, and finally sat directly on the ground with her legs stretched out, crying and scolding on the ground. You old dong who has been beaten by thousands of knives, how dare you hit me? The old lady didn't do this for your poor barbecue shop. You are generous, and you lend your land to others, even if you borrow a tricycle. Yes, people are convenient and business is good, but what about ours? After working hard for a long time, the benefits are all taken up by everyone. This is good, even your precious tricycle is gone, let's see what you buy in the future. Old Dong was embarrassed by Xiao Chunlan's choking, and he didn't know where to put his resentment, so he kept repeating, shame. Shame. Yi Hong was shocked. He had previously wanted to do a good job in the store's business, but he ignored the feelings of the neighbors. Since Xiao Chunlan has such thoughts, there is no guarantee that other neighbors will not follow suit. Alas, looks like it's time to expand the storefront. Kai Jiannan watched this farce coldly, and suddenly waved to the outside. Suddenly, an OL in a professional skirt walked out. She wears a pair of red-rimmed glasses, her face is delicate and cool, and she looks extremely capable. Mr. Kai, what are your orders? Secretary Jiang, let someone go to our subsidiary immediately and bring the best three-wheeled motorcycle. Okay. Seeing Yi Hong seemed a little stunned, Kai Hong pointed to the business card in Yi Hong's hand and said with a smile, you still don't know what Jiannan does, right? Yi Hong took a look at the business card and saw that it said, Kai's Group, the main business vehicle sales, covering cars, motorcycles, agricultural vehicles, etc. He may not be able to get other things right away, but the most important thing is the car. Kai Hong said with a smile. In less than 10 minutes, someone drove a brand new three-wheeled motorcycle to the door of the night food snack bar. The body is spacious, the shape is chic, and the sapphire blue exterior shines in the sun. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted a large crowd of onlookers. The old dong and his wife also stopped making noise, and their attention couldn't help being attracted by the gorgeous tricycle. TSK, I didn't expect it to be this car. The middle-aged man surnamed Hong from Fading Company looked at the tricycle up and down, and was amazed. Excuse me, big brother, can I ask what kind of car this is? Lao Dong and Xiao Chunlan came to the tricycle and wanted to reach out to touch it, but they didn't dare. The middle-aged man surnamed Hong said disdainfully, you bastard, you have never seen the world at first glance. This is the Poseidon brand tricycle developed by the Kai Group. It adopts the latest technology of Yenghua, and every part is meticulously crafted. It is the top product exported to Western countries. The onlookers took a breath, but they didn't expect the tricycle to be so big. Then this car should be expensive, right? The middle-aged man surnamed Hong smiled contemptuously and stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000? 50,000? Do you think scrap iron is being sold on the street? The middle-aged man surnamed Hong shouted loudly, as if he had been insulted, it's a full 500,000 yuan of yen nationality. Xiao Chunlan on the side heard this astronomical number, clutching her heart tightly, and hiccups in fright. Kai Jiannan said coldly to Lao Dong and Xiao Chunlan, this car is given to you, don't harass Xiaoyi again in the future. Send us? Old Dong looked at Kai Jiannan in disbelief, pointed to the tricycle, then pointed to himself, trembling with excitement. Xiao Chunlan on the side was like a dream and almost fainted. After confirming again and again, Lao Dong finally believed this fact, and when punishing Xiao Chunlan and the two bowed to Kai Jiannan. Thank you, President Kai. Thank you. No, thanks Xiaoye if you want to thank me. Kai Jiannan looked at the couple with disgust. If it wasn't for Yi Hong, he would not care about such a person at all. So the two turned to thank Yi Hong again and again, but Yi Hong said lightly, I can't afford your thanks, after all, I'm just a poor student. The two were embarrassed when they remembered Xiao Chunlan's mockery of Yi Hong before, so they could only laugh embarrassingly. After such a fuss, Yi Hong had no intention of continuing to sell noodles, apologized to the diners present, and announced the closing amid countless wailing. Yi Hong invited Kai Hong and the others into the store to sit down, and Yi Xiao hurriedly took out the good tea that he had been saving and was reluctant to drink to entertain them. Zhang Shuawei and Li Moya also seemed very restrained, helping in Xiaoying to sort things out. From time to time, they glanced at the young man who was talking to Kai Jiannan, and their eyes were full of admiration. At the same age, the two of them did not dare to say a word when they saw someone like Kai Jiannan. But Yi Hong was able to calm down in front of others, which really made them both admire. Ding! Talking and laughing in front of business giants, momentum +1, Yi Hong still kept holding Xiener. He didn't expect Xiener to fall asleep directly in his arms. Not knowing what dream she had, a smile appeared on Bainin's little face, and the saliva from his mouth directly wet Yi Hong's chest, making him wonder whether to laugh or cry. Ding! Take care of children, nursing ability +1, current progress 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Kai Hong looked at Xianer who was sleeping soundly, shook his head and laughed. I don't know why this little girl likes to stick to you so much, but yesterday she went back and pulled us to talk all night, and all she said was your name. Yi Hong smiled. Bitterly in his heart, wouldn't it be because of his proficient girl flirting skills? That's too sinful. Kai Jiannan looked at the interior decoration of the night food snack bar, frowned slightly and said, Xiaoyi, your store is too small, have you thought about changing it? Yi Hong's expression became solemn, and he obviously remembered the consideration just now. He nodded and said, I have this plan, does Uncle Kai have any suggestions? Kai Jiannan waved his hand domineeringly and wrote lightly, there is a store of our group at the east side of the street and I will give it to you Xiaoye. And Xiaoying, who was wiping the table, shook her hands and almost threw the rag out. Dongjiku was the most prosperous commercial area in Anning County, and many well-known companies have set up stores there. Compared with the bustling Dongjiku, the snack street where the night food snack bar is located is like a slum. The store-fronted Dongjiku is rented alone, and the monthly rent is 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, let alone bought directly. But now Kai Jiannan was going to give such an expensive storefront to Yi Hong directly, and a few people present were shocked. What they didn't expect was that Yi Hong shook his head and refused. Uncle Kai, you have already solved a big trouble for me, and I have no reason to accept your generous gift. Yi Hong said that he was not moved, it must be false. But he is not a person who likes to owe favors to others. After all, sometimes favors are a very troublesome thing. You are really my stupid son. And Xiaoying was secretly anxious, and could not wait to go up and agree for Yi Hong. Kai Jiannan shook his head and said, just because you saved Xianer, let alone one store, I don't think it's too much for 10 stores. But when he saw Yi Hong's insistence, he didn't force it, he just said, well, I'll rent that shop to you, but I'll give you 50 years of free rent. If you don't agree to this, you won't give you Uncle Kai's face. Kai Jiannan pretended to be angry, but Yi Hong had no choice but to agree. And Xiaoying was so excited that the rent was waived for 50 years. What is the difference between this and direct delivery? Then this matter is settled, I will ask Secretary Jiang to contact you when the time comes. By the way, it will take some time to transfer things in the store, do you mind waiting? I don't mind. And Xiaoying answered directly before Yi Hong. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then there was a burst of good-natured laughter. Yi Hong, however, noticed that Kai Heng's hands were always on his waist, and occasionally his brows tightened, revealing pain. He couldn't help but asked with concern, Elder Kai, are you alright? Oh, it's an old problem, my waist is sore and numb caused by high blood pressure. In addition, I was pushed by those 2 guys yesterday, and it still hurts to this day. Looks like I have to go to a doctor today for a massage. Hypertension? Yi Hong's heart moved, and he took Xianer in his arms into Kai Jiannan's arms, and asked everyone to wait in the hall for a while he ran into the back kitchen. After a while, he brought out a drawer of steamer in the eyes of everyone's doubts. A strong glutinous fragrance wafted into the hall in an instant. Well, Xianer slowly opened her eyes, with her index finger in her mouth, and said sleepily, what is so fragrant? Yi Hong smiled slightly and opened the steamer. Sure enough, the gorgeous shape of the Supreme Osmanthus red bean cake immediately aroused the admiration of everyone. Especially Zhang Xuewei and the other women, their eyes couldn't be opened immediately. Because it has been placed in the steamer, the pastry is still hot. Yi Hong broke off a small piece from it and handed it to Xianer after blowing it cold. Come on, try the latest work of eldest brother. Xianer took the cake and put it directly into her mouth. Before taking a few bites, a pair of big eyes squinted with joy. Delicious. Xianer wants it. Yi Hong also cut a slice for Kai Hong. Kai Lao, try it, this cake is very helpful for lowering blood pressure. Kai Hong smiled slightly, took the cake, and planned to taste it politely. He didn't take Yi Hong's words too seriously in his heart, after all, it wasn't that he didn't eat red bean cake. But the moment he bit the cake, his eyes widened. A burst of hot air went straight to his lungs, and Kai Hong instantly felt his whole body warm up. The blood stagnated in the waist suddenly cleared. Although the soreness and numbness in the waist did not completely disappear, the symptoms were greatly relieved. What the hell is this? This is even more effective than a doctor's massage, which is amazing. Kai Hong widened his eyes and looked at the cakes in his hands carefully, as if he was appreciating a panacea. It's so amazing? Looking at Kai Hong and Xianer's performance, Kai Jiannan also tasted a piece of it suspiciously. Well, it's soft on the palate and tastes good. And there is an inexplicable sense of comfort. After chewing a few mouthfuls greedily, Kai Jiannan gave Yi Hong a thumbs up. I have traveled all over the world for so many years, and I have eaten many delicacies from the mountains and seas, but I didn't expect to be conquered by a small cake today. Xiao Ya, is this what you did? Yi Hong nodded. This is my latest research and development cake, called Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake. Since this pastry is helpful to Kai Lao's body, I will give you this drawer. If you need it in the future, you are welcome to taste it at any time. As he spoke, he packed up all the inventory and handed it to Kai Hung. Kai Jiannan sighed silently. Xiao Yi, I found that our Kai family owes you more and more. First, Xianer was saved, and then my father's long-standing problems were cured. If it weren't for the fact that you are still in high school, I really want to send a subsidiary directly to you. As he was talking, Kai Jiannan suddenly reacted. Yup. The boy in front of him is only a high school student. But at a young age, he has extraordinary courage and extraordinary skills, not to mention his culinary skills and good character. It can be said that Yi Hong's abilities and qualities are far superior to those of the younger generation he has seen. The future of this child is limitless. Xiao Yi, Uncle Kai is very optimistic about your future. If there is no good place to go after graduation, welcome to my Kai group. I will always leave you the position of general manager of a subsidiary company. In any case, first make a good relationship with this talented young man. Yi Xiaoan and Xiao Ying on the side, although they looked very calm on the surface, they were already smiling inside. Seeing that his son is so promising and valued by others, the two of them are also honored. Li Muya and Zhang Shuawei couldn't help but cast envious glances at Yi Hong. Kai's group is a star enterprise in Anming County. Every year, countless students break their heads and squeeze in, dreaming of finding an official and half job in it. But the helm of this terrifying giant ship personally made such a promise to Yi Hong, and it is estimated that Yi Hong is the only one in Anming County who has this kind of treatment. As for Kai Jiannan's importance, Yi Hong's face was calm as water. With such a powerful system, how could he be trapped in this small Anming County all his life? His eyes had already flown to the wider world. And Yi Hong's calm and unflinching attitude made Kai Jiannan look up to him. Before noon that day, Kai Jiannan took a few people to leave early because of his busy affairs. Before leaving, Xianer cried for a long time because she was reluctant to leave Yi Hong. In the end, Yi Hong had to promise various benefits, and only then did Xianer get into the car. After sending off a few people, Yi Hong still cooked 2 bowls of noodles to entertain Zhang Shuawei and Li Muya as usual. It's just that the two of them seemed to be absent-minded about the beef noodles today, but their eyes wandered, and the 2 pairs of watery eyes stared at Yi Hong, and the desire in their eyes almost overflowed their eyes. This kind of weird look made Yi Hong horrified for a while, wondering if he had accidentally added some kind of evil seasoning to his face. If you have something to say, I'm panicking. The 2 women immediately stood up from their seats, each hugged Yi Hong's arm, and said, Hong, we also want to eat the pastry just now, okay? Yi Hong felt the heart-wrenching deadly touch between his arms, forcibly suppressed the thoughts in his mind, and said dryly, You, let go of your hands first, I'll do it right away. Seeing the figure of Yi Hong fleeing, the 2 women looked at each other with a sly smile, and compared each other with the word V. The 2 of them have long wanted to taste the Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake, but they were too thin-skinned. When Kai Jiannan and others were there, they were too embarrassed to say it. And when they saw that Yi Hong gave all the cakes to Kai Hung in one go, it was as if something in their hearts was shattered, and they wanted to bite Yi Hong twice. I have to say that the appearance of this cake can indeed be called a female killer. Since he wanted to make a new Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake, Yi Hong was fortunate enough to ask Yi Xiaoan and Xiao Ying to enter the kitchen together. According to Yi Hong's original plan, he would not cook this brand new pastry again unless there were special circumstances. Everything will be handed over to Yi Xiaoan the 2. At that time, the diners will only eat the cakes made by Yi Xiaoxiao and his wife, but not the cakes made by Yi Hong, so there will be no psychological difference. After teaching several times in a row, the 2 of them bumped into a basket of cakes. Yi Hong tasted it. Although it was a little different from what he made himself, it was enough to sell it as a treasure of the town store. Then Yi Hong personally made a large portion of the Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake and asked Zhang Shuawei and the others to take them back. It's been really hard work these 2 days, 2 beauties. Yi Hong is really grateful to the 2 of them, and has really shared a lot of pressure on their parents. The 2 women happily tasted the red bean cake in their hands, and asked in confusion, Hong, will that beef noodle not be sold in the future? Stop the sale for now, and we'll talk about it later. Yi Hong is also very helpless. Others sell things because the sales are too poor to sell, but he himself is too good to sell. If every day is a scene like this weekend, I can only bury my head in the kitchen and don't want to do anything else. Oh, it seems that the weekend will be boring in the future. After the two girls heard it, they could only sigh with regret. Yi Hong's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but tease, "Could it be that you guys want to come here every weekend?" The two women's face turned red, they quickly swallowed the cake, and then said goodbye to Yi Hong. Seeing their panicked backs, Yi Hong couldn't help scratching his head. Could it be true that he was right? In the evening, to celebrate the good performance of the weekend, the family of three decided to go out for a big meal after a long absence. Yi Xiao and Yi Hong didn't care what they wanted to eat, but In Xiaoying had been thinking about a new Western restaurant in the county for a long time. Just before going out, Yi Hong saw that In Xiaoying was carrying a bulging bag. "Mom, what are you bringing? Why does it look so heavy?" In Xiaoying's face was slightly red, and she said a little embarrassedly, "No, it's nothing. It's just the money I made from selling beef noodles in the past 2 days, and I always feel unsafe without it." Yi Hong. The performance of these 2 days, at least there must be $10,000. To be able to carry so much cash with him, he really convinced himself the best mother. The Western restaurant in Xiaoying mentioned is at the entrance of Dongjie, called Shanglanqi Restaurant. It is said that it is the top brand of Langziguo. As soon as you enter the restaurant, you are greeted with a luxurious atmosphere. The interior decoration is shiny, the ground is clean and tidy, and the waiters are all elegant. The person receiving the three was a beautiful waiter with blonde hair and blue eyes. She handed the menu to the three and asked them to choose the dishes. Looking at the dazzling menu, Yi Xiao and the two couldn't help but feel worried. How did they know the difference between all kinds of steaks, so they had to show the menu to Yi Hong. Although Yi Hong was also visiting a Western restaurant for the first time, when he glanced at the pictures on the menu, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Browse dishes, cooking ability +1, ding. The proficient cooking ability has been triggered, and the dishes are being scanned. The dishes are analyzed. Yi Hong was looking at a picture of a filet mignon at this time, and the process of making this steak naturally appeared in his head. From the selection of ingredients, the processing of ingredients, the heat to the frying method, everything is available. The meat is tender, but lacks chewiness. This is the characteristic of filet mignon that Yi Hong summed up according to this process. It turned out to be the case. I didn't expect that the proficient cooking ability would have such a magical effect. In this case, can you learn all these steak practices by yourself after reading all the pictures here? Yi Hong's heart moved, and he slowly flipped through the menu page by page. The waiter on the side was able to maintain a patient smile at first, but when she saw Yi Hong slowly flipping through the menu like a book, the smile gradually disappeared. At this moment, a man and a woman came to a table not far from the next door. Both of them are in their 40s, the man has a fat head and big ears, and a thick gold chain hangs around his neck. At first glance, he looks like a nouveau riche. The woman opposite him had heavy makeup and was also covered in jewelry. When the blonde waiter saw them, he immediately said to Yi Hong impatiently, "Sir, please make a decision quickly, I have to serve the guests at other tables." Yi Hong frowned, and based on the knowledge in his head, ordered 2 medium-rare filet mignon for Lao and a medium-rare sirloin steak for himself. After waiting for a while, 3 steaks were served. Although they had made up for their knowledge of Western food before going out, Yi Xiao and the others had never used a knife and fork, and they were all revealed at once. I saw the two of them poking at the dinner plate with knives and forks, and Xiaoying in particular was sweating so anxiously that she forgot all the knowledge they had to make up for. In addition, Western food has many rules, and In Xiaoying made a lot of jokes. Actions such as scooping soup with a dessert spoon emerge in an endless stream. Yi Hong was rather unfamiliar at first, but as the system's prompt sounded, a large amount of corresponding knowledge suddenly poured out in his mind, and he gradually became more skilled. Ding! Cutlery skills +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. So after becoming proficient, Yi Hong taught the second old man how to use a knife and fork. So this is And Xiaoying finally learned it. Her excitement was uncontrollable, and she suddenly cried out like a dutiful son. Her voice was already loud, and it was even more abrupt in the quiet Western restaurant. No quality. A cold voice came from the side. Yi Hong turned to look. It was the man and woman he had just seen. The fat man sneered disdainfully when he saw Yi Hong noticed him. And Xiaoying understands that those who can come here to consume are the so-called successful people, and they dare not offend. In addition to feeling ashamed, he apologized to the fat man in a low voice, "I'm sorry." At this time, the fat man had finished eating, and asked someone to pay the bill, which happened to be the blonde launchy waiter. The fat man tossed his wallet, took out a stack of money, and handed the blonde waiter 100 yuan to spend after buying the order. The blonde waiter suddenly smiled charmingly and sweetly said thank you in fluent Chinese. Fatty mocked as he settled the bill, "What's the use of saying I'm sorry? Look at your outfits. If you don't know how to eat Western food, don't come here to learn arty style." Then he turned to the waiter and said, "Your St. Lanchi restaurant is also true, everyone puts in." And Xiaoying was so choked by the fat man that her face turned red and white, she lowered her head, and her eyes flashed with sadness. This sadness instantly pierced Yi Hong's heart. He frowned and said coldly to the fat man, "If you don't know how to eat Western food, it proves that your quality is low? Just like many people with higher quality than you, they may not necessarily come to eat Western food. I'm just wondering, when does eating according to Western rules mean elegance and sophistication? I just like to eat steak with chopsticks, what's wrong?" Yi Hong took the aperitif, poured himself a glass, drank it all, lit the empty glass in front of everyone, and said lightly, "Aperitif, I can drink it whenever I want. A meal is just a program. People who try to embellish themselves with these hypocritical etiquette and pretend to be high society are really unqualified, right? I also like to eat with my hands, how can you help me? You." Fatty was choked up by Yi Hong's series of words, his face turned into a pig's liver color. The waitress smiled at Yi Hong and said, "Sir, it's really rude to grab with your hands when eating." Yi Hong glanced at the waiter and said lightly, "You are right, but unfortunately this is not what you should say now as a restaurant waiter. If I were your manager, I would have fired you. Instead of intentionally taking sides, you should stop the bickering and avoid escalation now. Of course, it is understandable that he tipped you 100 yuan after all." The waiter's smile suddenly froze, a little overwhelmed. The people from the Yin kingdom who came in the past were all polite to her. She had never seen someone like Yi Hong who dared to taunt her directly. Besides, even if our Mizzen speaks a little loudly and affects other people, she has already apologized, and I think that's enough. On the contrary, some people are like mad dogs, biting people whenever they disagree. In the end, who has the quality, who does not have the quality, at a glance? Yi Xiao, who was on the side, heard his blood boil, and quietly gave Yi Hong a thumbs up. He was naturally very angry that his wife was being bullied, but he couldn't find a way to fight back. Seeing Yi Hong's bravery now, I just feel very relieved. And Xiaoying also wiped the wet corners of her eyes, and her eyes flashed with emotion and relief. Ding! Witty words, eloquent talk, debating ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! The momentum overwhelms everyone, the momentum +1, the fat man's eyes suddenly widened. "You are so good at talking, forget it, I don't want to be as knowledgeable as a country bumpkin like you." What a disappointment! The fat man had a livid face, pulling the woman he brought with him and intending to leave. And Xiaoying had already recovered her emotions. Seeing that his mouth was not clean before he left, she couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't he just a nouveau riche? What happened to the nouveau riche?" The fat man seemed to have been stabbed in the sore spot, and stared at Xiaoying and said, "The nouveau riche is better than your slapped buns." Yi Hong said with a smile, "This gentleman's words are bad. I don't think you can compare to Mizzen even if you are better than the nouveau riche." As he spoke, he brought up Xiaoying's backpack and accidentally opened the zipper, revealing the thick pile of money inside. The fat man was dumbfounded. How could anyone walk around with tens of thousands of dollars with them? This upstart is much more sincere than himself. How dare the fat man continue to stay, pulling the woman and leaving the restaurant in a dejected manner? Yi Hong's family did not affect their mood because of this, and continued to eat with laughter. Half an hour later, when Yi Hong was about to check out, he found that it was not an ordinary waiter, but a middle-aged man in a suit. "I'm the lobby manager of St. Lancy. I'm sorry for the poor service tonight and caused some trouble to you." The blonde waiter followed behind the manager with a cold expression on his face. He must have been ridiculed by Yi Hong for a few words. Although the manager kept a professional smile, for some reason, Yi Hong felt that this smile was very perfunctory, and his apology was also very official. He changed his mind and decided to teach these people a lesson. Yi Hong put his fingers on the table and tapped them abruptly. He deliberately let go of his voice. "I thought the steak in the St. Lanchi restaurant was delicious, but I didn't expect to try it tonight, it's just like that." Yi Hong's voice immediately attracted the attention of many diners in the hall. The manager's smile disappeared instantly, and his whole face was pulled down. "Sir, our steak in St. Lancy is a world-renowned brand. You can dislike it, but please don't belittle it for no reason." "Want to hear the reason?" "Ha!" Yi Hong sneered, and according to the knowledge conveyed by the system, He opened his mouth and said several shortcomings of the sirloin steak in front of him. The thickness of your steak is not cut to the best thickness at all. Not enough time to marinate, not very tasty. It must have been treated with good olive oil and sea salt before pickling, right? And also, Yi Hong talked so eloquently that the diners present were mesmerized and nodded frequently. They never imagined that there would be so much knowledge in a small steak. Guest, please stop talking. Looking at the reactions of the diners, the lobby manager couldn't stop sweating, and glared at the waiter behind him. I cursed in my heart, this is the guest you said that you don't understand and pretend to understand, and have nothing to do? The waiter was also dumbfounded and froze in place. As a Lanchi native, she naturally heard that Yi Hong was not talking nonsense, but was really talking about the shortcomings of this steak accurately. Yi Hong smiled playfully. I have a friend who has been planning to open a steakhouse in Anning County. I asked for my opinion before, and now it seems that he can be reassured. With you St. Lancy as a foil, I believe that my friend's business will be booming. Where does Yi Hong have such a friend, purely to scare the manager? But the manager mistook it for the truth. His face turned pale with fright, and he almost cried while hugging Yi Hong's thigh. If Yi Hong's friend really came to Anning County and robbed San Lanchi's business, and then the above blamed him, he wouldn't even want to be the lobby manager. In a panic, the lobby manager was completely disorganized and could no longer remain calm. The waitress also realized the seriousness of the problem, bent over and kept saying sorry. The manager gritted his teeth and said in pain, well, today's meal is counted on the lower body, as compensation for our poor service. Do you think this is okay? And Xiaoying tugged Ye Hong's sleeve and signaled him to go to this place. After all, he ate something and got angry, and if he continued to make trouble, he would appear to be a bit bullying. Yi Hong was too lazy to continue to care about these people, and waved to the manager, forget about today's affairs, I hope you, St. Lancy, can take this as a warning, and don't look down on others. Saying that, she glanced at the waitress lightly. The waitress obviously understood this sentence, her face suddenly turned red and white, and she could not wait to find a scene to get in. Before leaving, the manager took out another member card of the restaurant and just shoved it into Yi Hong, smiling all over his face. But Xiaoying raised her eyebrows and took out 100 yuan from her wallet and handed it to the waitress as a tip. The waiter looked complicated and said thank you in a low voice. On the way, Xiaoying seemed very happy, and said jokingly, in the future, my mother will also open a Western restaurant, just across from St. Lancy, Yi Hong smiled, but his heart moved slightly. After returning to the night food snack bar that night, Yi Xiao and his wife pulled Yi Hong to sit in the hall, posing a serious look like a tribunal. What do you two want to do? Yi Hong's head was full of black lines, and he looked at the two of them speechlessly. We are wondering if you are our son. Yeah, it feels as if a silly boy was suddenly possessed by a peerless genius. Go, what stupid boy, do you say that about your son? Yi Hong shrugged helplessly, it's just that I was too lazy to use my intelligence before. Seeing that the two of them were still in disbelief, Yi Hong couldn't help sighing, okay, I'll tell you why. He suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously to the two of them, have you heard of the library of Jitsai Middle School? Yi Xiao and the others frowned and shook their heads together. To tell you the truth, I learned all these things in that library. Otherwise, what do you think I do every noon? Not all of them are in the library. It turns out. No wonder Wang Tuo and Wei Deshang keep coming to the store and say you won't play with them at noon. Seeing that the second old man believed the reason he made up, Yi Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this matter was fooled. Yi Xiao suddenly showed a look of yearning. The library. I also want to go in and see. And Xiaoying immediately said disdainfully, oh. With your literacy level, you don't even know half a dozen big characters, you probably can't even read the cover of the book, right? Hey! It's like you can understand it. Seeing that the two of them disagreed and started bickering again, Yi Hong shook his head and came to the computer. After a very long wait, I was able to see the familiar boot interface. Yi Hong sighed silently, this broken computer has been serving in his home for 5 or 6 years, and it is time to replace it. He borrowed Yi Xiao's mobile phone and silently opened a certain web page. Immediately, both hands flew on the keyboard, clicked with the mouse, and occasionally tapped the screen of the mobile phone. After a long time, he let out a long breath and smiled with satisfaction. I saw the word, Night Eclipse, displayed on the computer screen. Yi Hong used Yi Xiao's mobile phone number to register one. It turned out that he was inspired by the previous article in the Circle of Friends. Instead of letting others advertise the nighttime snacks, it is better to do the publicity work yourself. However, it is obviously an excellent way of publicity. In the era of mobile social networking, using this kind of self-media to write articles and attract a large number of fans is a very common marketing method. After growing and the number of fans gradually increasing, it can also generate a traffic economy, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Alas, it's a pity that using Dad's mobile phone is a bit of a hassle. Yi Hong sighed silently, thinking that it was time to buy himself a mobile phone. In the past, Yi Xiao and the others were worried that the mobile phone would affect Yi Hong's study, and they would not allow him to buy anything. But with his outstanding performance today, the second elder should have no reason to refuse. Yi Hong shook his head and began to write the first article of the night eclipse. In the crisp keyboard percussion, an article with pictures and text slowly took shape. Ding! Trigger the proficient language ability, automatically optimize the article structure, automatically polish the text, automatically remove typos, you're done. Yi Hong stretched his waist, looked up, and the time quietly came to 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying had already stopped bickering and went to bed. The whole living room was silent. Yi Hong checked the article and nodded secretly. In the article, the characteristics of the supreme osmanthus red bean cake are clearly written, and it is matched with exquisite pictures. If you don't believe it, it will not attract people. This article of his is naturally an advertisement for the pastry business in the future. Click the mouse, and the article is confirmed to be sent out. Yi Hong turned off the computer and prepared to go to bed. Ding! Writing articles, self-media operation ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! For store promotion, advertising ability +1, current progress 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Ding! Trigger the entry level advertising ability, and the current article will automatically attract fans. Yi Hong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such a good thing, and now he doesn't have to worry about not being able to attract fans. After being completely relieved, Yi Hong went to sleep with peace of mind. With a rush of bells, the third week of Yi Hong's high school life officially began. In the morning, there were still a few bland professional courses. For Yi Hong, who had reached the proficient level in all subjects, the voices of these teachers were undoubtedly hypnotic. After finally staying up until noon, Yi Hong casually took a few bites at the off-campus fast food restaurant, and then buried his head in the library again. His task today is not to flip through professional books, but to find economic books. But there seem to be surprisingly few such books. It's hard to find a basics of catering management that suits my heart, but it's still the original English book without translation. Forget it, English is just English, and you can also practice your English ability. Ding! English ability +1, ding. Catering management ability +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. The librarian Zhu Ziki became more and more curious about Yi Hong. She thought Yi Hong was only hot for 3 minutes, but she didn't expect to see him in the library on time every noon every day. This level of diligence made Zhu Ziki, who was preparing for the exam, feel a little ashamed. Today, Zhu Ziki was on a whim, and suddenly wanted to know what book Yi Hong was reading every day. At this time, Yi Hong was half leaning on the bookshelf, engrossed in flipping through the book in his hand. The sunlight shone into the library from the glass room and hit Yi Hong. From a distance, it looks like a dream in a movie. This little kid's side face is quite tasteful. Zhu Ziki suddenly blushed and spat at himself. Zhu Ziki, what are you thinking about? Whoa, 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 the sound of turning the pages was a little abnormal. Zhu Ziki frowned and walked quietly to Yi Hong's side. Seeing that the basics of catering management in his hand was about to be finished, a faint fragrance suddenly came from the tip of Yi Hong's nose. Yi Hong was about to turn his head, but Lang Ding's right ear was directly grabbed by a slender hand. Sister Ziki, what are you doing? Can you let go of your hand first? Yi Hong looked at the angry woman beside him speechlessly. He obviously didn't mess with her. Zhu Ziki not only didn't let go, but even harder on his hand. I said you are a brat. You don't read serious books, what about catering management? And it's all in English, can you understand it? Also, do you read books like this, with 10 lines at a glance? Yi Hong was annoyed when his ears were grabbed. You pull my ears, and I pull yours too. Seeing Zhu Ziki's white, tender and lustrous ears, Yi Hong grabbed it in a mysterious way. The tentacles are smooth and tender, and the feel is quite good. Zhu Ziki was stunned for a moment, and some did not respond. What? 2 seconds later, an earth-shattering scream resounded through most of the library. Yi Hong felt bad and hurriedly let go, but it was obviously too late. Zhu Ziki was embarrassed and angry, and pointed at Yi Hong so angry that she was speechless. I care about you as a younger brother, but you are, underscore. Shuziki looked at Yi Han's innocent eyes and was tangled in her heart. If this was an adult, she might have passed by with a slap. But standing in front of him is just a high school student who has never experienced anything in the world. Maybe it was just an unintentional act? This feeling of being out of breath made Shuziki almost vomit blood. Finally, she stomped her foot hard and turned away angrily. Yi Han, however, knew that he was a little too Meng Lang, and hurriedly chased after him. On the reception desk, Shuziki was still angrily sitting on the seat, burying her head in her book, without even looking at Yi Han. Sister Ziki, I am really studying hard, but my learning method is rather special. When Shuziki heard Yi Han's words, she raised her head and glanced at him coldly. The meaning is self-evident. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Yi Han smiled wryly, but his eyes were looking at the book in Shuziki's hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Shuziki frowning at a math problem. And it's not an ordinary math problem, it's an advanced math problem that only colleges have the opportunity to come into contact with. It turns out that the rumor is true, Shuziki is preparing for the entrance exam. Yi Han's heart moved, and he said in his mind, System, scan this question. Ding! Triggering the proficient math ability, the question is being scanned. The scan is completed. The probability of the host successfully answering this question is 70%, whether to confirm the answer. Yes. Answering. The answer is successful, and the answer has been sent. At this time, Shuziki's heart was extremely irritable. I have been stuck with this advanced math problem for several days. I asked many math teachers in the school, but they couldn't solve it. After rummaging through the collection of books in the library, there is no answer. In addition, Yi Han was only angry at the top, and he was in a bad mood. Just when she pursed her lips and was secretly sulking, a clear voice suddenly came from her ear, using Lagrange's mean value theorem. Using Lagrange's mean value theorem. Shuziki confirmed again and again, only to find that the voice came from Yi Han. She couldn't help but be stunned. Lagrange's mean value theorem sounded familiar. By the way, it is an important theorem in high numbers. But Yi Han suddenly said this to himself. What did he mean? Yi Han shook his head, grabbed the high number book directly from Shuziki's hand, and picked up a pen from the table. What are you doing? Shuziki was startled, stood up directly, and ran to Yi Han's side, trying to grab the book back. But her movements stopped abruptly. Through the line of sight, Yi Han can see that Yi Han is writing hard, and soon he writes a series of problem-solving process behind the problem that he has been stuck on. Shuziki's eyes were angry at first, then dumbfounded, and finally completely attracted by Yi Han's actions. It turns out that this step is done. Ah, is this theorem still applicable? 3 minutes later, Yi Han handed the book back to Shuziki. Ding! Help girls solve problems, +1 for flirting skills. Shuziki looked at Yi Han in surprise. How did you do it? You must know that Yi Han is only a first-year high school student, and he can solve the high school mathematics at his fingertips. Could it be that he has encountered a legendary math genius? Yi Han spread his hands. Now do you believe in the strength of this genius? Shuziki remembered Yi Han's previous bizarre speed of turning the book, and secretly said that if he was a genius, it would be understandable to do something different from ordinary people. But she still felt a little weird, so she took out a few more questions to test Yi Han. The result is self-evident. Yi Han solved it all with ease, without wrinkling his brows. I really don't know what to say. Shuziki looked at Yi Han like a monster, wondering if she was dreaming. Hey, Sister Ziki, aren't you angry? When Shuziki heard this, she couldn't help but slap her face. No, 9 is angry. Even if you are a genius, you can't be like that. Yi Han couldn't help but said with a bitter face, then how can you not be angry? Shuziki showed a tricky smile. Unless you promise me, you will tutor me in high math in the future. Seeing Yi Han hesitating, Shuziki smiled coldly. Otherwise, I'll post a notice outside the library. Yi Han from the 18th class of high school is openly acting as a librarian. Holy crap! Unexpectedly, Shuziki looks gentle and elegant, but her methods are so sturdy. Yi Han had to succumb to Shuziki's obscenity, and reluctantly agreed to her conditions. For the next hour, Shuziki seemed to have caught a life-saving straw, pestering Yi Han to discuss high numbers frantically. Only when the bell rang for the prep class did Shuziki let go of Yi Han reluctantly. Don't forget to come tomorrow too. Shuziki chased out the door of the library and shouted at Yi Han's back with a smile, causing the teachers and students in the past to look sideways, guessing the relationship between the two. These eyes made Shuziki blush and slipped back into the library. Ding! Impart knowledge, education ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. The first class in the afternoon is information technology class. In fact, it is a computer class, commonly known as a computer class. After Yihong left the library, he turned directly to the laboratory building. Although the information technology course in high school is not a compulsory course for the college entrance examination, Yihong has always been interested in computers. In elementary school, he even wrote on a piece of paper, "I want to be a computer engineer in the future." I thought that taking this class should not make myself sleepy. In the computer room at the farthest corner of the third floor of the laboratory building, the class bell just rang when Yihong arrived. Since there are no fixed seats in the information technology class, the computer room was already full of people in the class at this time, so that Yihong could not find a vacant seat for a while. "Yihong, this way." A figure in the corner beckoned to Yihong, but it was chubby Zhou Hao, who happened to have an empty seat beside him. "Hey, it's specially reserved for you." "Thank you, little fat." "You're welcome, you are the protagonist of my comic book." The teacher of the information technology class is a gentleman in his 40s, his name is Zhao Lin. Yihong took his class 2 weeks ago. This man really had something in his stomach, and his theory was not boring. Combined with the computer operation, Yihong benefited a lot. After the usual roll call, Zhao Lin started his lecture. In the first 2 weeks, we roughly introduced the basics of computer, and today we will start the specific practice. Please open the book. In the first half of the class, Zhao Lin taught simple basic theoretical knowledge of programming, and the second half of the class will have specific practice. Yihong pricked up his ears, and rarely took notes seriously. Ding! Listening to the basic programming course, Computer Ability +1. Ding! The computer ability has been upgraded to the proficient level, the current progress, 11 out of 100. A warm current flowed through his head, pouring countless computer knowledge into the depths of Yihong's mind. The programming knowledge that was originally difficult to understand instantly became very smooth. Okay, next, please let all students complete a simple applet programming based on today's knowledge. Everyone turned on the computer one after another and began to practice. The experimental building of Jitsai Middle School costs as much as the library, so all the equipment is the latest. Just a few seconds later, the computer in front of him completed the booting process, which reminded Yihong of the old and distressing computer at home, and strengthened his determination to change the computer. Zhou Hao, who was on the side, spent the entire class outside the mind, and didn't hear a word at all. It was not until Zhao Lin announced the start of the experiment that he woke up from a big dream and came back to his senses. Zhou Hao had a bitter face, and stumbled on the phone while reading a book. After finally finding the corresponding software, he found that the menu of the software was in pure English, and he couldn't understand it if he didn't attend class. While Zhou Hao was stunned, he heard a crisp keyboard tapping from the side. I saw Yihong's expression focused, his hands were like playing a piano, pressing a phantom on the keyboard. The fast and rhythmic percussion sound instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. They turned their heads to look at Yihong's screen, but they couldn't look away. I saw that Yihong not only quickly completed the task given by Zhao Lin, but also started his own experiments frantically. On his computer screen, a small game program is slowly being generated. The surrounding students, who have just opened the software at this time, are still worrying about how to start the first step. Just like this, a group of people opened their mouths and watched Yihong's operation dumbly until he finished the program. The classmates held their breaths and watched Yihong press the run button nervously. With a burst of pleasant music, the little characters in the game began to beat, announcing that Yihong's debut program development was running perfectly. Yeah! The classmates seemed to have participated in a national-level project, and immediately cheered and celebrated, even happier than Yihong himself. God, accept me as a disciple. Zhou Hao hugged Yihong's thigh and looked at him with affection. Yihong looked at the school pants whose nose was wiped by Zhou Hao, and twitched the corner of his mouth. He shook his head, and finally patiently guided Zhou Hao to finish his homework. During this process, the surrounding students all squatted aside with their notebooks and nodded from time to time. They found that what Yihong explained was even easier to understand than what Zhao Lin said. Gradually, more and more people gathered around Yihong. Ding! Group teaching ability +1. Zhao Lin on the podium was originally operating the computer in front of him, but now he frowned and looked at the corner of the computer room. What are you guys doing there? Zhao Lin was about to go down to check the situation, but he stumbled on a certain line without paying attention. Hearing an abnormally long beep of D, the computer in front of Zhao Lin instantly went to a blue screen. Fuck, bad. Zhao Lin's face darkened, he hurriedly pressed on the keyboard, and the mouse clicked repeatedly on the screen. D. After a few abnormal noises, the computer went straight to a black screen, and no matter how Zhao Lin pressed the power button, it wouldn't turn on. Zhao Lin. Students, there is something wrong with the teacher's computer, please be patient. Wow. The classmates cheered with schadenfreude, wishing that Zhao Lin could not repair well, so that he could leave the get out of class early. Yi Hong scratched his head and walked to the podium. He knew that Zhao Lin had to take responsibility for this matter. Mr. Zhao, I also learned some computer knowledge, why don't you let me help? Yi Hong looked at Zhao Lin's frowning expression and smiled aside. You? Zhao Lin glanced at Yi Hong lightly, with contempt that could not be hidden in his eyes. I remember your name is Yi Hong, right? Yi Hong, it's not that the teacher looks down on you, this machine is a new product that the school just imported from abroad. A professional like me, who has been a teacher for more than 10 years, dare not say 100% that it can be repaired, so don't come to join in the fun, go back to your place and stay well, okay? Yi Hong was not angry, but said lightly, how do you know if you don't let me try? Hey! Why are you so stubborn as a student? I'll let you cultivate, if you don't cultivate well, the teacher will only ask you. Zhao Lin snorted coldly and stepped aside, ready to see how Yi Hong was embarrassed. Zhou Hao proudly looked at the classmates around him and said loudly, look at it, my master can definitely fix it. Don't talk too much, Yi Hong might just be good at software and know nothing about hardware. I heard that this computer costs more than 10,000 yuan. If Yi Hong doesn't fix it, more than 10,000? Zhou Hao shrank his neck in fright, and most of his confidence in Yi Hong disappeared instantly. Yi Hong came to the computer and swept his eyes up and down, but he was actually running the system in his mind. Ding! Trigger the proficient computer ability, scan this computer. Find one fault point. The repair success rate is 95%, please confirm whether to repair it? Yes. Ding! The fix has been sent. With a shock in his head, Yi Hong showed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth and began to repair the computer. Teacher, can I borrow a screwdriver? Yo, there's still something similar. Zhao Lin took out the screwdriver from the cabinet beside him and handed it to Yi Hong. Immediately, he crossed his hands on his chest, showing a mocking smile. Yi Hong ignored the outside interference and opened the back cover of the main computer with a screwdriver 3 or 2 times. And in the numerous and complicated circuits, the fault point was successfully found. Ding! Repair the computer, computer ability +1, alright. In less than a minute, Yi Hong reinstalled the back cover of the main unit. That's it? Zhao Lin, looks like you are making fun of me. In his eyes, Yi Hong just moved his hands a few times at will, how could he solve the problem that he had no choice but to do? He unbelievably pressed the power button. Beep beep beep, the pleasant boot sound sounded, and the familiar desktop appeared. Zhao Lin was stunned on the spot. Wow, the classmates also burst into exclamations, and Yi Hong's already tall image became more prominent. Hey! I already said that the master will do it. Zhou Hao almost stood on the table proudly. Teacher. Yi Hong couldn't help raising the volume when he saw Zhao Lin's soulless appearance. Zhao Lin came back to his senses and looked at Yi Hong long ago without contempt. Like the computer in front of me, most people have never even seen it, let alone repaired it. He believed that if Yi Hong did not have the corresponding strength, he would not be able to do so calmly. At this moment, Zhao Lin has already regarded the half-eldest child in front of him as a peer. No, he doesn't even think that his peers can't be as light-hearted as Yi Hong. Please speak, you? Yi Hong looked at Zhao Lin's somewhat respectful expression, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. He handed the screwdriver back to Zhao Lin. Give the screwdriver back to you, teacher, please continue the class. When he returned to his seat, Yi Hong naturally accepted a large number of adoring gazes. Ding! Causes worship, charm +1, in another corner, a few girls joked to Zhang Shuawei, your little lover is getting better and better. Shuawei, how far have you developed? Zhang Shuawei was teased while sitting in the seat, and her face was already blushing. She wanted to look at Yi Hong, but was too embarrassed to look at it, so she said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Hong and I are not the kind of relationship you think. Oh? What kind of relationship is that? Several girls deliberately stretched their relationships and made a noise in the corner. On the same day, due to Yi Hong's perfect performance, he successfully helped Zhao Lin save a class, and also successfully shattered many students' dreams of leaving get out of class early. After class, Zhao Lin stopped Yi Hong. With a distressed look, he pleaded with Yi Hong, "Student Yi Hong, to be honest, I opened a computer shop outside the school. Recently, a client sent a computer to repair, and it is the same model as the classroom one. I've been doing it for several days, but I can't fix it. Can you come to my shop after school to help?" Yi Hong had a good impression of Zhao Lin, thinking that he had nothing important after school anyway, so he agreed. That evening, Yi Hong followed Zhao Lin to his computer shop. Zhao Lin's store is located on a street not far from the school, and the storefront is not very large. However, although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs, and many computer accessories are placed in the store. A young man in a clerk's uniform was sitting at the counter, frowning and fiddling with a computer. "This is my apprentice Xiao Wang." Xiao Wang raised his head, revealing a pitted, pimple-covered face. "Master, this is one of my students, Yi Hong, who came back to help repair this computer." He pointed to the computer that Xiao Wang was tinkering with just now, and said with a sad face, "Yi Hong, I told you about this computer before. The owner of the computer is very weird. He has to fix the computer without letting us turn it on. If you find any traces of the boot, do not pay. You say, this is not difficult for the strong. Repair the computer without turning it on?" This is the first time Yi Hong has heard of this repair method. When he was about to approach the computer, Xiao Wang shouted, "Wait! Master, how could you entrust such an important task to a student? If he messes up at that time, this big list will go to waste, and it will have a great impact on the reputation of our store. Little Wang, Yi Hong is not an ordinary student. Come on, master, this kid looks more tender than me, and he looks unreliable." Xiao Wang looked at Yi Hong's clean face and couldn't help feeling jealous. "Reliable or not, you have to speak with strength, not with your mouth," Yi Hong said lightly, too lazy to waste time with this guy, and put his hand directly on Xiao Wang's shoulder. Ding! Trigger entry-level arm strength. Xiao Wang suddenly felt an irresistible force on his shoulders, and the whole person couldn't help but be directly brought up by Yi Hong to the counter. "You bastard!" Xiao Wang was about to have a seizure when he suddenly saw Zhao Lin cast a warning look. His momentum was stagnant, and he stopped, but still said viciously, "Okay. I want to see how awesome you are." Yi Hong ignored Xiao Wang and walked to the computer on his own. His eyes focused on the computer in front of him, and the system sounded again. Ding! Trigger the proficient computer ability, scan the computer. 3 fault points were found. The repair success rate is 95%, please confirm whether to repair? Yi Hong suddenly asked the system, "Is there a way to fix the computer without turning it on?" Ding! Receive the host's request, and automatically adjust the plan, ding. With the host's current computer capabilities, the success rate of repairing without booting up is 70%. Do you want to confirm the repair? Only 70%, so that means there is still a 30% chance of failure? Zhao Lin valued this list so much, Yi Hong didn't want to disappoint him. In order to repair at 100%, he cannot allow the 30% chance of failure to exist. System, how much computer power does it take to repair this computer 100%? Ding! Data analysis is in progress. The host needs to increase the computer power by 20 points. Yi Hong frowned, his current progress is 15 points, which means at least 35 points. But where to find these 20 points of computer power at this time? Mr. Zhao, are there any computer books in your store? Zhao Lin was stunned for a moment. Yes, there are, but what do you want this kind of book for? Teacher Zhao, don't ask so many questions. I need a lot of these books right now. You can take as many as you have. Zhao Lin scratched his head, but still found Yi Hong a book. As a teacher of information technology class, he still had quite a few books of this type on hand, so he took a large stack to Yi Hong directly from the back room. And Yi Hong sat down directly under the astonished eyes of the two and began to read these books one by one. Yi Hong, I have read all of these books, but there is no corresponding method at all. Zhao Lin thought Yi Hong was cramming his feet temporarily, and couldn't help but remind him. Shoo! Yi Hong put his index finger lightly between his lips, signaling the two of them not to disturb him, and started to quickly flip through the books with full attention. Ding! Read a computer textbook, Computer Ability +1, Current Progress, 16 out of 100, Current Level, Proficient. Ding! Read the PS Principal course, Computer Ability +1. Xiao Wang looked at Yi Hong's bizarre speed of flipping the book, and couldn't help but leaned into Zhao Lin's ear and said, Master, the student you hired, shouldn't there be a problem here? With a mocking smile, he pointed to his head. Zhao Lin didn't say anything, just frowned tightly. Now he doesn't even know what Yi Hong is doing. Yi Hong's ears moved slightly, and he clearly heard Xiao Wang's voice, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. 20 minutes later, Yi Hong finally finished the 5th book in front of him. Ding! Read the database principle, computer ability +1, current progress, 35/100, okay, the goal is achieved. Yi Hong put down the book, scanned the computer again, and found that the success rate had become 100%. Ding! The repair plan has been sent. Yi Hong received the knowledge in his head, nodded silently, and said indifferently, Mr. Zhao, please lend me another computer. Zhao Lin hadn't spoken yet, but Xiao Wang sneered, we haven't read enough books on great talents, and are we still planning to go online? Then you should give up as soon as possible. I have tried all the online solutions, and they are all invalid. Yi Hong glanced at Xiao Wang coldly, and said suspiciously, it's none of your business when I talk to Teacher Zhao, is it your turn to intervene? You! Xiao Wang's whole face turned ashen. Ding! Reverse mocking, mocking ability +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Okay, stop arguing, I believe Yi Hong. Xiao Wang quickly find a computer for him. Zhao Lin glared at Xiao Wang in dissatisfaction. Although Xiao Wang was still sullen, he didn't dare to disobey the master and store manager Zhao Lin, so he could only hold his breath and find a computer for Yi Hong. Yi Hong flipped his hands up and down, and after a dazzling movement, he quickly connected the computer to the computer that needed maintenance with a few wires. Yaong, are you trying to? Zhao Lin looked at Yi Hong's movements in amazement, and vaguely guessed what he was thinking. He is using this computer to remotely control the computer to be repaired. That way, that computer doesn't have to be turned on. Damn, why didn't I think of this trick? Xiao Wang looked regretful that Yi Hong took the lead. Even if you want it, can you do it like Yi Hong? Zhao Lin pointed at Yi Hong's movements, open your eyes and learn. Xiao Wang couldn't help looking at Yi Hong's operation interface, his eyes widened and his breathing stopped suddenly. I saw countless windows pop out of the computer screen. Yi Hong seems to be able to multitask, switching back and forth between windows at a very fast speed, typing in program codes constantly. Due to his extremely fast speed, his hands formed afterimages in the eyes of the two of them. The whole scene is like a science fiction movie. If there is a god in the computer world, they believe that Yi Hong is that god. Ding! Repair the computer, computer ability +1, ding. Hand speed is extraordinary, hand flexibility +1, current progress, 1 out of 10, current level, entry level. Ding! The fault has been fixed. You can operate the target computer on the current computer. All the program windows disappeared at once, leaving only the brand new computer desktop. The things on this desktop are extremely unfamiliar, and they are definitely not from this computer. Then there is only one answer left. Yang successfully connected to the target computer and fixed all the problems. Fantastic! Yi Hong! You accomplished a feat. Zhao Lin immediately gave Yi Hong a big bear hug. Xiao Wang was dumbfounded and said, I really did it. He thought of all the ridicule he had made to Yi Hong before, and he couldn't help feeling ashamed. Reliable or not, you have to speak with strength, not with your mouth. What Yi Hong said just now was like a slap on Xiao Wang's face, making his whole face hot. Xiao Wang, there are people outside people, there are gods outside the sky, it's time to change your stinky habit of looking down on people. Zhao Lin's words made Xiao Wang feel ashamed. He bowed his head to Yi Hong and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was the one who looked down on people just now, and I will definitely learn from you in the future. Using the honorific of Mr. to a high school student is enough to prove that Xiao Wang is really convinced. Yi Hong waved his hand, indicating that this matter will be turned over. He turned to look at the computer desktop, but found several locked folders. Yi Hong's heart moved. The guest didn't let people turn it on. Was it because he didn't want people to see the contents of these folders? Shouldn't it be that kind of thing? In Yi Hong's head, a lot of images that are not suitable for children suddenly appeared. Although there is always a voice in his heart telling him again, it is very immoral to do so. But Yi Hong's curiosity couldn't be suppressed. System, I checked these folders, the original owner won't notice? Ding! In the current state, the other party won't discover everything you've done on this computer. Then don't worry. With some strange idea, Yi Hong started to crack the password lock on the folder. Although this kind of combination lock is more complicated, it is not difficult for Yi Hong, who is proficient in computer skills. 5 seconds later, Yi Hong had already clicked on one of the folders. Ah, Yi Hong, how can you? Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang couldn't stop it, but their eyes couldn't help looking at the table. The three of them looked at the contents in the folder and took a deep breath. Through the computer screen, You can clearly see the shocking pictures in the folder. The content of the picture is not the evil things that Yi Hong thought, but it shocked Yi Hong and others hundreds of times. The picture shows a bustling market, where you can clearly see countless people trading. Open the other pictures, all of them are real scenes of key locations in this market. Yi Hong believes that as long as these detailed pictures are used, the overall structure of the market can be easily grasped. The name of the picture is also thought-provoking. The real scene of the third passage of the west of the trade zone of Anming County, Yangwei in negotiation, the scene of the second passage of the east of the trade zone of Anming County, Yangwei the transaction completed. There is a huge trade area in the east of Anming County, this Yi Hong knows it. It is a key economic construction area in Anming County and even Jiangnan province, where merchants gather from all over the country. Obviously, these pictures are all real photos of the trade area. And the information of each trade zone has always been a secret among secrets, and it is impossible to spread to the outside world. Then, negotiating, transaction completed. Do these words mean that these photos are being deliberately sold? If so, the owner of this computer is likely to be an overseas economic spy who secretly sells information about the trade zone. This is a very serious problem. If someone obtains these photos and does some damage, it will definitely shake the economic interests of the trade zone. The three people's breathing suddenly became heavier, and they only felt that the computer in front of them was extremely hot. Mr. Xiao Wang, who is the owner of this computer? Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang shuddered and began to recall the person who brought the computer. Wearing a peaked cap and sunglasses, and the whole body is tightly surrounded. After saying that, I suddenly remembered that his accent seemed weird, not like someone from the Yin Kingdom. The more the two recalled, the more horrified they discovered that the computer owner had an extraordinary origin. What should I do? Would you like to call the police? Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang immediately became confused when it came to this kind of national-level issue, and subconsciously turned their attention to the calm Yi Hong. Yi Hong thought about it and found that there is someone who should be able to solve this problem. He took it out of his pocket and found a stack of business cards. Kong Di Biao, Kai Jiannen. Found it. The business card he finally took out belonged to Xiao Lu, the security officer of the security bureau who brought him back that day. It turned out that the two had a speculative chat in the car that day. In order to prevent the revenge of the traffickers, Xiao Lu left Yi Hong with his contact information. Yi Hong directly used the phone in Zhao Lin's store to dial Xiao Lu's number. Hello. This is the Anming County Security Bureau. Brother Lu, it's me, Yi Hong. Yi Hong? Great, do you have any clues about the human traffickers? Human traffickers? Yi Hong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but Xiao Lu over there was excited to himself. I'll go to the captain right away, wait a moment. It turned out that after they brought the two traffickers back to the security bureau that day, they discovered through interrogation that there was a hidden power behind the traffickers. It's a pity that no matter how hard they pressed, the two traffickers refused to explain the people behind. Xiao Lu and other security guards have been worrying about this for the past few days. Therefore, as soon as he received Yi Hong's call, he subconsciously thought about it. A minute later, a familiar female voice came from the phone. Yi Hong? I heard that you have a clue about a trafficker group? It was the voice of Song Lingling, an intern female security guard. Yi Hong frowned and said, I don't know what human trafficker group. This time I have something important to ask for Captain Duan. Oh, what's the big deal? Have you figured out that you want to join our security bureau? Song Lingling, I don't have time to joke with you now. Please call Captain Duan immediately. Perhaps Yi Hong's voice was too serious, and Song Lingling's laughing tone suddenly fell silent. Master, he is now handling a case in the country. Are you sure it's a very important thing? 100,000 fire. Song Lingling on the other end of the phone gritted her teeth. Well then, I'll tell him to come back right away. If you cause me to be scolded at that time, I will never forgive you, sister, After waiting for another half an hour, a security car finally arrived in front of the store. Duan Feihu, who was holding his briefcase, got out of the car with Song Lingling. Yaong, what happened? Duan Feihu asked with a puzzled look. Yi Hong didn't speak, just took Duan Feihu and Song Lingling to look at the pictures. Duan Feihu and Song Lingling's expressions suddenly became hard to look at. These bastards! Song Lingling slapped the table angrily, startling several people. Duan Feihu's expression was also unprecedentedly solemn. He solemnly thanked several people. Thank you for submitting this great discovery. If you let these photos continue to circulate, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang hurriedly waved their hands, claiming that these were all due to Yi Hong. The two of them originally told Duan Feihu everything that happened today and everything Yi Hong did. Duan Feihu and Son Lingling were both startled. Obviously they didn't expect Yi Hong's computer skills to be so strong. Looking at Yi Hong next to him, his face was calm and calm, more calm than them, not like a 16-year-old high school student at all. Son Lingling even looked up and down around Yi Hong, sometimes touching her chin and thinking about something. "What are you doing?" Yi Hong was uncomfortable with Son Lingling's strange gaze. "I'm looking to see if you're human, strange. Obviously everyone is of the same species, why can't I be as good as you?" Son Lingling kept mumbling in her mouth, showing an expression of looking at a monster, but her heart became more and more determined to recruit Yi Hong into the security bureau. "Yi Hong. Little brother Yeong, my old Duan rarely admires people, you are one of the few. This time, you have done another great service for our Anning County." Duan Feihu gave Yi Hong a solemn salute, and then said, "I will communicate with the temple and the Yen group about this matter, and they will be very happy to meet you." When it comes to this level of problems, Duan Feihu did not dare to neglect, and contacted the professionals on the same day to prepare to detect this major espionage case. A violent counterintelligence storm broke out in Anning County and surrounding areas a few days later. For a time, the whole world was shocked, and all the major forces looked at it. But what few people know is that the source of this storm came from the accidental discovery of an ordinary high school student. And these are not things that Yi Hong should be concerned about now. After leaving Zhao Lin's store, Yi Hong returned to the snack street alone. To his surprise, the business of the night food snack bar was very deserted today. Not to mention the people lining up in front of the door, even the store seems to be empty. The only customer in the store was Kong De Biao, brother Biao, who had not seen him for a long time. This kind of situation is completely different from the weekend in the city. What's even more weird is that the business of the pastry shop opposite Xiuma's house is surprisingly good. Seeing Yi Hong's gaze, the pony in the store suddenly gave him a sinister smile. "Something seems wrong. What's going on here?" Yi Hong put it down and looked suspiciously at Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying who were frowning in the shop. No, even if the Supreme Osmanthus red bean cake made by the two of them is not as good as Yi Hong's, it is still a top-quality cake among ordinary cakes. How could it be so uninteresting? Yi Xiao and his wife let out a long sigh at the same time. "I don't know what's going on, but 3 or 2 cats and dogs came here all day. Most of the customers, for some unknown reason, looked like they saw a ghost when they saw our store name, so they all went to the pony's house opposite." "Son, why don't we sell beef noodles back?" Yi Hong frowned, came to Kong De Biao who was nibbling on the pastry, took a piece of pastry in his bowl that had not yet had time to open his mouth, and threw it into his mouth to taste. "Strange, the taste is fine." After getting acquainted with Kong De Biao, Yi Hong discovered that the personality of this big bald head is actually very different from his appearance. He is a funny person who can talk well, so he often does some harmless little gestures in front of him. "Hey! You kid, I won't pay for this cake later." Kong De Biao suddenly stared at the copper bell. "Brother Biao, how do you think this Supreme Osmanthus red bean cake tastes?" Kong De Biao knew why Yi Hong asked, so he slammed his mouth and pondered. "How can I say? Your cake tastes good, it's not bad. But for a carnivore like me, it always tastes so bad." But the guests really shouldn't be so few. It turned out that Kong De Biao also found something wrong. "Hey! Want to know why?" Kong De Biao raised his eyebrows and showed a mean smile. "Tell me, I want to eat a few bowls." Yi Hong sighed helplessly. Kong De Biao immediately stretched out 3 fingers. Yi Hong shook his head and walked into the back kitchen. After a while, 3 bowls of fragrant supreme beef noodles made by Yi Hong himself were placed in front of Kong De Biao. "Wait for me one night, I promise to help you find out tomorrow," Kong De Biao said vaguely while gobbling it. That night, Yi Hong boarded the newly created night food suspiciously, but found that the number of fans was very strange. According to backstage records, the number of fans grew steadily from the early hours of last night to this morning. But in the afternoon, the number of fans who quit the game suddenly skyrocketed. It seems that the problem should have occurred this afternoon. Now there is no other way, it seems that we can only wait for the news of Kong De Biao. The whole day of the next day, Yi Hong was a little out of shape, and this matter was all in his head. After finally waiting for school in the afternoon, Yi Hong couldn't wait to rush back to the store. It was not Kong De Biao himself who was in the store today, but the brawny man who was ordered by Kong De Biao last time to clean up the young man in a peaked cap who deliberately made trouble. Yi Hong once heard Kong De Biao's gang call in Lei Zi. As soon as Lei Zi saw Yi Hong appear, he immediately stuffed a bunch of documents into Yi Hong. This is what the boss asked me to hand over to you, big brother. Yi Hong's family immediately came over to check what was written on the paper. The more they looked at it, the worse their faces became. What was described on the paper was not complicated, it was just a post on a local forum in Anning County. But this post is aimed at night snack bars. The title of the post is eye-catching the night food snack bar in the circle of friends in Anning County. The beef noodles sold are actually mixed with bami. So frantic, why? The ID of the post, which is posted anonymously. The content of the post is very long and smelly, but it can be summed up in the following sentences. Seen by the poster, night food snack adds addictive shellfish to the supreme beef noodles. And because he was worried about others being suspicious, he stopped selling supreme beef noodles and switched to selling supreme osmanthus red bean cake. And the poster even broke the news that the craft of this kind of pastry was learned from the pony pastry shop opposite the night snack bar. At the end of the poster called on people in Anning County to boycott such unscrupulous businesses as night food and snack bars. This post suddenly became popular in the forum, and there were more and more replies below. I just ate their beef noodles 2 days ago, is it too late to go to the hospital now? Damn it! No wonder the taste is so addicting, it turned out to be shells. There is such a black-hearted shop in Anning County? No, I have to repost it to the circle of friends, so that more friends can see the true face of this store. I feel sorry for the pony pastry shop, but it was stolen by such a person to learn the craft. Friends passing by can help. Yi Hong turned on the computer and found the post. The time of posting was yesterday afternoon, and it was also the time when Yishir started to lose powder. At this time, the abuse of the night food snack bar under the post continued, and the unsightly comments made Yi Hong's eyes colder and colder. On the contrary, it was the pony pastry shop, because this post sold a lot by the way, so there were so many customers in these 2 days. Yi Hong guessed with his toes, and he could infer that this incident must be inextricably linked with the pony. The person who posted this is either the pony himself, or he hired someone to do it. Big brother, the guy who made trouble last time, after our investigation, was also sent by the pony to deliberately make trouble. Lei Zi's words made Yi Hong even more convinced. Yi Xiao was trembling with anger, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to go to the opposite side of the theory. Yi Hong stopped him. Dad, what's the use of you rushing over it this time? We have no evidence at hand, and the theory of finding someone for nothing is nothing more than smearing and blackening. But, Yi Xiao's anger was unbearable, and he walked up and down the hall in a chaotic manner. Brother, do you want me to help you smash that pony shop? Lei Zi showed a fierce look, and said sullenly from the side. Yi Hong suddenly rolled his eyes at Lei Zi. You want me to get into the game? Lei Zi shyly smiled and stopped talking. Don't worry, I'll leave this to me. Since his pony wants to ruin our night food, then I will let him taste the consequences of offending my Yi Hong. Yi Hong's eyes became cold, and he began to think about how to solve this matter, and take revenge on the pony by the way. Ding! Planning ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding! Layout ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. In an instant, like a gust of wind and rain, countless strategies against the pony poured out, each of which is enough to make the pony die. The momentum that Yi Hong showed at this moment instantly made the hairs on Lei Zi stand on end. He looked at the young man in front of him, as if he could see a deadly storm from the depths of his eyes. He had never felt this cold and treacherous aura even in Kong De Biao, who had been in Anning County for decades. Lei Zi secretly warned himself that he must not make Yi Hong angry in the future, otherwise he would not even know how he died. Ding! Shocking the mind, momentum +1, in the next few days, the night food snack bar was affected by public opinion, and its business has been bleak. Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying planned to close the store for a few days, but Yi Hong tried to persuade them to stop. Close the store at this time, doesn't it just make us feel guilty? So the old man had to give up this plan. Posts on local forums in Anning County still exist, and there are more and more abuses. What's more, Yi Hong found that many people paid special attention to night food, leaving a lot of unsightly insults in the background. The Black Heart store still has its face open? Get out of Anning County. The list goes on and on. Yi Hong didn't tell his parents about these things, otherwise they might be so angry that they couldn't even eat. In contrast, the pony pastry shop opposite, business is getting better and better day by day. The pony instantly became an existence that everyone praised on the snack street, and the old horse was even more proud, bragging to the neighbors all day about how good his son was. As for Yi Hong, who who used to be popular all over the snack street with a bowl of beef noodles, he has long been used by the neighbors as a negative teaching material to educate his own children. Those who were originally friends with the night food snack bar were more like avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they never approached the night food snack bar for half a step. Humans are such real animals. One night, the pony came to the door of the night food snack bar with a smell of alcohol. Yo! Isn't this the star of our snack street, night food snack bar? Why are there not many guests today? With a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, the pony stood arrogantly at the entrance of the snack bar. Pony! You're asking yourself knowingly, who's behind the scenes, don't you have any points in your heart? And Xiaoying couldn't hold back her violent temper, and when she saw the pony, she became angry. Damn! Anton, why can't we understand you? The pony poked out his ears and sneered. The reason why your shop ended up like this is because you made black money and mixed it with shellfish? I mixed your MMP. Yi Xiao couldn't help but go abroad and scolded, leaping high on the steps and punching the bridge of Shouma's nose. The body of Night Supper is famously sturdy in the snack street. This fist was thrown, and the pony fell to the ground immediately. His nose was half crooked, and the nosebleed couldn't stop flowing. The pony covered his nose and let out a painful scream, which immediately attracted many neighbors to watch. Son! The old horse came out of the pastry shop, helped the pony on the ground, and glared at Yi Xiao. Why do you beat people for no reason? Neighbors even criticized. Night snack brother, isn't it because the business of the pastry shop is better? Do you have to be so jealous of others? TSK, do you feel that the pony is better than your son, and your heart is unbalanced? No matter what, you can't beat people. Yi Xiao looked around at a loss, trying to explain, but he didn't know what to say for a while. He is honest, and it is too embarrassing for him to talk about it, not to mention the fact that he is facing accusations from so many people at the same time, which makes him extremely panic. Yi Hong, who was still upstairs, quickly sensed the restlessness outside the store and rushed downstairs. Ding! Short distance sprint speed +1. As if a gust of wind was blowing, Yi Hong appeared in front of Yi Xiao strangely. He protected Yi Xiao behind him, and his cold eyes swept around. Neighbors, in good conscience, do you think our night snack bar might add something like shellfish? Why is it impossible? Lao Ma didn't know the cause and effect, thinking that his son was innocent being beaten, and immediately said angrily, your snack shop has been here for more than 10 years, and the original business is obvious to all. If it weren't for the addition of shellfish, how could your beef noodles sell so well all of a sudden? Now that we see some improvement in our pastry shop business, you are starting to be jealous, right? The other neighbors nodded frequently, apparently agreeing with Lao Ma's point of view. Beefgua, who was selling beef, sighed when he saw this, and said with hatred that he was incompetent. Brother Ye Xiao, sister Xiaoying, Ahong, when we do business, aren't we all about integrity? You hide from consumers and secretly add shellfish to riga. This is a great evil to cut off your descendants. We are very kind without calling the police and arresting you. After Beefgua, many people joined the crusade. There has been a long-standing resentment, and I took the opportunity to drink and scold. There are also people who persuade Yi Hong and the others to honestly admit their mistakes. For a while, it seemed that the entire snack street was targeting Yi Hong's family. A look of indifference flashed through Yi Hong's eyes. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. The business of the night food snack bar was booming during this period of time, and after all, it still made these neighbors jealous. As the saying goes, everyone pushes against the wall. Although they usually don't open their mouths, now they have the excuse of bamy shells. They don't care if things are true or false, and pots of dirty water are poured over. The pony on the ground still covered his nose in pain, but a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yi Xiaoan and Xiaoying, who had suffered such grievances before, suddenly trembled with anger. Yi Hong's face was sinking like water, and his icy eyes swept across these neighbors one by one, as if to remember their faces deeply. Ding! Entry-level momentum trigger. Swept away by Yi Hong's eyes, the neighbors felt as if they were being watched by a tiger in the mountains. The entire street fell silent in an instant. Ding! Collective shock, momentum +1. At this moment, Yi Hong was like a king standing in the street. No one dared to take a breath in front of him. In this strange silence, Yi Hong's resounding voice suddenly spread all over the place. Our night food snack bar is upright and aboveboard, and there is no need to add any shellfish. Unlike some stores, they have no bullshit strength themselves, but the kung fu of splashing people with dirty water is amazing. As he spoke, he glanced at the pony on the ground. The pony's eyes suddenly dodged, and his face became a little unnatural. Yi Hong finally glanced at the audience and said coldly, "You people, it's better to remember your face today. When the truth of his day surfaced, you better not cry that your face hurts." After that, he took Yi Xiao and his wife back to the store and slammed the door shut. It was not until Yi Hong left for a while that the neighbors were relieved from Yi Hong's imposing pressure. "Humph! You have to suffer for face. Oh, I didn't expect this family to be so stubborn. Since they choose to hold on, let's just wait for them to fall apart." A group of people cursed and gradually dispersed. When Saturday came, Yi Hong finally had time to start realizing his revenge plan. He left his home early in the morning and took the number 1 bus to Tongyu Mountain, in the northern suburbs. Tongyu Mountain was originally a place where people from Anming County often went for outings. Until a few years ago, Kai Jiannan, the richest man in Anming County, bought the entire mountain. Since then, Tongyu Mountain has become the private property of the Kai family. And Yi Hong is going to visit today, of course, Kai Jiannan, who lives in Tongyu Mountain. If you want to wash away the stigma of the night food snack bar, you must first prove that the night food snack bar is okay. And Kai Jiannan has great influence in the local area. Asking him to come forward to be the witness will definitely make a difference. Yi Hong called Kai Jiannan a few days ago and told him about it. Kai Jiannan did not agree immediately, but let Yi Hong go to Tongyu Mountain when he had time. In desperation, Yi Hong chose to visit in person on Saturday. After taking the bus for more than 10 minutes, and walking for half a mile, I finally came to the foot of Tongyu Mountain. The whole Tongyu Mountain has only one narrow stone steps winding upwards, leading to the top of the mountain covered by heavy fog. There is an old saying, "Winding paths lead to secluded places," which is the origin of the name Tongyu Mountain. The entrance to the stone steps was guarded day and night by a team of security guards in black suits and black sunglasses. "Stop! The front is private territory, and the idle people are waiting to stop." Seeing Yi Hong approaching, a security guard waved a warning from a distance. "This eldest brother, my name is Yi Hong, and I made an appointment with President Kai in advance." Yi Hong stopped and said, "Yi Hong? Never heard of it. Roll as far as you can, kid, don't try to get away with it." Seeing Yi Hong's cheap street stall outfit, the security guard couldn't help showing disdain, waving his hands like chasing flies. "Brother security, I really made an appointment with you, President Kai. If you don't believe me, you can call him and ask." Although Yi Hong was angry, he still explained patiently. "Hey! You kid, I don't want to give you a face, right? Look at your respectable appearance. Is Kai always qualified for you to make an appointment? I have seen many people like you, and every day I think about sneaking to the mountains for various reasons. I tell you, no way. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you and Ma won't even know you." Yi Hong's eyes instantly became cold. He was thinking about whether to force a violent intrusion, when suddenly there was the sound of a car behind him. A delicate red Audi slowly drove to a stop in front of everyone, and a young OL with a cool face and a proud figure got out of the car. Seeing this woman appear, the security guard's expression changed, and he instantly became extremely respectful. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile, came to the woman, nodded and said, "Secretary Jiang is early. Secretary Jiang is still so beautiful, hee." This woman is naturally Secretary Jiang, who Yi Hong had a relationship with in his shop. Secretary Jiang ignored the security guard, but came to Yi Hong and asked, "Why didn't Mr. Yi go up? President Kai has been waiting for you for several days." Seeing that Secretary Jiang seemed to know Yi Hong, the security guard groaned inwardly and screamed badly. Yi Hong glanced at the security guard and shrugged helplessly. "This eldest brother said that I am not qualified to see President Kai, and even beat my mother so much that she doesn't know me." Secretary Jiang's eyes instantly turned cold, and he glared at the security guard. "This Mr. Yi Hong is President Kai's benefactor and the most distinguished guest of the Kai group. He is not qualified to see President Kai. Are you qualified?" The security guard was so frightened that his legs softened, and his whole body trembled. Secretary Jiang said coldly, "Shut up, go to the personnel department to get this month's salary, quickly pack up and get out." The security guard suddenly turned around, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. Secretary Jiang was Kai Jiannan's most reliant assistant. Once she opened her mouth, it would be hard to recover this matter. He clearly understood that the golden job he had finally won was a complete farewell to him. And all this, just because he offended a person who shouldn't be offended. My bitch. After the two left, the security guard slapped himself hard and wanted to cry without tears. Following behind Secretary Jiang, watching her swaying back, but it was a different flavor. Unlike Li Muya and Zhang Shuowei's immature and pure beauty, Secretary Jiang in his early 20s is like a mature blue rose, exuding a charming fragrance all the time. It's just a little colder, otherwise it should look better. Yi Hong murmured inwardly, and began to look at the surrounding environment. He found that Secretary Jiang did not take him up the stone steps, but went around to a side wall somewhere. There is a steel gate embedded in the mountain wall, and there are many instruments on the gate that Yi Hong has never seen before, which looks very technological. In front of the gate was guarding two bald-headed men with naked eyes, with sturdy backs and stubby muscles. At first glance, they were not of the same level as the security guard just now. The two big men bowed to Secretary Jiang and moved away. Secretary Jiang came to the door, raised his index finger and tapped the fingerprint lock on the door. Drip drip. After a few short beeps, the steel door suddenly opened. Secretary Jiang beckoned to Yi Hong, who was a little dazed, and stepped into the door first. Behind the door is a slightly dim corridor. After walking for about 2 minutes, another similar door appeared. Secretary Jiang did the same and opened the door with a fingerprint lock. Suddenly there was a dazzling sunlight in front of him, and when he walked out of the door, he had already arrived in another world. I saw that this was a closed valley, and there were several cable cars parked in the middle of the valley. Several sturdy steel cables stretched from the valley to the top of the mountain. "Come on, get in the car." Secretary Jiang was expressionless, and took Yi Hong directly to one of the cable cars. Seeing Yi Hong seemed a little puzzled, Secretary Jiang explained, "The stone steps are for outsiders to walk, and it takes more than half an hour to walk completely. Mr. Kai is in charge of all kinds of opportunities every day. Naturally, it is impossible to take that road every day, so we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to build these cableways that lead to the top of the mountain." Yi Hong secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination." Then I saw Secretary Jiang operating in the cable car, and the cable car suddenly started, carrying the two to the top of the mountain. As the height of the cable car gets higher and higher, through the glass of the cable car, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Anding County. This feeling of seeing all the mountains and small mountains makes Yi Hong feel relaxed and happy for a while. He secretly swore that when he became rich in the future, he would live in a place where others could only look up. Ding! Overlooking the earth, looking far ahead, the pattern +1. People have patterns, and people with bigger patterns can see the world scenery in a different world. Secretary John's original Gu Jing's unwavering eyes suddenly burst into waves. She only felt that the young man beside her suddenly seemed to have some kind of inexplicable temperament. This kind of temperament suddenly reminded Secretary Jiang of his boss. Every time Kai Jiannan stood in the cable car and looked at Anding County, he was full of majesty and domineering. At this moment, Secretary Jiang finally knew why Kai Jiannan valued this young man so much. Ding! Aroused the attention of beautiful women, +1 for momentum, +1 for flirting skills. Ha! Yi Hong suddenly turned to look at Secretary Jiang, only to find that she turned her eyes away like lightning and looked out the window. In a slightly eerie atmosphere, the cable car finally reached the summit. When his vision dimmed, the cable car had stopped in a quiet room. After getting off the cable car, Yi Hong followed Secretary Jiang out of the house. There were still two similar bald-headed men standing outside the room. When they saw them walking out of the room, they leaned over with two instruments. "Check if there are any prohibited items, don't worry," Secretary Jiang explained aside. Yi Hong secretly said, "It seems that Kai Jiannan is not easy to be a rich man. A residence actually needs to lay down a lot of defense lines." The infrared light on the instruments suddenly swept towards the two of them, just like going through a security check. Yi Hong was all over his body, except for a bag of Supreme Osmanthus red bean cake that he brought as a gift. The two naturally passed the inspection and left the room. Underfoot is a path paved with soft cobblestones. After a few steps, after turning a corner, the eyes suddenly become clear. Yi Hong breathed a little, and what caught his eye was a huge Chinese-style villa. Red bricks and white tiles, golden roofs and silver walls, a magnificent atmosphere of a big family, blowing towards the face. At first glance, the entire villa is more than 400 square meters. It turns out that the legend in Anding County is true. After entering the gate of the villa, after passing through several corridors and arches, I finally came to the living room of the Kai family. A petite figure suddenly rushed out of the hall and jumped towards Yi Hong. Yi Hong smiled slightly, not dodging or evading, letting it bump into his heart. "Giggle, brother Yeong, you are here, and you're thinking about dying fairy." The girl in her arms is naturally Kai Siener, the bright pearl of the Kai family. She has a charming face and rubs comfortably in Yi Hong's arms, looking extremely comfortable. Kai Hong, who was following behind, leaned on a cane and looked at the picture with a smile. Ahong, if you don't come again, my beards will be stripped off by this little witch. Yi Hong said apologetically, sorry Kai Lao, there have been some trivial matters in the store recently, otherwise I should have come to visit your old man. Kai Hong smiled understandingly, I've heard a little about you, old man. If others don't believe your character, our Kai family must believe it. Don't worry, Jian Nan will definitely help you handle it beautifully. If he dares not to help, old man, I will beat him with a cane. Sienna and her arms pouted aggrievedly at this time. Brother Yaon, Smelly Baba and Smelly Grandpa are two big bad guys. I won't let Sienna go down the mountain to find you these few days, saying that there are bad people outside. To catch Sienna. Tell Sienna quickly, is what they said true? Yi Hong was stunned for a moment, and Kai Hong, who was beside him, sighed and explained, it's the news from the security bureau, saying that the two traffickers are not simple. Let's not let the ferry go before we solve the case. Go outside. Otherwise, old man, I would have brought Sienna to find you. Yi Hong suddenly remembered what Xiao Lu of the security bureau mentioned last time, saying that there was a big force behind the two traffickers, and nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Kai Jiannan wanted to let himself come here. Everyone, stop chatting at the door, let's go into the room. Secretary Jiang said suddenly. Look at my head. Kai Hong patted his head and called behind him, sisterly, go and prepare some refreshments. A middle-aged woman dressed as a nanny responded and walked away. The decoration in the living room is quite antique. Almost all the furniture is made of elegant solid ancient wood, and even the chandeliers above are quaint paper lamps. After greeting Yi Hong to sit down, Secretary Jiang said from the side, Mr. Kai went to the next county for a meeting yesterday, and he is on his way back now. I may ask you to wait here for a while. Yi Hong nodded, indicating that it doesn't matter. Then you talk, I still have some business to deal with. Secretary Jiang sued, and then Ping Ting left. Not long after, Sisterly returned to the living room with tea. Yi Hong also took the opportunity to take out the supreme sweet-scented osmanthus red bean cake he brought and handed it to Kai Hong. Hey, old man, I'm a little reliant on this cake now. I always feel that my waist will be a lot sore if I don't eat it for a day. Naturally, Sienna's eyes also lit up, and she nibbled at the cake she was thinking about. Just as everyone was feasting, chatting while waiting for Kai Jiannan to come back, Sisterly suddenly entered the room and reported, Master, there are two guests outside the door. Guests? Kai Hong frowned, didn't you tell them that Jiannan has guests today? Master, they said they came to you. Find me? When Kai Hong was stunned, there was a thick and old voice in the distance. Kai Hong, is your old guy dead? If you're not dead, don't hurry up and receive the old man, the special grandma's cold to death. This voice should have come from outside the gate, but when it reached Yi Hong's ears, there were still lingering voices, which showed how loud he was. Kai Heng's face darkened immediately, and he waved to Sisterly to bring people in. I'll let you see the joke, it's an old comrade of mine that I haven't seen for many years. I heard that he has nothing to do all these years, and all day long with mathematics books to study blindly, and I don't know if he has made a name for himself. Kai Hong sneered, but Yi Hong saw a smile in his eyes, showing that the friendship between the two should be quite good. Ha ha ha. I heard you, old guy, choreographing me all the way. Following a few heroic laughter, a tall and straight figure approached the door impressively. I saw that this was an old man of the same age as Kai Hong. Although he was full of white hair, his eyes were full of light and he was in high spirits. A green military coat was draped straight on his body, exuding domineering and fierceness all over his body. To his right stood a boy of 5 or 6 years old. The boy's eyebrows are clear, but there is an arrogance in his eyes that should not be seen at this age. The boy was not at all timid, and glanced at the hall, but stopped on Sienna, his eyes were slightly fixed. Yo! I didn't expect that you old guy would have guests. The old man glanced at Yi Hong and said another sarcastic sentence. Kai Hong shook his head and introduced Yi Hong. This old guy is called Fu Huayong, and he is the worst-tempered old immortal in Anming County. When he was about to introduce Yi Hong to Fu Huayong waved his hand and said indifferently, no need, like this kind of inferior junior, even if you introduced it today, I will forget it immediately when I look back. Fu Huayong seemed to be talking about a trivial matter, but Yi Hong raised his brows, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. He has never seen someone as crazy as Fu Huayong in his life. Old man Fu, I didn't expect you to be misunderstood when you are an old fellow. Kai Hong showed a narrow smile, a Hong is not an ordinary young junior. Fu Huayong looked at Yi Hong up and down, but he didn't find anything special about him. Ordinary face, a shirt and jeans from the second-hand market, isn't this an ordinary student who can be seen all over the street? Disdain flashed in his heart, this Kai Hong, the more he lived, the more he returned, and he made friends with all kinds of people. Fu Huayong shook his head and said to Kai Hong, "Old man Kai, I came to see you today, not to chat, but to show you a treasure." "Baby?" Kai Hong couldn't help but stunned. "Come." I saw Fu Huayong beckoning to the little boy behind him. The little boy showed no stage fright, and bowed respectfully to Kai Hong. "Fu Xian has seen Grandpa Kai." Kai Hong saw that the boy was interesting, and couldn't help but laugh. "This little guy is." "Ha ha ha." Fu Huayong stroked his beard and laughed loudly. "Don't you have eyes, you old guy? Fu Xian looks like my grandson. Back then, when I compared your son with you, your Jiannan looked like a pervert, and went to the sky within a few years. My son is not as good as you. How about we compare the grandsons today?" Fu Huayong and Kai Hong were born and died in the same woli when they were young, so they should be friends of life and death. But after the two got older, the days gradually became boring, but it was time to compare each other. At the beginning, compared with military skills, it was found that the two were almost the same. Later, they started to compare their chess skills, but both of them were stinky chess baskets. In the end, I started to be crazy about cooking better than anyone's wife. After the two had children, this comparison extended to the children. It is a pity that Kai Jiannan is extremely talented. He stood at the top of the business circle in Anning County in his early 30s, and left Fu Huayong's sons behind. Affected by this, Fu Huayong hadn't come to Kai Hong for many years. Now that I have come here with my grandson Fu Xian, it is obvious that he is going to the Three Treasures Hall without incident. The visitor is not good. Speaking of which, Fu Huayong looked at Xianer in Yi Hong's arms, pretending to be kind. "This little girl is your little granddaughter, Xianer, right? How old is the little girl? Do you have any talent?" "Humph." Xianer hated the old man in front of her very much, snorted softly, turned her head and ignored him. Fu Huayong was not annoyed, and said to Fu Xian, "Come on, tell you about the honors you have won, Grandpa Kai, just say a few." Fu Xian's little face was raised high, his eyes were full of arrogance, and a childish voice sounded in the hall. "When I was 3 years old, I could recite the first 1,000 digits of pi after the decimal point. At the age of 4, he participated in the Yenghua Gung Luo Cup National Youth Mathematics Challenge and won the championship in the primary school group. At the age of 5, he participated in the Lijiangwo Major League Cup Mathematics Challenge and won the gold medal." 5.5 years old, Fu Huayong kept smiling as Fu Xian's honors were announced. But Kai Heng's expression became more and more astonished. Obviously he didn't expect this little guy to be so amazing. Even Yi Hong sighed in his heart that he really met the legendary math prodigy today. Such records must not even be achieved by ordinary college students. If Yi Hong was a scumbag before, he would definitely feel ashamed in front of Fu Xian. But now that he has a system in his body and is proficient in mathematics, Fu Xian's achievements are nothing in his eyes. So Yi Hong just smiled and listened without much expression. Yi Hong's calmness made Fu Huayong pay more attention. But Fu Huayong quickly disdainfully said in his heart, "Humph. It is estimated that this kid doesn't even know what level the Ji Ganglua Cup and Major League Cup are? If you know it, you will definitely not be so calm." But Yi Hong found out by accident that Fu Xian kept gazing at Xianer while she muttered something. After a long time, when Kai Heng's head was bigger, Fu Xian finally stopped talking about himself. His little face suddenly showed a trace of nervousness, and he said to Xianer ostentatiously, How? Am I amazing?" Xianer raised her head, like a proud white swan, and said with disdain, "Childish." Then he got back into Yi Hong's arms, too lazy to look at Fu Xian. Fu Xian's face turned pale, and all the peers around him were looking up at him. How could Xianer be so disrespectful before? He looked at Xianer and Yi Hong's intimate appearance, and his nameless jealousy ignited in his heart. He turned around and poured his anger on Yi Hong. If men and women don't get along, let go of Xianer's sister. Yi Hong couldn't help but stun for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twitched. "You little brat, you understand whether hairy men and women are not kissed. Doesn't he think of himself as a rival?" Yi Hong suddenly had bad water in his stomach, shook his head at Fu Xian and said, "Master Xianer is right, your achievements are indeed ridiculous in her eyes, and childish." "Fairy. Master?" Everyone present was stunned. Even Xianer in her arms raised her head and looked at Yi Hong in doubt. When did she become brother Yi Hong's master? Yi Hong blinked at her without a trace, signaling Xianer to cooperate. The quirky Xianer immediately understood and said loudly, "Yes, he is my apprentice, and what he says now represents what I mean. You. Even if you are Sister Xianer's apprentice, why do you call me naive?" Fu Xinxiao's face was full of dissatisfaction, and she glared at Yi Hong with her neck stuck. Yi Hong couldn't help but sneer. Do you think you are a math genius? But your math ability can't even match my master's finger. Of course she thinks you are naive. Master, are you right? Sienner has already entered the state of acting, and the whole person is very happy, regardless of the 3721, followed Yi Hong's words and nodded again and again. But Kai Heng's heart was secretly complaining, Ahong, don't make drafts for your bragging. He didn't know the level of his granddaughter, but now that he heard Yi Hong blowing her up to the sky, if she was exposed later, it would be a shame. Humph! What nonsense! How dare you say that my grandson's math ability is not as good as your granddaughter? Old man Kai, then let your mathematical genius talk about the honor she has won? Fu Huayong looked at Kai Hong with a sneer. A few drops of cold sweat suddenly rolled down Kai Heng's face, secretly anxious in his heart. Just as he was thinking about how to round up the field, Yi Hong spoke again, and he said lightly, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? The math level of Fu Xian's children is not even my opinion, and I am not qualified to let my master speak. Boy, you're a little crazy. Fu Huayong's eyes turned cold, and Yi Hong was instantly enveloped by the blood-steel aura he had learned from the Sea of Blood. Ding! Suppressed by momentum +1. Ding! The momentum has risen to the master level, the current progress, 11 out of 100. Ding! Trigger the mastery level momentum, and the influence of the momentum will be automatically eliminated. Yi Hong was originally suffocated by Fu Huayong's iron-blooded aura, but he felt as if he was being stared at by a cold-blooded killing god, and his whole body froze. But with the trigger of the mastery level momentum, this feeling disappeared immediately. He couldn't help but smile slightly, looking at Fu Huayong without any resistance. Fu Huayong's pupils shrank involuntarily, looking at Yi Hong up and down. This time, he really found that he couldn't see through this young man. Even the last time a general from the Yanwu district came to visit, he couldn't stand his stare, but this kid in front of him seemed to have nothing at all. This kid is quite weird. At this time, Fu Xian was already too excited by Yi Hong, and jumped out and said, Yi Hong, I want to compete with you. Fu Xian received a good mathematics education from Fu Huayong since childhood. He overcame obstacles and won many competition awards, and looked down on all his peers. Such an arrogant person, how could he bear the blows of Yi Hong again and again today? Oh? Tell me, what is it? Yi Hong asked. Fu Xian was stunned for a moment, but for a while he didn't think about what he wanted to compare with Yi Hong. Fu Xian, compare your mental arithmetic ability with him. Fu Huayong showed a calm smile. Even if Yi Hong was a little weird, he didn't believe that someone could beat Fu Xian in the field of mental arithmetic. Fu Xian's mental arithmetic ability was praised by even Jiang University's mathematics professor with a thumbs up. After receiving Grandpa's instructions, Fu Xian nodded and said proudly, Do you dare to compare yourself with me? Mental arithmetic? Yi Hong's heart was broken again, his face was stunned, and he deliberately pretended to be very reluctant. Mental arithmetic, also, okay? Fu Huayong heard Yi Hong's guilty conscience, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. When Fu Huayong was about to announce the rules of the game, Yi Hong suddenly interrupted, Hold on. What's wrong with you? Fu Huayong said impatiently, staring at him. If I win, you must promise to do one thing for me, dare you? Yi Hong looked like he was going out of his way, but his eyes were a little dodgy. Hearing Yi Hong's words, Fu Huayong immediately wanted to refuse. With his status in the Yanwu world, a promise is priceless, and it is generally impossible to promise others casually. But when he caught the panic in Yi Hong's eyes, a flash of electricity suddenly flashed in his mind. This kid is trying to bluff me. Fu Huayong immediately widened his eyes. Why don't you dare? But if your kid loses, you have to strip Lao Tzu and run down the mountain streaking. How, to compare or not to compare? This, Yi Hong immediately showed hesitation, a look of hesitation. Yi Hong's performance instantly made Fu Huayong more sure of his own thoughts, and he was proud of himself, thinking that he had broken Yi Hong's careful scheming. After hesitating again and again, Yi Hong finally gritted his teeth. Isn't it just mental arithmetic? I believe what the master taught me. Fu Huayong smiled, thinking that he had seen through Yi Hong's sexy and naive. As everyone knows, Yi Hong is also holding back a smile at this time. The fish has been hooked. Ding view others, acting +1, current progress, January 10th, current level, entry level. Fu Huayong, who couldn't wait to teach Yi Hong a lesson, immediately announced the rules of the mental arithmetic competition. To be fair, he and Kai Han would write a set of numbers with more than 10 digits, and shuffle all the numbers to randomly form 10 complex calculation problems. Whoever calculates the results of all the questions first using mental arithmetic ability wins. Kai Hong asked Sisterly to get a pen and paper, and started to write a group of numbers with Fu Huayong. It's just that while Kai Hong was writing, he was extremely anxious in his heart. He was worried that Yi Hong would not be able to end it in a while, and he kept thinking about the countermeasures. If Yi Hong really ran down the mountain streaking, it would not only lose Yi Hong's face, but also their Kai family's face. Hey, Hong, how can you be so impulsive? Kai Hong sighed inwardly, and the expression on his face was extremely stiff. Seeing Kai Hong's unease, Fu Huayong felt even more happy. Under Fu Huayong's constant urging, the two finally came up with the question and put it in front of Yi Hong and Fu Xin. Then, the old man announces, Fu Huayong pinched the stopwatch, the mental arithmetic competition has officially started. Fu Xin buried her head on the paper for almost the first time and looked at the topic seriously. I have to say that Fu Xin's math prodigy really lived up to his reputation. A few seconds later, the first question has been successfully solved by him. You know, this is a super complex calculation problem of adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing dozens of digits, and most people may not have read the problem. Fu Xin glanced at Yi Hong proudly and continued to tackle the next question. On the other hand, Yi Hong didn't even take out his pen, he closed his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. Yang, what's the matter with you? Hurry up and answer the question. Kai Hong anxiously wanted to step forward and slap Yi Hong up. You kid, why don't you look like this? How can I help you in a while with this look? Oh. Pretend to be deep. Fu Huayong sneered, and then stopped paying attention to Yi Hong. In his opinion, the game is over. Fu Xin, there is no doubt that he will win. At that time, the boy in front of him will have to run down the mountain naked in front of everyone's eyes. And his grandson is equivalent to defeating the granddaughter of the Kai family. The grievances and malice once brought by Kai Jiannan, after accumulating for decades, will finally be recovered in one breath today. Time passed by minute. Just when Fu Huayong felt dark, he heard a sudden cough. Cough cough, Yi Hong stretched and said sleepily, I'm sorry, these questions are too unchallenging, and I accidentally fell asleep. Crowd. Even Fu Xin, who was beside him, was stunned by Yi Hong's words. Boy, Fu Xin is almost done. Fu Huayong smiled confidently. The two were each assigned 10 questions, but at this time Fu Xin had already completed the first 9 questions and was just about to start solving the last question. Given the gap between the two, presumably even if Yi Hong was a humanoid computer, it wouldn't be able to keep up with Fu Xin's progress, right? Fu Huayong stood up, tidied up his clothes, and was ready to announce Fu Xin's victory. On the other hand, Kai Heng's face was already dark to the extreme. And Xiener also seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter, with worry on her face. Brother Yeong, come on. Even at this critical moment, Yi Hong still did not forget to turn around and make an okay gesture to Xiener. Immediately, he picked up the pen unhurriedly. The originally lazy eyes suddenly condensed. A ray of light full of wisdom flashed past Yi Hong's eyes. At this moment, Yi Hong seemed to be a completely different person. Ding! The proficient math ability is triggered, and the question in front of you is automatically scanned, all answers have been sent. Swipe for a time, Yi Hong's writing hand swept out bursts of afterimages, and quickly drew trails on the paper. The first second, solve a problem. In the second second, solve 3 problems. 3, 4, 5. After 5 seconds, Yi Hong had stopped writing. There are 10 questions on the whole sheet of paper, and the answers have been written behind each question. I finished. When Yi Hong said these words lightly, Fu Xin was about to write. He froze all over and looked at Yi Hong in disbelief. No, impossible, it's impossible. Fu Huayong's reaction was even more intense. He grabbed Yi Hong's papers and roared desperately, you must be scribbling. Old man Kai, bring the calculator, I want to check it myself. Soon, an exquisite scientific calculator was brought by sisterly Fu Huayong checked Yi Hong's paper question by question. But the more he looked back, the more his heart sank. Undoubtedly, Yi Hong's answer to every question is correct. His hand on the calculator was already trembling slightly. Grandpa, you don't need to continue the calculation. A tender hand held Fu Huayong's hand. Fu Xin watched Yi Hong's paper for a long time. With his mental arithmetic ability, he had already seen that Yi Hong's 10 questions were correct. In this match, Yi Hong spent far less time than Fu Xin. Therefore, there is no doubt that Fu Xin completely lost to Yi Hong. This news is undoubtedly a huge blow to Fu Xin. From childhood to adulthood, he has been called a math prodigy, and he has traveled smoothly along the way, and he has never encountered such a one-sided failure as today. This feeling of powerlessness, like a mountain in Fu Xian's heart, made him finally taste what it was like to look up to others. He came to Yi Hong and said seriously, "Brother Yi Hong, my mental arithmetic ability is not as good as yours, you won this game. I will definitely continue to work hard and strive to surpass you next time." Seeing Fu Xian's generous and frank admission of failure, Yi Hong couldn't help but feel good about the little boy. With this victorious attitude that is not arrogant or discouraged, this son's future is bound to be limitless. However, Fu Xian's next sentence completely shattered Yi Hong's rising favor in an instant. "When the time comes, I will definitely take Sister Xian'er back from you." Yi Hong. Xian'er cheered, threw herself into Yi Hong's arms, and looked at him with adoring eyes. "Brother Yi Hong, you are amazing." She and Kai Hong were on the side just now, and they really sweated for Yi Hong. At this time, Kai Hong also breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Yi Hong with a wry smile. He still doesn't understand now, this kid has already made up his mind, and all the expressions are deliberately made for Fu Huayong to see. Such superb acting skills have deceived both of their experienced old men. While Kai Hong smiled bitterly, he was secretly shocked by Yi Hong's ability. With superb cooking skills, good character, and business acumen, now it seems that even his mathematical ability is a genius. Isn't such a boy the assistant that Kai Jiannan needs most now, the most suitable successor of the Kai group in the future? He looked at Xian'er, who was intimate with Yi Hong, and his heart could not help flashing. The two are only 10 years apart. Compared to Kai Heng's joy, Fu Huayong's face was as ugly as eating shit. He was not an idiot, he had already realized that he had fallen into Yi Hong's trap at this time. But that's what made him even more annoyed. "I have been in Anming County for most of my life, but today I am planted in the hands of a hairy boy. If this matter spreads out, the entire Yanwu and Yanwen worlds in Anming County will treat him as a joke." His face was ashen, and he said coldly, "It's just a fluke, and it happened to let you encounter mental arithmetic. If it were other fields of mathematics, it would definitely not be my grandson's opponent." But these remarks are not imposing, but simply make people think that Fu Huayong is a stubborn old man with a hard mouth. Kai Hong immediately laughed heartily, pushed Fu Huayong back to the sofa, and said in a rounded tone, "Don't be angry, old man Fu, be careful of your heart attack. Come, eat a piece of cake to kill the fire." "Humph! I'm not angry," Fu Huayong said angrily, but he picked up the cake on the table and took a bite, as if he was biting on Yi Hong. "What?" A fragrant fragrance burst in the mouth instantly, with the sweetness of red beans and the fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus. Immediately, a warm current rushed into the abdomen, as if the blood of the whole body was mobilized. Fu Huayong couldn't help feeling refreshed and carefully chewed the supreme osmanthus red bean cake in his mouth. After a long time, Kai Hong smiled and said, "How does it taste?" Fu Huayong didn't lift his eyelids, and said lightly, "That's it. Grandpa, you have already eaten the 5th piece. Father said that you have a heart disease, so be careful when you eat." Fu Xian had no idea how embarrassing Fu Huayong would be for his innocent repairing knife. "Ha ha ha ha." Kai Hong burst into laughter. Fu Huayong blushed, coughed twice, and asked casually, "Which old bakery did you buy it from?" "Damn, don't say it, this pastry tastes really good, I will go back and buy some myself." Kai Hong smiled and shook his head. How can an ordinary time-honored brand be bought? Bought it in the provincial capital? Kai Hong continued to shake his head. Could it be a national brand name? Don't tell me it's a cake from a state banquet? Fu Huayong's eyes widened instantly. Kai Hong still shook his head. "I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it at the state banquet." Fu Huayong immediately scratched his ears and cheeks in a hurry. "You old fellow, tell me which top chef's work it is, don't make me want to eat it anymore." "Oh?" Kai Hong showed a meaningful smile. "You also think this is a top chef's product?" "Nonsense!" Fu Huayong said proudly, "I dare not speak of the whole province of Jiangnan in these years, but I have eaten all the 5-star hotels in Bailu City. This pastry is soft, glutinous, and fluffy. The taste is clear but not bland, sweet but not greasy. I can guarantee that there will be no 10 people in Jiangnan province who can make this kind of cake." Kai Heng's smile grew stronger, almost overflowing his cheeks. "I can't find 10 in Jiangnan province, but maybe there is one in front of me." "Ah?" Fu Huayong couldn't help but froze for a moment, obviously not responding to what Kai Hong meant. Yi Hong scratched his head, as if he was a little embarrassed by the praise, and immediately said, "Elder Fu, this cake is called Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake." Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake, what a name! Fu Huayong repeated the name a few times, but he immediately realized that it was Yi Hong who was talking to him, and immediately shouted with a straight face, "I'm talking to old man Kai, why are you interrupting? Yi Hong shrugged, I don't want to talk, but unfortunately, the inventor of this pastry is here. If I keep silent, you should praise me to the sky. Fu Huayong's expression froze, and the whole person froze in place, not putting down the cake in his hand, nor continuing to eat. He turned his head with difficulty, looking directly at Kai Hong for verification. Kai Hong nodded and nodded, yes, old man Fu, the top chef you are looking for is not far away from the horizon. Fu Huayong took a few deep breaths and looked at Yi Hong quietly for a long time. The contempt, disdain and other emotions in his eyes were long gone, replaced by an inquiry and scrutiny. Where the hell are you? Where are you holy? When Fu Huayong asked this sentence, it showed that he had already regarded Yi Hong as a young man who must be taken seriously. And in the entire Anding County, the young people who can get Fu Huayong's attention can be counted on one hand. At this moment, not only Fu Xian, but also Sister Li on the side focused their curious eyes on Yi Hong. In a huge living room, Yi Hong seemed to be the protagonist. Don't dare to be, I'm just a young junior who is not in the mainstream. Even if you say your name, you will immediately forget it when you turn your head. Yi Hong smiled, but Fu Huayong's face froze. His sharp counterattack instantly made Fu Huayong's face hot. How much Fu Huayong looked down on Yi Hong just now, and how embarrassed he is now. Fu Huayong's face sank immediately. Ding! Irony, tauntability +1. Ding M Yenwu World Boss, Courage +1, Current Progress, 1 out of 10, Current Level, Entry Level. Looking at Fu Huayong's ugly face, Kai Hong secretly screamed bad. With Fu Huayong's temper, he might get angry on the spot. Just when Kai Hong was about to come forward to smooth the game, Fu Huayong suddenly grinned and laughed loudly. The heroic laughter resounded throughout the hall. Good boy, you really have the guts. Today's young people are less courageous than mosquitoes, and they don't dare to put one when they see Lao Tzu's fart. After so many years, you are the only one who can make Lao Tzu feel frustrated. With that said, Fu Huayong no longer concealed his desires and took a bite of the cake in his hand. It's delicious. He clapped his hands and said, I have never broken my trust in others in my life. Since I agreed to this bet, I am willing to admit defeat. Come on, what do you want me to do for you? First of all, let me say that it violates the moral law, and I am sorry for the people. I will not do it. Don't worry, Elder Fu, the younger generation still has this sense of measure in his heart. It's just that the junior hasn't figured out what he wants from you, so, you sly boy. Fu Huayong scolded with a smile, I will only wait for you for a year, and this promise will automatically expire after a year, okay? No problem. Yi Hong was excited, but he didn't expect such an unexpected gain this time. Although he didn't know Fu Huayong's specific position, but just by looking at the heroic spirit of pointing the country in Fu Huayong's words, he knew that he was not a generalist. A promise from such a big man can sometimes not be bought with money. This matter finally came to a successful conclusion, the grudges were removed, and a group of people chatted happily in the living room. Fu Xian and Fu Huayong even pulled Yi Hong to discuss mathematics. Yi Hong only showed the skills in his mind a little bit in the ocean. The two were like elementary school students, sitting on the sofa obediently listening to Yi Hong's tongue blooming with lotus flowers, fascinated. It was not until near noon when Kai Jiannan rushed back to the villa that Yi Hong was able to catch his breath. Kai Jiannan was also taken aback when he saw Fu Huayong's grandfather and grandson, but he quickly welcomed them warmly. The luxurious luncheon that day was naturally an eye-opener for Yi Hong. A plate of delicacies from mountains and seas instantly increased Yi Hong's cooking ability by several points. In the afternoon, Fu Huayong and Fu Xian left, and Kai Jiannan and Yi Hong also had time to chat face to face. On the second floor of the villa, in a very classically decorated study, sandalwood smoke bursts, and the fragrance of ink lingers. After Sister Li brought tea to the two, she left the study. Come on, try the tea I brought back from a business trip. The color of the tea in front of him was fresh and the fragrance of the tea overflowed. Yi Hong's mouth was full of saliva before he could drink it. He was also not polite to Kai Jiannan, and took a sip from the teacup. How is it? Can you drink some tea? Kai Jiannan said with a hint of a school exam flavor. Ding! Tasting top-grade tea, tea ceremony level +5, current progress, 5 out of 10, current level, entry level. This is the first time Yi Hong has encountered such a situation where 5 points of experience are directly added. He closed his eyes, immersed in the pleasant experience brought by tea, combined with the knowledge of tea ceremony that suddenly popped up in his mind. He said leisurely, the color of the soup is clear and the veins of the leaves are neat. The tea has a clear and long-lasting fragrance and a mellow taste. It is indeed a top-quality tea. If I guessed correctly, it should be the top Dahongpo in the southeastern province next door, right? I knew I couldn't hide it from you, a monstrous all-rounder. Kai Jiannan laughed loudly. Dahongpo, a specialty of tea in the southeastern province of Jiangnan Province, is extremely expensive. 1 or 2 tea leaves can usually be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is not too much. The top quality Dahongpo tea leaves are picked from the only surviving Dahongpo mother tree today, which is a peerless treasure. Not to mention tasting this kind of tea, it is difficult for ordinary people to even see it. Its price can no longer be measured in money. Being able to entertain Yi Hong with this top-notch tea shows the importance of Yi Hong in Kai Jiannan's heart. Kai Jiannan was not at all surprised that Yi Hong could taste that this was a top-level Dahongpo. Now, it would be surprising enough to tell Kai Jiannan what else Yi Hong would not know. Kai Jiannan also took a sip of the tea, and then asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Yi Hong thought of the little girl who had to stick to her arms even when she was eating, so she couldn't help but nodded with a wry smile. "Ha, seeing Xianer smiling, I am very relieved as a father." Kai Jiannan looked at the scenery outside the window, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Xianer's mother left early, and I am so obsessed with my career that I hardly have time to take care of her." Over the years, the only people who accompanied her were the Nuoda Villa, her father, his old man, and Sister Li, 2 living people. Speaking of which, Fu Xian should be the only person of the same age that Xianer has seen over the years. Alas, Xianer's well-behaved appearance flashed in Yi Hong's heart, and an inexplicable grief surged up. Born in this kind of family, although I was young, was I really happy in my heart? So, Xiao Ye, you have to visit her often in the future. Kai Jiannan said. Yi Hong nodded seriously. Stop talking about this, let's talk about your business. So Yi Hong put down the teacup, and explained to Kai Jiannan about the night food snack bar. When Kai Jiannan heard it, he didn't even frown, and said lightly, "It's easy, I'll just have someone contact the moderator of the local forum to delete the post." I don't believe he dares not give me Kai Mao's face. No, Yi Hong shook his head immediately, this is too cheap for some people. Seeing the ruthlessness flashing across Yi Hong's eyes, Kai Jiannan nodded with satisfaction, and loved Yi Hong's temperament more and more. Markets are like battlefields, and those who are soft-hearted are usually the first to fall. Then what do you want to do? Kai Jiannan wondered. Yi Hong smiled mysteriously and told Kai Jiannan about his plan. The two kept discussing the details until dinner time, and then they looked at each other with a knowing smile and ended the conversation. Xiao Yi, the store at Dongjiku is almost finished. It's time for you to move there. Hearing Kai Jiannan's words, Yi Hong looked out the window and fell silent. Young eagles will eventually come out of the nest one day. A wider stage is about to open to Yi Hong. This Sunday, an earthquake hit the local forum. A netizen whose ID is Rural Teacher Kai posted a video post on the forum. At first, no one cared about this post, but when someone accidentally clicked on the video, he couldn't help but burst into a foul language from below. Fuck chow. Come out and see the big guy. Immediately afterwards, more and more people clicked on the video, and the post became more and more popular. This Mudma, I finally saw the live boss today. Hello Mr. Kai. Please accept my brother's knee. Mr. Kai, I am Yushu Linfeng, can I join the Kai group? More and more people were attracted by the post, turned on the video, and couldn't help but be amazed. In a cafe in Anming County, 2 middle-aged men are enjoying the strong aroma of coffee, thinking about a better life in the future. One of them was wearing brown glasses, with a sallow complexion and unshaven beard, with a sense of decadence that could not be concealed. This person is the major moderator of the local forum in Anming County, and the most powerful top manager in the forum, Yufeng. The flattering middle-aged man beside him who kept ingratiating himself with Yufeng was the deputy moderator, Xia He. Moderator Yu, recently the forum has exploded in traffic because of the post from that night's snack bar, and the popularity is amazing. Ha, this is inseparable from the hard work of moderator Xia. Where, I just opened a back door for that boy surnamed Ma, I never thought this post would be so popular. By the way, moderator Yu, is there really a problem with that night's snack bar? Yufeng smiled coldly. You don't care if he has any problems, isn't what we do in this business just to collect money and be convenient with others? Since his pony has paid, we have to make sure that this post is popular, and we don't need to worry about the rest. You are right. As expected of a big moderator, the knowledge is different, hee hee. Just as Yufeng and Xiaohe were touting each other, the phone on Yufeng's desk suddenly vibrated violently. Immediately after, Xiaohe's cell phone rang. The two looked at each other and answered the phone respectively. The phone call was from other staff members of the forum, and the intention was the same. Moderator, something has happened. Take a look at the video in the forum. The two immediately hung up the phone, holding back their unease, and tremblingly clicked on the video on the phone. In the video, there is a big figure in Anming County that is almost known to women and children, Kai Jiannan, the president of the Kai Group. I saw Kai Jiannan carefully tasting the cakes in his hands, and introduced to everyone, "This cake in my hand is called Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake, and it was produced in a night snack bar in the county." Hearing the words Yeshur snack bar, Yufeng and Xiaohe groaned in their hearts at the same time. The stuff from the night snack bar is the tastiest, healthiest, and most reassuring product I've ever eaten. In particular, their supreme beef noodles and supreme osmanthus red bean cake are delicacy in the world. I was outraged to hear that their shop was slandered with poppy husks. Kai guarantees by character that it is absolutely impossible to add poppy chestnut shells to everything in the night food snack bar. I hope everyone can keep their heads clear, and don't be led by some people with ulterior motives. Kai Jiannan focused on the pronunciation of the words ulterior motives. Although he didn't mention his name, all fools knew who he was talking about. The video ends here, but the cold sweat on Yufeng and Xiaohe's faces in front of the video can't stop flowing. It's over, sweat beaded on Xiaohe's face. He stood up and walked back and forth in the cafe. Yufeng's face is also difficult to see the extreme. These days, the night food snack bar is silent, not even a clarification post. But I never imagined that it would be a blockbuster if the night food didn't make a sound. An ordinary snack bar that I thought was being slaughtered by others, but there was such a behemoth standing behind it. Kai Jiannan, who is that person? That is the highest helm of the Kai Group, the top businessman in Anling County, a terrifying figure who will shake the economic lifeline of the entire Anling County just by stomping his feet. Would such a person eat something with poppy chestnut shells? In other words, may the night food snack bar be the black-hearted store in everyone's mouth? With Kai Jiannan's endorsement of Yeshur, all the previous words that smear Yeshur's snacks have become extremely ridiculous. This is not as simple as stepping on the iron plate. If it is found out that Yufeng Xiaohe and Xiao Ma are behind the transaction, and Kai Jiannan is angered, the two of them may be laid off and become unemployed middle-aged. Moderator you, what should we do? Xiaohe asked anxiously. Yufeng looked ashen, tremblingly flipped through the address book. I have Secretary Kai Jiannan's phone number, wait for me to contact her. As soon as the call was made, Yufeng flattered, Hey! Secretary Jian? I'm Xiao Yu from the local forum. Do not worry. Not knowing what Secretary Jiang on the other side of the phone said, he saw Yufeng's face turn pale for a while, and only after he hung up the phone did he regain a trace of blood. What did she say? Xiaohe asked anxiously from the side. Secretary Jiang said that President Kai is very angry now, let us figure it out ourselves. Xiaohe's legs suddenly went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, with the words, Mr. Kai is very angry, in his head. Don't panic, there is still a turning point in this matter. Yufeng picked up the phone, pinned Kai Jiannan's post to the top, and said to Xiaohe, it seems that Kai Jiannan has a good relationship with that night food snack bar. If we can pass the night food stage, then Kai Jiannan can talk about it. Xiaohe's godless eyes suddenly regained a trace of life. He immediately stood up, and hurriedly said, I'll go to prepare a gift for visiting. Just when the two major moderators were trying to make amends, the forum was already full of ridicule and criticism. The original post that slandered the night food for adding poppy chestnut shells was also upvoted by angry netizens, and the reply below was a 180-degree change. The landlord is shameless and bloody. It must have been a jealous night snack, and he did this kind of shit. What a shame for us people in Anning County. The landlord came out to be beaten. Of course, there are also so-called analysis posts published on the forum. The people in the post boldly guessed that the night food snack bar was slandered only by the jealousy of its peers. And this peer is pointing directly to the pony pastry shop opposite the night food snack bar. Just when there was a lot of discussion in the forum, a post surfaced, like a depth bomb dropped on the forum. The person who posted the post was Su Hun, a native of Anning County. He claimed that he had been instructed by Xiaoma to throw flies into the things of the night food snack bar in an attempt to destroy the business of the night food. As soon as the news came out, the forum was completely sensational. That bastard was naturally handled by Kong Debiao. As soon as the other party heard Kong Debiao's name, he didn't say anything, and was so frightened that he immediately helped expose the true face of the pony on the forum. When countless clues pointed to a premeditated frame-up case, netizens were completely angry. They are angry at the despicableness and shamelessness of the pony, and they are even more angry at being used by others. All of a sudden, countless posts lashing out at the pony appeared in the forum. Every second, dozens of posts pop up, almost bursting the forum. Resolutely boycott the pony pastry shop, but also boycott this inhuman beast. What about the sailors of the pony? Come out and be beaten. A letter of apology to the night food snack bar. There are countless posts like this. Not only that, the pony bakery in reality was besieged by many angry people. The pony had already received the wind, the door was closed, and he did not dare to take a half step in hiding in the store. I'm so blind that I was deceived by you and bought this broken cake. An old man smashed all the pastries he bought at the pony pastry shop the other day on the door. Open the door. It's no use hiding inside, we've already called the police. Immediately after, rotten eggs, rotten vegetables, cans, everything that could be smashed were all smashed on the door by the angry people. For a time, the pastry shop was colorful on the door. In any case, the pony has become a rat-like existence crossing the street, and almost everyone is shouting and beating. Xiaoma pastry shop will never be able to operate in Anning County again. The other shopkeepers on the snack street looked extremely complicated when they saw this picture. They couldn't help recalling what Ji Hong said loudly, "You people, it's better to remember your face today. When the truth of his day surfaced, you better not cry that your face hurts." Now that the truth has surfaced, the faces of these neighbors are not only painful, but also swollen. It's all the pony's fault. That's right, if it weren't for him misleading, we wouldn't have misunderstood night eats. So the neighbors who sneered at the night food snack bar that day threw all the charges on the pony and joined the army of smashing the store together. That night, the night food snack bar was packed full of seats. Almost all the neighbors bowed their heads and came to the night food snack bar to apologize in person. But more people's eyes are still focused on a stalwart back in the corner. The figure was dressed in an azure blue suit, wearing a delicate gray-black quartz watch, and was slowly eating beef noodles. Everyone knew who this figure was, but no one dared to come forward to say hello. Beefqua, who was headed by him, rubbed his hands together and said, "That? Brother Yexiao, sister Xiaoying, Ahong. There seemed to be a bit of a misunderstanding between us before. Does it work? That's right, we were all bewitched by ponies before. That Ahong, can you ask President Kai to advertise for us too?" Yi Hong sneered inwardly, deeply disdain for the shamelessness of these neighbors. Forgot about this? And Xiaoying suddenly raised her loud voice and spit out Beefqua with spittle on her face. What did you forget? Forgot about your group of people accusing us of eating at night? Or your heart? Kindness, can't bear to call the police to arrest us? And Xiaoying put her hands on her hips and scolded a group of people like a lion's roar. This scolding lasted for more than half an hour, and the sentence was not repeated. It made a group of people stunned and blushed. They wanted to return their mouths, but when they saw Yi Hong's icy gaze and the silent back figure in the corner, they felt a sense of emptiness in their hearts, and they could only be silently baptized by the rain of spittle flying across from Xiaoying. Yi Hong couldn't help crying and laughing. He didn't expect that his mother's ability to ridicule was stronger than his strengthened self. But he knew that the second elder had suffered too much criticism and suffered too much grievance during this period. Therefore, it did not stop Xiaoying, and let her scold her happily. And the figure in the corner was still eating noodles unhurriedly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until two uninvited guests came to the store that Xiaoying stopped for a while. "Who are you looking for?" And Xiaoying looked at Yufeng and Xiahe, who were well-dressed, pot-bellied, and carrying a gift box, thinking that some big man was coming, and asked a little apprehensively. On the other hand, Yufeng and Xiahe looked past Xiaoying for the first time and looked at the figure in the corner. In an instant, the two of them were shocked. They didn't even need to look at their faces to know that it was Kai Jiannan. Originally, they planned to appease Yi Hong first, and then seek Kai Jiannan's forgiveness. But now that Kai Jiannan is here, Yi Hong, a brat, doesn't matter. Where did the vegetable-selling ant appear? Get out of the way. The two of them just went to curry favor with Kai Jiannan in the corner and ignored Xiaoying. The anxious Xiahe pushed Xiaoying away from him. Ouch! And Xiaoying was unstable and fell to the side immediately. Fortunately, Yi Hong's reaction was quicker, and he quickly caught Xiaoying. "You!" Yi Xiao suddenly became furious and rushed forward with his fist squeezed, but was stopped by Yi Hong reaching out his hand. Yi Hong shook his head, motioned for him to deal with it, and then looked at the two people with dead eyes. Yufeng and Xiaohe didn't know that they had been sentenced to death, so they bent over to Kai Jiannan's side and flattered, "Mr. Kai, we are the moderators of the Anling County Forum. Because of some mistakes before, you personally went out to refute the rumor, and I felt very sorry, and I came here to apologize to you." Kai Jiannan put down his chopsticks and wiped his hands slowly with a tissue, without glancing at the two of them the whole time. He looked at his watch, turned his head and said to Yi Hong, "It's 7:30, as long as you say a word, I can make them disappear in Anling County forever before 8 o'clock. As soon as Kai Jiannan spoke, the originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Hearing Kai Jiannan's words, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide, unable to speak. They found out that Kai Jiannan's tone to Yi Hong was neither an order nor an instruction. He was asking in a completely equal tone. Could it be that Yi Hong, who was so young, was in existence on an equal footing with him in Kai Jiannan's heart? Everyone was shocked. They knew that Kai Jiannan had something to do with Yi Shi, but they didn't expect Kai Jiannan to think so highly of Yi Hong. At this moment, it was Yufeng and Xiaohe who were most shocked and frightened. They also saw Yi Hong when they entered the store, but they didn't care. Unexpectedly, Yi Hong is the real big Buddha in this small temple, and the real giant peak behind the hill. At this moment, the one who can decide the fate of the two of them is the seemingly ordinary high school student in front of them. Especially Xiaohe, when he saw that the woman he just pushed turned out to be Yi Hong's mother, he was so frightened that his entire face lost its color. He rolled and crawled in front of Xiaoying, bowed and apologized constantly, and his whole body almost fell into the dust. Roll! Yi Hong looked at Xiaohe with disgust, and shouted thunder. Ding! Trigger the mastery level momentum, and automatically implement spiritual coercion. At this moment, Xiaohe only felt that there was a gigantic hammer in his head. His mind was shaking, and Yi Hong in front of him seemed to have enlarged countless times, and he could trample himself to ashes with one foot. Endless panic surrounded Xiaohe, making him terrified and his heart torn apart. He trembled all over and stammered, "Okay, I'll get out now." As he said that, he really shrank his body, rolled on the ground, and rolled away towards the corner of the wall. The audience was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Yufeng didn't even dare to look at the humiliating Xiaohe. He just came to Yi Hong with the gift box, and kept begging, "Mr. Yi, I'm very sorry for the troubles I've caused you recently. Please also raise your hand high and let the two of us go." Yi Hong glanced at the gift box that looked very precious at first glance, but his face was frosty, so he didn't pick it up. If Shoma is the initiator of the whole incident, then the moderators of the Anling County Forum are the accomplices who contributed to the flames. Sometimes the murderer does not have the ability to kill, but the accomplice who handed him the knife is especially hateful. Yi Hong hates the pony, but also hates these two greedy and inferior dogs. Yi Hong's ignorance made Yufeng's face full of embarrassment, and the gift-giving hand could only continue to freeze in the air, not daring to take it back. At this moment, a resentful shout came from outside the crowd, "Yaong!" The crowd automatically made way for the figure. I saw that figure with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, glaring at Yi Hong in the center of the store. It's a pony. Why is he here? Everyone immediately recognized the identity of the pony. The pony pointed to Yi Hong, full of grief and anger, and gritted his teeth, "Brother Yi. No. I'll call you Grandpa Yi. Please raise your hand and spare our Ma family. My shop has been smashed to the point of not having a single piece of furniture left. My father, he just got so angry that he had a heart attack and is now in the hospital. Please, don't hurt our family again, okay?" Everyone couldn't help being taken aback, and only then did they know how tragic the Ma family was now, and they couldn't help but feel a little sad. "Oh, pony, you haven't realized your mistake yet?" Yi Hong sneered, stepped in front of the pony, looked down at him and said, "I have never hired anyone to smash your store. They are all spontaneously punishing evil and promoting good because they can't bear your evil deeds. I've never been angry with the old horse, but the one who made the old horse sick, isn't it just you, the unfilial son? God makes sins, you can still live. You make sins yourself, you can't live. If it wasn't for your jealousy at our nighttime meal and your intention to murder us, how could you end up like this today?" Yi Hong's words struck Shoma's heart like a thunderbolt, and also woke up the surrounding neighborhood. Only then did they realize how jealous Night Eclipse was in their hearts. Now that the ponies have been punished, what about them? Thinking of the relationship between Kai Jiannan and Yi Hong, they were instantly horrified, and the apologies sounded one after another. Shoma stared at Yi Hong in a daze, his head was in chaos, and he slumped to the ground. His heart is very complicated, there is resentment, anger, but more regret. I regret that I shouldn't have provoked Yi Shi, I shouldn't have provoked Yi Hong. If he hadn't acted maliciously, maybe the two families were still harmonious and friendly neighbors. Maybe with the prosperity of the night food, I can also get a little light on my own. Maybe. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world, and the pony can only taste the bitter fruit that he sowed. Yi Hong shook his head, and suddenly lost the thought of continuing to deal with the pony. Today's pony is almost a waste person. But he no longer pursued it. Someone suddenly jumped out in order to curry favor with Yi Hong. I saw Xiaohe in the corner suddenly rushing over, his 200-pound body burst out with astonishing potential, and an accelerated flying fist hit the pony directly in the face. Puff, one of the front teeth of the pony, was suddenly punched out by Xiaohe, and the whole person was even more stunned, allowing the blood to overflow from his mouth. It's all you. If it wasn't for taking over your business, would I be able to offend President Kai? Xiaohe went mad, and sat on the pony and kept throwing his fists. The pony also came back to his senses, and immediately returned the color, throwing a heavy fist on the vital part of Xiaohe. You still dare to blame me? If you didn't say that you would definitely make my post popular, I would find your forum? Now that there is no such thing as nighttime food, I have put my shop in instead. If I had known, I wouldn't be looking for you, asshole. The more Xiaoma said, the more angry he became, punching Xiaohe to the point of wailing. This Xiaohe had already been hollowed out by the wine, so he had to protect his face and be beaten passively for the opponent of a young man like Xiaoma. Seeing this, Yufeng, who was on the side, threw away the gift box and stepped forward to persuade him to fight. But the two of them were already angry, and no matter who came, they were beaten together with Yufeng. In this way, the three rolled into a ball on the ground, stretching each other's fists and feet, in chaos. Yi Hong looked at this farce of dog bites dog coldly, and his heart was not fluctuating. But the onlookers were excited. They took out their mobile phones one after another, took this wonderful picture, and sent it to the forum. Real hammer. Behind the scenes of the two major moderators and pastry shop owners. Frustrated, the three dogs staged a mutual bite battle. The forum, which was already very lively, broke waves again. The original verbal criticism of the pony was wrapped in the two major moderators together. At this moment, the three of them became the most stinking existences in the forum. At this time, outside the night food snack bar, there was suddenly a coquettish shout, "Stop!" Everyone looked back, but found that a security car had been parked outside the store at some point. A few security guards got out of the car, but the head was a majestic female security guard. The female security guard led people through the crowd, and a solemn aura instantly enveloped the store. The three people who were twisted into a ball on the ground also trembled and stopped. At this time, they had already had blue noses and swollen faces, and their clothes were torn to shreds. It was a shame. After the policewoman brought someone close to them, she showed the relevant documents in her hand. "I am Song Lingling of the Anning County Security Bureau. We suspect that you have committed a crime of defamation. Please come back to the Security Bureau with us to assist in the investigation." Everyone was shocked, and even the County Security Bureau was shocked. Generally speaking, this kind of case will only be handled by someone from the police station, and it is the first time they have seen the people who can directly alert the Security Bureau. Only Yi Hong looked calm, because Song Lingling was notified by him. It's just that Yi Hong still wanted to laugh when he saw that Song Lingling, who usually had a playful face, took the case so seriously. He suddenly had a bad taste in his heart, and quietly blinked at Song Lingling. But Song Lingling was always cold and didn't respond in the slightest, which made Yi Hong suddenly very bored. On the other hand, the three people on the ground were like a mourning concubine, and the whole person was paralyzed. What dirty things they have done, they are naturally clear in their hearts. Now that the security guards are coming, their psychological defense line has completely collapsed. Take away. Song Lingling let out a coquettish drink, and the three were taken into the security car. However, before leaving, Song Lingling glared at Yi Hong, making him secretly happy. After the three were arrested, the farce finally came to an end. The three people who were wronged by Yi Shi, who washed their bodies with sewage, were all punished. Seeing that there was no liveliness to watch, the onlookers dispersed. Before leaving, Kai Jiannan left a bunch of keys to Yi Hong. The store at Dongjiku has been sorted out, and you can move in at any time. Yi Hong took the key and thanked him calmly. However, Yi Shaoan and Xiao Ying on the side couldn't hold back their excitement. The two suddenly suppressed their voices and began to discuss various plans for the future. Kai Jiannan glanced at the two with a funny look, and said to Yi Hong, "Do you need to help you hold an opening ceremony? I can help you call half of the business leaders in Anning County." Yi Hong hesitated for a moment in his mind, but still shook his head and declined. Although having Kai Jiannan help to hold the opening ceremony can save a lot of trouble. But in this way, it is inevitable that their own store will bear the mark of Kai's. Yi Hong didn't want to accept too many gifts from Kai Jiannan, otherwise, he would owe more and more human debts, and he would inevitably become dependent in the future. He wanted to rely on his own efforts to let Yesher's snack break into a new world in Dongjiku. Kai Jiannan couldn't refute Yi Hong's idea of self-reliance, but the appreciation in his eyes became stronger. After Kai Jiannan left, the three members of the Yi family had another brief meeting. In the end, the three unanimously decided to officially relocate next Saturday. At night, Yi Hong was lying in bed alone, thinking about what happened in the past few days. From the moment he decided to deal with the pony, every change was in Yi Hong's calculations. Although this process was a bit hard, Yi Hong at this time was very fulfilled. He gradually understood that the true meaning of the God-level strengthening system was not to mechanically change the data. But tell Yi Hong a truth, as long as you keep strengthening, you can have the power to dominate your own destiny. Ding! Perfect layout, layout ability +1. Ding! It's a no-brainer, planning ability +1. Just as Yi Hong was immersed in his future imagination, the door of the room was slammed hurriedly. Ah Hong, why does my phone keep ringing, is it poisoned? Yi Hong took a look, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief and comforted. It's okay, it's ours who are gaining fans. We still have it? Yi Xiao scratched his head, and finally said impatiently, forget it, I don't understand these things, just leave it to you young people. Yi Hong immediately got up from the bed and turned on the computer to find out. Sure enough, the fans of Night Food suddenly rose to 5,000, and this number is still increasing. And the messages in the background are even more dazzling. There are those who apologize for the previous abuse, those who want to taste the things in the store, and those who want to get to know Kai Jiannan through a bridge, everything. In several days of incidents, Yesher, a snack bar, made a name for itself in Anning County and was instantly known to many people. Thanks to Kai Jiannan's star effect, Night Food has also gained many fans. Yi Hong looked at the growing number of fans and suddenly had an idea. In the past, the Knight family was very poor and had to be careful to maintain the business. Now that the scale is about to expand, is it possible to consider opening an online ordering platform? Thinking of this, Yi Hong applied for an online store for Yesher, and after the application was approved, diners could place an order directly. Ding! Expand your influence and increase your self-media operation ability by 1. Ding! Add a platform, catering management ability +1. Since it took a while to apply for the online platform, Yi Hong let the backstage increase his followers and focused on his studies again. The fourth week of the semester, Monday. Yi Hong took the apple that Zhang Shuawei handed over as usual, and when she saw her smiling face, her heart suddenly moved. I don't have time to take care of it myself, can I ask Zhang Shuawei to help with the operation? But then he thought about it, Zhang Shuawei doesn't seem to have a system like herself, she hardly needs to study, she is just an ordinary high school student. If she takes care of it for herself, it will definitely affect her studies, and Miss Shan will probably come to her door by then. Thinking of this, Yi Hong dismissed the idea. But Zhang Shuawei had some misunderstanding when she saw Yi Hong staring at her unblinkingly. Hey, Hong, why have you been looking at people? Zhang Shuawei's face was shy, her hands unconsciously twirling her hair. Oh, nothing. Yi Hong subconsciously shook his head, but continued to think about who could take on this responsibility. No, nothing? Zhang Shuawei froze suddenly, then snorted, leaving Yi Hong with the back of her head. Yi Hong couldn't help scratching his head. When did he offend this beauty again? Going to the library at noon, he gave Zhu Ziki a few questions as usual, and received another wave of admiration. Zhu Ziki is the kind of pure and lovely sister next door beauty. Every time Yi Hong is looked at by her adoring eyes, it is inevitable that she will be a little bit fluttering. But today Yi Hong saw Zhu Ziki, but his heart moved. Sister Ziki, why do you want to take a higher diploma? Zhu Ziki couldn't help but glance at Yaon. Of course it's to enter a higher school. Some knowledge can only be obtained in higher education institutions. Of course, a non-human genius like you can't understand the pain of ordinary people like us, and you don't know where you learned your knowledge. Yi Hong was instantly in awe, never expecting Zhu Ziki to have such a studious heart. But within 2 seconds, Zhu Ziki's originally sacred expression suddenly faded, and she leaned into Yi Hong's ear and said hilariously, "Don't tell others, my sister is actually working so hard to make more money in the future." Yi Hong sorted out his messy emotions and said seriously, "Since it's for making money, why don't you find a better job? You think Chinese cabbage can easily find a good job?" Zhuziqi sighed. In order to find a good job in this society, diplomas, connections, luck, everything is needed. If I can get a good job, why not stay in this library and be a poor administrator? Yi Hong's mouth ticked. I have a good job to introduce to you, think about it? You? Zhuziqi wondered, what kind of work? We media operation, take care of, are you interested? Zhuziqi's eyes lit up instantly. Don't tell me, I had my own when I was in school, and I am very familiar with this aspect. But soon her face darkened again. Unfortunately, the wages in this job market are generally relatively low, otherwise I would have done this long ago. Since you are interested, it's easy to handle. As for the salary, you don't have to worry about it, Yi Hong pondered. I can give you 3 times the salary of the market. Oh, triple, that's really not bad. Zhuziqi suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes widening. Wait, triple? No. The point is that you pay me a salary? Zhuziqi asked in shock. Yi Hong nodded calmly. Zhuziqi fell into a mess in an instant. A high school student even brazenly wanted to hire her and pay her a salary. If the person in front of him wasn't Yi Hong, Zhuziqi might have shaken his head and left. But she was still uncertain and asked, are you kidding? Yi Hong said lightly, my shop is going to move to Dongjikou, and the scale will expand rapidly. I need someone to help. I think you are quite suitable, Sister Ziki. Zhuziqi froze in place, with the words Dongjikou in his mind. Since ancient times, Anming County has a saying that the east is rich and the west is expensive, that is, the west of the county is full of dignitaries, and the east of the county is stationed with prosperous commercial streets and various luxury residences. Almost everyone in Anming County is proud of owning a mansion in the east of the city. And Dongjikou, that is the top consumer place in this luxury area in the east of the city. Among them, there are many chaebols and a wide range of goods, which is the most desirable shopping place for women in Anming County. Hearing that Yi Hong actually had a store at Dongjikou, Zhuziqi's first reaction was to brag. But having been with Yi Hong for so long, she knew that Yi Hong was not a big talker. He said that there is a store there, which is basically true. She was secretly shocked. Is this guy really a high school student? Even if he has mastered the advanced mathematics knowledge of the university in his first year of high school, there is still a shop in Dongjikou. Zhuziqi felt that she was going crazy. You Sudan, what else are you hiding from your sister? Zhuziqi was habitually wanting to tug Yi Hong's ears again, but when she remembered the charming scene between the two last time, her face turned red, and she put down her hands embarrassedly. She was flustered, and before Yi Hong could react, she immediately changed the subject and said, so you are the second generation of the rich? Yi Hong shook his head. 3 generations of our ancestors were all poor. Zhuziqi spat. Who believes it? Yi Hong shrugged. No one believed the truth when he told the truth, and there was nothing he could do. Although Zhuziqi was secretly interested in this job, she felt unwilling to see the textbook on her desk that she had read more than half of it. Seeing Zhuziqi's expression, Yi Hong couldn't help but guess Zhuziqi's thoughts subconsciously. Ding! Observe micro-expressions, mind reading ability +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. With a shock in his head, the system automatically began to analyze Zhuziqi's micro-expressions. Ding! Micro-expression analysis is in progress. Analysis results: the probability of target entanglement is 94%, there is a 2% chance that the target is excited, the probability of target anger is 0.02%, target sorrows, mind reading ability. Isn't this the legendary mind-reading technique? With this ability to defy the sky, you can guess other people's thoughts through micro-expressions in the future. The probability of Zhuziqi's entanglement is as high as 94%. Looking at where her eyes were directed, Yi Hong immediately guessed why she was entangled. Yi Hong thought for a while. Well, I'll give you a laptop, so that you can study here and help me maintain it, how about it? Zhuziqi raised his head in surprise. How do you know what I'm thinking? Yi Hong smiled without saying a word, just looked at Zhuziqi quietly. Zhuziqi's face has always been very thin, and Yi Hong's straight gaze made her face hot. She found that the longer she looked at Yi Hong, the more thoroughly she seemed to be exposed. Yi Hong's eyes seem to have magic power, and they can easily penetrate her heart. Zhuziqi blushed and asked in a low voice, so you're not afraid of me being lazy? I believe in Sister Ziki. Yi Hong's trust without hesitation moved Zhuziqi greatly. Her eyes gradually became firmer. Since that's the case, I'll take this job shamelessly. If I don't do well then, can you stop killing me? Seeing Zhuziqi's weakening momentum, Yi Hong secretly laughed. He stretched out his hand to Zhuziqi. Welcome to night food. Zhu Ziki was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook hands with Yihong. Ziki has seen the boss. On the same day, Zhu Ziki sent Yihong out of the library with a diligent expression, which once again attracted the attention of many passers-by. Dink is grateful for the beauty, +1 for flirting skills. Ding. Recruiting staff, leadership +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Ding. Employees and positions are matched, enterprise management ability +1, current progress, January 10th, current level, entry level. Yihong decided to find a time to equip himself with his computer and mobile phone, as well as Zhu Ziki's laptop. Time flies, and time has come to Friday. Just as Yihong was excitedly preparing for the opening plan, a piece of news disrupted his plan. According to the urgent notice of the Mathematics Association, the county mathematics competition will start at 9 o'clock this Saturday morning. Please prepare well for the contestants in our class and participate on time tomorrow. Although Yang Daoshan was talking about a contestant from class 18, his eyes were looking straight at Yihong. After Qin Long was disqualified, Yihong was the only one left in class 18 to be eligible to compete. Looking at Yang Daoshan, the old man with pleading eyes, Yihong couldn't bear to refuse. It seems that the new store relocation can only wait until Sunday. Yihong's reluctant expression made the class 18 want to beat him. After all, even if they want to participate in this kind of competition, they are not eligible. Many people wish to participate for Yihong, but when they thought of the gap in ability between Yihong, they were suddenly discouraged. In a corner that Yihong didn't notice, Qin Long seemed to have nothing to do with him, but there was a hint of resentment and pride in the depths of his eyes. Yang, we're not finished. Let's wait and see tomorrow. I'll let you taste what it means to be suffocated. That night, Yihong told his family about the competition, and Yi Shaoan and Xiaoying rushed him back to his room to review. But where does Yaon need to review? He believed that with his math ability at 60 o'clock, he would be able to stand out against the crowd even if he participated in the city competition. But no matter what he said, the second old man didn't believe it. That's the county math competition. If you can win the third prize, our ancestors will all follow. Son, don't be nervous, treat it with a normal heart. Listening to what the old couple said to me, Yihong had to pretend to review with a book, otherwise the two of them would probably be able to talk about it all night. I originally made an appointment with Shui Wei to visit Sister Muya. It seems that I can only wait for the next time. The next morning, Yihong left the house with a pained face amid the cheers of Yi Shaoan and Xiaoying resounding through the sky. According to the information provided by Yang Daoshan, there are a total of 10 members of Jitsai's participating team, and Yihong is the only one in the first year of high school. The teacher who led the team happened to be Yang Daoshan. He yawned and walked towards the agreed meeting place. At 8:30 in the morning, when Yihong arrived at the designated meeting point, the gate of the Anning County Education Base, he found that the gate of the base was already full of people. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, Nani Middle School, Hongta Middle School, Jitsai Middle School. The flags of the various schools fluttered in front of the door. One by one, the participating students, excited, nervous, or worried, lined up in a square formation. Enhanced vision trigger, Yihong easily saw Yang Daoshan's shiny bald head in the crowd, and then found the square formation of Jitsai Middle School, but found that he seemed to be the last one to arrive. Yaon, here. Yang Daoshan waved to Yihong from a distance, and the other 9 participating students from Jitsai Middle School also looked at Yihong curiously. Yihong keenly felt that there was not much kindness in the eyes of these people. Ding. Trigger entry-level mind reading ability, micro-expression detection, ding. After the test, the concentration of jealousy in the air is 98% envy. Yihong more or less knows the source of these people's jealousy, that is, he has the right to participate in the first year of high school, which makes them dissatisfied with the second and third year of high school. Yihong directly ignored these eyes and came to Yang Daoshan to say hello. Everyone is here. Yang Daoshan looked at his watch and said with a frown, you should adjust your mental state first, don't be too nervous, just wait for the notification to enter the venue later. After speaking, he avoided the students and smoked a cigarette under a tree in the distance. Yang Daoshan, an old smoker like Yang Daoshan, is extremely addicted to smoking. So the 10 students stayed where they were and chatted in whispers. Hearing that the content of their exchange was all about mathematics, Yihong lost interest. He simply closed his eyes and rested, and he could also strengthen his energy by the way. But who knows, the voices of their exchanges are getting louder and louder, and I don't know if it is intentional or unintentional, and it floats into Yihong's ears. What's the name of that sassy guy over there? I've seen the list. His name is Yihong, and he's in the 18th class of high school. Tisk 9 is really a freshman in high school. Could it be a related household? Who knows, the students in the first year of high school are going to make soy sauce anyway, and I don't know what teacher Yang is thinking, but he gave such an important place to this guy. Yes, give us one more place in the second and third year of high school, wouldn't we have more chances to win awards? Yi Hong frowned, opened his eyes coldly, and said lightly, I heard that chewing on someone's back will make their tongue rotten. The voice stopped abruptly, and the faces of the students suddenly froze, and then they became angry and said, Who are you talking about? Whoever says he knows what he has in mind. A few people were slapped by Yi Hong, so they stopped covering up and looked at Yi Hong disdainfully. It's you who said that. What's the matter? You don't agree? We just can't get used to a relationship like you who goes through the back door. Go away, don't be ashamed. Yi Hong smiled contemptuously, and retorted, Who is going to be embarrassed? Is it too early to say? Okay, stop arguing. A more mature male student walked out of the crowd. He frowned at Yi Hong and said, Student Yi Hong, I understand your desire to participate in the competition. But this is an annual county-level math competition, and all the math masters come to participate. As a high school freshman who has just entered school for a few weeks, how many questions can you really solve in addition to reading a few questions? If I were you, I would go home and sleep now, so as not to feel embarrassed when the results are announced. Yi Hong looked at the boy who jumped out suddenly, with the tone of senior educating the junior, and raised his eyebrows. Who are you? My God, you don't even know senior Xiao Kai? Aren't you still a talented person? Two talented female students, one on the left and one on the right, got out from Xiao Kai and glared at Yi Hong. He's famous? Yi Hong frowned. Could it be that this guy is a second-generation rich or a second-generation official? I saw the two girls looking at Xiao Kai with rumu eyes, and said with a fascinated face, Senior Xiao Kai has been ranked first in mathematics every year, and is the mathematical devil that no one can shake. He represented Jitsai in the competition last year, and he was only 5 points away from winning the third prize, the best result since Jitsai was established. Yi Hong originally heard the previous sentence, and he was the first in a row, and he was a big devil, and he felt quite imposing. But when I heard the latter sentence, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Kai's face darkened immediately, and the two girls stared at Yi Hong badly. It's funny? Xiao Kai asked word by word, his expression extremely ugly. Yi Hongchun couldn't bear to smile and said, Then Junior, I wish the senior to make great progress today and win the third prize. Although Yi Hong said compliments, everyone could hear the strong sarcasm in it. You! Xiao Kai's face was covered with clouds. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a childish voice from behind him. I'm sorry, please let me go. Xiao Kai and the others turned around, only to find a handsome 6-year-old boy who was politely bowing to the people in front of him. Wow, see cute Xiao. Little brother, are you lost? The eyes of the two girls just lit up in an instant, and they couldn't help but lean forward and pinch the boy's tender cheeks. The boy was so upset that he wanted to struggle, but was blocked by two girls. Let go. An icy voice suddenly exploded, causing the two girls to tremble. Turning his head and looking around, he found that it was Yi Hong who spoke. At this time, Yi Hong's eyes were sharp, and there was no warmth in his eyes, which made the two girls feel uncomfortable, as if they had committed a crime and were targeted by security guards. Yi Hong, why are you fierce? That's right, we play with the little brother, what's your business? Although the tone was tough, under Yi Hong's mountain-like pressure, the two of them couldn't help letting go. The boy took the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the two women and came to Yi Hong. He said with lingering fears, Brother Ahong, are they your classmates? Brother Ahong? Everyone suddenly realized that this Xiao knew Yi Hong, no wonder Yi Hong was so angry. Yi Hong glanced at the two girls and said lightly, two completely unfamiliar classmates, ignore them. As soon as these words came out, the two girls were so angry that their teeth itched. Yi Hong no longer paid attention to them, but said to the boy in front of him, Fu Xin, why are you here? That's right, this very polite filial piety is naturally the Fu family supernatural power Fu Xin, who had a relationship in the Kai family villa last time. The last time several people talked about mathematics at Kai's house, and the chat was quite speculative. Before Fu Huaiyan left, Yi Hong invited Yi Hong to visit Fu's house, but Yi Hong did not expect to meet Fu Xin here. Alas! Fu Xian's face was bitter. It's not what my grandfather asked. Since he lost to you last time, he has asked me to participate in every big or small competition. Yi Hong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Did he hurt Fu Xin himself? The two chatted happily here, and several other Jitsai students were also speculating about the relationship between Yi Hong and Fu Xin. Xiao Kai came out suddenly. He frowned and persuaded Yi Hong, "Student Yi Hong, according to the regulations, you cannot bring your family members to the competition, it will not affect you well." Yi Hong didn't lift his head. "He's not my family. It's even more impossible for others, please let him leave immediately." Hearing Xiao Kai's unrelenting words, Fu Xian turned her head and asked suspiciously, "Big brother, are you driving me away?" Xiao Kai said with a serious face, "Children, this is not a place for you to play, leave quickly." "I'm not here to play, I'm here to compete." Seeing Fu Xian's serious expression, everyone except Yi Hong was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Ha, little brother, you are so cute. If you come to the competition, then I'm here to win the Genglua Cup championship, ha ha ha." Fu Xian shook his head seriously and said, "I won the Genglua Cup championship when I was 4 years old, and now I have a bigger goal." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Hong who was beside him, his eyes full of admiration. He set a goal for himself, that is to surpass Yi Hong within 3 years. But the more serious Fu Xian is, the more Xiao Kai and the others find it even more amusing when paired with his immature little face. Did you hear what he said just now? He actually said that he won the Genglua Cup championship at the age of 4, puff ha ha ha. No way, I'm laughing so hard that my tears are about to come out. Little guy, who taught you how to brag? Xiao Kai kept shaking his head, thinking that if it went on like this, other schools would see Jitsai's joke, so he immediately went to the side and called the 2 security guards back. "Well, it's this filial piety, please take him out quickly." But the 2 security guards were overjoyed when they saw Fu Xian. "Little ancestor, you can be regarded as found. Little master, please stop running around, or we will be fired by Mr. Fu later." The people who were still laughing suddenly froze, and the smile was fixed on their faces. Why does the script feel wrong? Little master? Could it be that this little guy is from the education base? Fu Xian stuck out his tongue. "I'm sorry, Uncle Security, I just saw Brother Ahong, so I came over to say hello. I will go back with you now." Saying goodbye to Yi Hong obediently, he was held by one of the security guards and left the crowd. Another security guard thanked several people. "Thank you for helping us find young Master Fu, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my job." One of the girls who had pinched Fu Xian's small face asked timidly, "Uncle Security Guard, who is that Xiao?" The security guard said in surprise, "Aren't you here to participate in the math competition? Haven't you heard the name of the prodigy Fu Xian?" Prodigy Fu Xian. Several people repeated these words, and a boy suddenly jumped up and said, "Could it be Fu Xian, the super math prodigy who won the gold medal at the age of 5 in the Li Jiangua Big League Cup math challenge?" His face was ugly for a moment, and he said uneasy, "If it's really him, then he really won the Genglua Cup championship at the age of 4. Several people remembered their own ridicule and disdain for Fu Xian just now, and their faces suddenly became extremely wonderful. Especially the 2 girls who had pinched Fu Xian's face felt their fingers burning. When several people thought that there was a math genius by their side just now, but they missed the opportunity to ask him for advice, they couldn't help but feel annoyed. Well, I guess the grand prize of this competition is Fu Xian's. Just when a few people sighed, a girl suddenly patted her head as if she was thinking of something, and said, "I remember Fu Xian just said, what did you say?" Several people asked anxiously. The girl looked at Yi Hong with a calm face in the distance, and stammered, "Fu Xian said he lost to Yi Hong." Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Hong in disbelief. The famous prodigy lost to Yi Hong? Isn't Yi Hong's math ability even stronger than Fu Xian's? No, it's impossible. If he had such abilities, he would have been famous long ago. Yes, you must have heard wrong. Under the refutation of everyone, the girl also began to hesitate. Could it be that I heard wrong? Xiao Kai even said bluntly, Yi Hong just happened to know a genius, and he still doesn't know what the relationship is. It's nothing special at all. Let's ignore this gilded rubbish, just work hard and sprint for the awards. When the results come out, just pretend you don't know him. Good senior. A rush of bells rang in the sky above the education base, and then a voice came from the radio, "All contestants please enter the arena in an orderly manner." Everyone's expressions suddenly became serious, and Yang Daoshan also came back from the side and led everyone into the education base. The educational base in Anning County is home to many academic associations, and today almost the entire base is used to hold math competitions. Each player must draw a number card from the lottery box when passing through the door, and then press the number card to the designated place to compete, which will disrupt everyone's positions and avoid gang fraud. Yi Hong reached out and took out a random sign from the box, and looked at the words on it, Building 6, Exam Room 6, Seat 6, 666. Ding! The lucky number card is drawn, the lucky value is +1, the current progress, 1 out of 10, the current level, entry level. Even the staff near the lottery box were stunned, and then gave Yi Hong a big thumbs up. Yi Hong smiled slightly and went to the examination room with the number plate. As candidates sat down in the exam room one after another, Yi Hong swept around and found that there was no acquaintance in the entire exam room. Just came to seat 6 and sat down, but the boy in seat 7 behind him patted Yi Hong on the shoulder. Dude, did you see the boy on the 17th? Yi Hong moved his eyes and found a Sven boy with glasses sitting on the 17th. The boy seemed to have a heavy cleanliness, and kept wiping the table with a tissue. I see, what's wrong? Ha? Don't you know him? The boy behind him said incredulously, he's a star character in our Anming County. Celebrity? Yi Hong suddenly became interested. Tell me about it. Damn it, so you really don't know Su Qingran? The boy behind him seemed to have discovered a new continent, and before the exam started, he sat directly next to Yi Hong and said eloquently, Su Qingran, a math genius in the county's #1 middle school, is now in the 3rd year of high school. With his impressive math scores, he has been accepted early by the mathematics department of Yenggui University of Science and Technology. Not only in #1 middle school, but math teachers in other schools also regard him as a positive example to educate their students. Originally he was not going to participate in this kind of competition, but for some reason he suddenly changed his mind yesterday. In fact, Yang Daoshan mentioned Su Qingran several times in class. Yi Hong didn't know because his math class was either sleeping or playing with Zhang Shuawei. At the same time, not only the boy number 7, but many people recognized Su Qingran and pointed at him with admiration in their eyes. In this era, if he can be admitted to a top national brand institution like Yenggui University of Science and Technology in advance, he can be given the title of genius without hesitation. Competing on the same stage with such a genius, everyone is inevitably nervous. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, Yi Hong always felt that the corner of Su Qingran's eyes was constantly aiming at him. Just when he was about to observe each other's expressions, the clock struck 9 o'clock, and the math competition officially started. Before the boy number 7 left, he suddenly winked at Yi Hong and said, Dude, wait for your body to block me, you know. Yi Hong couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this guy trying to cheat? The competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a function test of medium difficulty, and the test time is half an hour. The invigilators of exam room number 6 are 2 young women who should not have worked for a long time. According to the regulations, each person's paper is distributed to the candidates in turn by one of the invigilators. The invigilator who handed out the papers was very quiet and was meticulously handing out the papers. When the test paper was handed to Yi Hong saw the questions on it, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. As he expected, this kind of mathematics association question may be quite difficult in the eyes of ordinary students. If ordinary high school students come, they may really be dumbfounded on the spot. But Yi Hong is not an ordinary person. At a glance, all the problems have been solved in my mind. But the female invigilator was suddenly attracted by Yi Hong's smile, and stayed on the spot. Ding! Automatically trigger the proficient flirting skills. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the female invigilator always felt that the curvature of Yi Hong's mouth was very charming, like a vortex, which attracted her eyes. Teacher, it's my turn. The boy on the 7th saw the female invigilator suddenly froze and called out in dissatisfaction. Sorry. The female invigilator suddenly came back to her senses, her face flushed instantly, she left Yi Hong in a panic, and continued to send out the papers. It's just that the whole process was a little absent-minded, and Yi Hong's smile kept echoing in his head. Hate. Why laugh when you have nothing to do? The female invigilator was secretly ashamed. And at the moment she left, Yi Hong had already picked up the pen and answered in a smart and natural way. Ding! Fast writing, writing speed +1, current progress, 1/10, current level, entry level. Shoo shoo shoo, there was a rustling sound of heavy nibs scratching across the paper on Yi Hong's desk. Several candidates next to him could not help but be attracted by the sound, and gradually opened their mouths. No, it's impossible, is he doing a question? God! Does this person need to think? They kept comforting themselves in their hearts, this boy must have found out that he couldn't do it at all, so he began to give up on himself and write about it. At this time, the female invigilator had just sent out the entire examination papers of the examination room, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. When she was about to return to the podium, she found Yi Hong's hand raised high. What's wrong with this guy? The female invigilator was extremely embarrassed at the boy who made him embarrassed, but she acted without delay. She came directly to Yi Hong and asked, "This classmate, is there something wrong with the paper?" Yi Hong shook his head and handed the paper forward in his hand. "Teacher, I want a hand in the paper." "Hand in, hand in?" The female invigilator's mouth immediately opened into a cute O shape and looked at Yi Hong absent-mindedly. She took the Yaong exam paper with trembling hands, but saw that it was already filled with dense answers. And the handwriting is neat, not a trace of scribbles. She just finished sending out the exam papers, and Yi Hong finished the questions? It's only 3 minutes before and after. What kind of weird speed is this? If it weren't for the fact that she had just unpacked the paper, she would have doubted whether Yi Hong had prepared it at home and brought it. Seeing the invigilator's stunned look, Yi Hong couldn't help but wonder, "Can't you hand in the papers in advance?" The female invigilator immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Of course you can make it earlier, but no one has done so earlier than you. Sorry, I have to discuss this with a colleague." Yi Hong's speed of handing in papers has broken the record of previous mathematics competitions. She did not dare to decide without authorization, so she brought the exam papers to discuss with another invigilator. In the end, the two did not discuss any results, so they had to ask the chief examiner of the association to come. The examiner was a middle-aged fat man with a dignified face. He looked at Yi Hong's test paper with a frown, and after confirming that there was no problem, he finally had to let Yi Hong submit the test paper and leave. When the invigilator announced the news, the entire number 6 exam room was suffocated. They looked at Yi Hong's leaving back, speechless. Most of the people just started to review the first question at this time, but Yi Hong actually finished it? Oh my god! Why am I in the same exam room as this pervert? No, why didn't I have a good relationship with him just now and let him borrow me to copy it? The boy number 7 behind Yi Hong's seat was on the verge of collapse. However, Su Qingran's face suddenly turned gloomy. He looked at the paper with the last question left. The blue veins of the hand holding the pen were exposed, and his eyes were full of shock and sinister. It must be that his number is ahead of me, and he issued the papers first, so he has an advantage. Su Qingran had no choice but to deceive himself. After the first round of the test, there will be a half-hour break, and the second round will not start until 10 o'clock. And because Yi Hong submitted the papers in advance, he had nearly an hour of rest time. Having nothing to do, he wandered around the base, but accidentally wandered into the playground. At this time, the playground was filled with leading teachers from various schools, eagerly looking inside. When they saw Yi Hong walking out of the exam room, they couldn't help but stunned, then shook their heads and laughed. I guess it's another candidate who was crushed by the difficulty of the exam. No way, the Mathematics Association's questions have become more and more tricky in recent years, and some of them can't even be solved by me. Among this group of teachers, Yang Daoshan was impressively listed. He looked at Yi Hong in shock, came to him with a stride, and said in surprise, "What happened? Why did you come out so quickly?" Yi Hong shrugged, "Of course, come out when you're done." When the teachers heard this, they burst into laughter, deeply admiring Yi Hong's optimism. There is even a teacher who knows Yang Daoshan sarcastically, "Mr. Yang, this student of yours is a bit interesting, as expected of the best talent, ha?" Yang Daoshan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Yi Hong was a student who had high hopes for him, but now he came out in less than 3 minutes after the exam started. Isn't this equal to abandoning the exam? Yang, you, alas. Yang Daoshan was so disappointed in his heart that he turned his head away angrily and stopped paying attention to Yi Hong. Yang Dao was so angry that he didn't talk to Yi Hong, but Yi Hong was happy and quiet. He slipped under the tree beside the playground by himself, closed his eyes, and strengthened his energy. Not long after, there was a loud noise in the ear. Yi Hong opened his eyes a little, and found that the genius Su Qingran came out of the exam room. As soon as Su Qingran came out, he was surrounded by many teachers to greet him. This kind of treatment is completely different from Yi Hong. However, Su Qingran completely ignored those people, squeezed out of the crowd and walked under the tree where Yi Hong was. One tree can't hold 2 guests. Yi Hong didn't open his eyes. Su Qingran stopped 3 meters away and asked earnestly, "Are you really answering seriously? Aren't you scribbling?" For a long time, Su Qingran didn't hear Yi Hong's response. Just as he was about to ask another question, he heard an even snoring sound in his ears. Zzzzzzz. This disdainful attitude of answering instantly made Su Qing's chest tremble with gas, and her face twisted. He snorted coldly and left. No one noticed that Su Qingran did not return to the playground, but turned around and turned into a dark corner. In the corner, a middle-aged man with a horse face and triangular eyes has been waiting for a long time. Su Qingran said to the man with a grim expression, Xin Long is right, this Yi Hong's math level is indeed a bit weird. By the time, I understand, I promise to do it without any leakage. Then the two sneaked away from the corner one after the other. At 10 o'clock, the second round started on time. This round of competition questions are medium difficulty geometry test questions, and the test time is also half an hour. It was the same invigilator who sent the test paper, and as soon as she finished handing out the test paper, she locked her eyes on Yi Hong tightly. Seeing that Yi Hong was still answering, she couldn't help but patted her chest. Happily, and finally didn't have to be frightened by Yi Hong. But this kind of happiness didn't last for 10 seconds, and Yi Hong's suddenly raised hand startled her again. Yi Hong was a little dissatisfied with his speed. If it weren't for the fact that the geometry problem required a lot of drawing and wasted some time, it would have been completed long ago. He lifted the test roll in his hand, smiled at the two invigilators who were in a trance, and said, "Hand in the paper." At this time, Su Qingran had just solved the second question. He looked at Yi Hong's back leaving the classroom, smiled evilly, and deliberately wrote the remaining questions wrong. The one who collapsed the most in the examination room was the boy number 7. He looked at the empty seat in front of him with tears in his eyes. "Dude, you leave so early every time, who is there to help me cover?" When Yi Hong was the first to leave the examination room, the disappointment in Yang Daoshen's eyes had turned into despair, and then heartache. He felt a burst of regret when he thought that he had pulled down his old face to apply to the principal for Yi Hong's direct admission to Jiangda University. I knew that Yi Hong would treat the competition like this, so I gave the entry quota to others. At 11 o'clock, the third round of competition officially began. The questions in this round are high-difficulty complex comprehensive questions. There is only one question, but the difficulty is extremely high. I heard that 99% of people fell on this last question in previous years. But when Yi Hong saw this question, he was slightly taken aback. The eyes of the entire number 6 examination room, including the eyes of the two invigilators, were all focused on Yi Hong without blinking. When they saw Yi Hong's stunned expression, they let out a sigh of relief. Finally, there is this question that perverts can't understand. But how do they know that Yi Hong is not unable to solve this problem? On the contrary, he is too familiar with this question. Just last week, in the Kai family's villa, Fu Huayong and Fu Xian asked him to give them a question, which was the question Yi Hong asked at the time. So this question was originally written by Yi Hong. But how can the questions you create appear on the exam papers of the Mathematical Association? So Yi Hong finished the question with his head full of questions, and he kept thinking about the reason until he left the examination room. But even so, he was still the first person to finish the exam. Fortunately, the people in the number 6 exam room were already numb, and they were no longer in the mood to pay attention to Yi Hong. They were all struggling to solve the last question. At 11:30 noon that day, as the bell rang, the 3 rounds of competition were completely over. After the exam, the jury of the Mathematical Association will directly correct the papers, and select the special prize, the first prize, the second prize, and other awards. The basis for selection is naturally based on the total score of the 3 rounds. Just as teachers and students of various schools were waiting for the results to be announced on the playground, in a certain room, the judges were quickly correcting and sorting out the papers. There are 5 members of the jury. Except for the chief examiner, the other 4 are all senior teachers of the Mathematics Association. And the horse-faced middle-aged man who had met Su Qingran before was impressively listed. I saw him pick and choose among the test papers, and finally picked out the papers of Su Qingran and Yi Hong. While the rest of the people were immersed in corrections, his eyes flashed, and he switched the names of the 2 papers with a pen. In this way, Yi Hong's paper became Su Qingran's, and Su Qingran's naturally became Yi Hong's. After doing all this, the middle-aged horse-faced man quietly stuffed the 2 papers back, with a smug look at the corner of his mouth. After the papers were corrected, the results were counted. In less than half an hour, the results were counted, and the examiner took the final report card to the playground to announce it. Only the 4 teachers were left in the room. After the examiner left, a tall figure in a military coat suddenly stepped into the room. The 4 teachers were shocked and stood up in a panic. "President, why are you here?" Fu Huayong said lightly, "I am the one who gave the questions this time. Can't I come and care about the grades of these students?" "No problem at all." Shocked by Fu Huayong's aura, how could anyone dare to say nothing? Fu Huayong is actually the president of Anming County Mathematical Association. Over the years, he has devoted himself to mathematics and even founded the Mathematical Society. Every mathematics competition is also held by him to select mathematics talents. And he, who had not asked a question for a long time, after discussing it with Yi Hong in the Kai family villa, he was unbearable, and decided to come up with this year's paper by himself. Fu Huayong flipped through the mountain of papers at will, and asked unconsciously, "Who is the grand prize this time?" The four of them looked at each other, and the middle-aged man with the horse-faced man replied, "Of course it's young Master Fu." Although Su Qingran answered well in that one, "It's far worse than young master." Several people thought that this flattery would make Fu Huayong dragon yen delight, but they didn't expect Fu Huayong to pull his face down and scolded, "Nonsense! Who made you favor Fu Xin? Whatever rank he should be in, a false evaluation will only harm him. The president forgives the sin, the president forgives the sin." The four teachers turned pale with fright and kept bowing. "Hurry up and show me Su Qingran's paper." Fu Huayong glared again. Looking at the paper with Su Qingran's name written on it, Fu Huayong kept sighing. This is what the grand prize should look like. Fu Xin is far worse than him, and he is indeed a talented young man. But Fu Huayong always felt that there was an indescribable sense of strangeness in this paper, as well as a hint of familiarity. At the same time, the chief examiner, the fat man with a majestic face, had already announced the results on the playground. The whole playground was filled with tension and excitement. When the results are announced every year, it seems like the ancient imperial examinations are released, which makes these teachers and students both look forward to and feel anxious. In the phalanx of Jitsai Middle School, Yang Daoshan's palms were already dripping with sweat. He kept praying in his heart, "God bless Jitsai, we must get a place, even if it is the third prize." "First of all, announce the third prize." There are 3 people who won the third prize. They are Lu Zifeng of number 2 middle school, Chen Luo of number 7 middle school, and, at this moment, the atmosphere of the square formation in Jitsai Middle School suddenly tightened, and they all stared at the chief examiner on the stage. Xiao Kai from Jitsai Middle School. Congratulations to the above 3, please remember to come and collect the prizes later. The students of Jitsai were startled at first, and then they cheered loudly. So many years. Jikai finally has an award that is not a consolation prize. They grabbed Xiao Kai and threw it high into the sky. Xiao Kai in the sky looked excited, and his smug eyes immediately aimed at Yi Hong beside him. Even Yang Daoshan was greatly relieved. He wiped the tears of excitement from the corners of his eyes, and glanced at Yi Hong, who was calm and composed. If it wasn't for this kid's passive competition, this award should have belonged to him. Next is the second prize, the first, the third, next is the first prize. The one who won the first prize is Su Qingran from number 1 middle school. Su Qingran onto the stage, while calmly accepting the compliments from everyone around him, cast a strange gaze towards Yi Hong's figure in the distance. With the announcement of awards one by one, cheers and sighs continued to sound from the playground. Several families were happy and some were sad, which is the best description of this situation. But no matter what, everyone's eyes were focused on the chief examiner, waiting for him to announce the grand prize. This year's special prize, that is, the contestant who won the honorary title of King of Mathematics, specially awarded by our Mathematical Association, is Fu Xin. The crowd applauded in anticipation. The moment they knew that Fu Xin was also participating, many people expected this result. Just as the winners came to the stage to accept the awards, Yi Hong frowned tightly. He was full of doubts in his heart. He had already got all the questions right. How could he not have won a single award? What's more, the one who won the special prize was the familiar Fu Xin. With Yi Hong's understanding, it was impossible for Fu Xin to solve the last question completely. There must be something wrong with this. When Xiao Kai returned after receiving the third prize, he saw Yi Hong frowning. He deliberately shook the glittering trophy in front of Yi Hong, and mocked, "I have advised you to go home and stay, you must not listen. This is good, there is not even a consolation prize, which is really pitiful." The rest of the students were even more sarcastic. "What's the use of knowing a prodigy? I'm not a waste. What a waste of precious spots." Even Yang Daoshan shook his head again and again, secretly thinking that Yi Hong's talent might just be a flash in the pan, and it would be revealed in such a competition. "Then I announced that this county-level math competition is a success. Wait." Just when the chief examiner was about to announce the end of the competition, a loud shout interrupted him directly. Everyone's eyes on the playground were immediately attracted by the sound. On the side of the playground, Fu Huayong, dressed in a military coat and with a terrifying aura, was walking towards the stage with a cold face. Behind him, 4 jury members respectfully followed. The face of the horse-faced judge was like a concubine, and the whole person was lost, as if he had suffered a great blow. Seeing the ugly face of the horse-faced man, Su Qingran's heart suddenly thumped, and there was a bad premonition. Go back to 10 minutes ago. At that time, the more Fu Huaiyang looked, the more he felt that Su Qingran's paper was wrong. He suddenly frowned and said to the 4 judges, "Give me the list of students participating in this year's competition." After getting the list, Fu Huaiyang scanned the names one by one, and finally saw a familiar name in the column of Zhicai Middle School Yi Hong. Fu Huaiyang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Zhicai Middle School student Yi Hong's paper, give it to me immediately, hurry up. Everyone had never seen Fu Huaiyang's eager expression, and they couldn't help but become interested in this man named Yi Hong. They thought to themselves, strange, there is no one named Yi Hong in the first few awards. Only the horse-faced judge froze all over, and a fine cold sweat quietly oozes out of his forehead. Several judges did not dare to neglect, and quickly found Yi Hong's paper for Fu Huaiyang to check. Fu Huaiyang frowned while looking at the paper. Especially when he saw the blank last question, his face was filled with doubts. He suddenly focused his eyes on the place where Yi Hong's name was written on the paper, and his eyes narrowed. Immediately, he compared Su Qingran's paper with the same part, and ice gradually formed in his eyes. The names of the two have been manipulated. Humph! Fu Huaiyang slapped the table hard, and the huge hand force directly knocked the teacup on the table to the ground. Clap! The teacup shattered, and the splashed tea splashed several people's faces. But none of them dared to wipe, all of them shivered and froze in place. They haven't seen Fu Huaiyang so angry for several years, it's like a volcano erupting. They were uneasy. What did Fu Huaiyang see on the paper that made him so angry? But the horse-faced judge's face turned paler and paler, and his calf had begun to tremble again and again, almost cramping. Fu Huaiyang became angrier the more he thought about it. He pointed at the 4 of them and cursed, "Do you know who Yi Hong is? He is the top math genius I have ever seen, the existence I can only look up to. The last question on this topic was written by him. Now you tell me, he doesn't even have a ranking? Do you think that I can fool someone at will?" Everyone was shocked in their hearts. They never expected that Yi Hong had such a big background. Apart from the horse-faced judge, the other 3 were also puzzled. Since Yi Hong is so talented, why didn't he win the award? Fu Huaiyang stood up directly, threw the papers of Su Qingran and Yi Hong to the faces of the 4, and shouted word by word, "Who? What?" A terrifying aura that climbed out of the sea of blood from the mountain of corpses instantly rushed towards several people. The horse-faced judge was so frightened that he slumped to the ground without pretending, "It's not me. It's not me. I didn't change their names." The air was silent for a moment, and the other 3 judges suddenly cast a shocking look at him. Fu Huaiyang's face was gloomy. He came to the Malian judge, dragged him from the ground, and asked word by word, "Did I say that their names were changed?" "Ha!